You might have noticed how incredibly late this video is. Hazbin Hotel Season 2 wrapped up, a long time ago at this point, and yet here I am making a video about it. It was always the plan for me to make a video about Season 2, considering my video on Season 1 is the most watched thing on my entire channel. Gotta make that YouTube shmoney, baby! I was hoping for the show to improve so I could write about all the ways in which it had grown and evolved, how the longer episode lengths helped the story and characters, how the writers learned from their mistakes, and how I was excited for the direction that the story was moving. I honestly really wish I was making that video right now, but I'm not. I don't think that Season 2 of Hazbin Hotel improved on many of its quirks and deficits, and worse, the charm has worn off. I've had the hardest time scripting this video because of a couple reasons. The first is that I have a really difficult time actually articulating what is objectively wrong about this season. A lot of my complaints feel petty and personal, which is a valid form of critique, but not one that would shield me from accusations of being a clout-chasing hater. Not that I particularly care. But the second is that I had a really hard time finding a thesis for this video. I can't find a statement that sums up the core about how I felt watching Season 2. My first video had a very easy thesis. This show objectively has a lot of problems, but I understand the love for it and I love it too. Because of that love, I want the show to be the best it can be, and here's where I think it can change. I can't find that statement for this season, which is incredibly frustrating. The closest I've come is this. Hazbin Hotel Season 2 made me feel nothing except disappointment. People don't like to acknowledge this fact, but all good critique is emotional. People like to believe that some reviewers are the objective arbiters of what is good and what is bad, but truly anyone can be a good, valid critic. If you care about media, if you care about TV, books, movies, plays, performances, you will want it to be the best it can be. It's about passion. Passion for good writing, compelling characters, a great twist, a bold and beautiful dance program. Critique comes from a place of caring. At least it does for me. The reason I'm having such a difficult time critiquing Season 2 of Hazbin Hotel is that I don't care about it anymore. The characters haven't grown, changed, evolved, the story has lied to me, the world building is inconsistent, the romances are brief and shallow, there's nothing here for me to care about. I so desperately wanted to, but I can't find anything to latch onto. So, am I being petty? Am I too internally focused to meaningfully critique this television show to a wide audience? Maybe. But I want to find something to care about in Hazbin Hotel again. Maybe along the way, we'll find something. Plus, Frenchie and I already recorded 16 freaking hours of voiceover, so I guess I have to get to work. This video will contain spoilers for Hazbin Hotel and minor spoilers for The Good Place, Voltron Legendary Defenders, The Amazing Digital Circus, Parks and Rec, and Lord of the Rings. If I've forgotten any, they will appear on the screen before I talk about them. Thumbs up. In my last video, I went episode by episode discussing the plot and details extremely in depth alongside my story and character analysis. I'm not going to do that for this video. It makes much more sense to me to structure this based on character. However, I do have to give you a quick run through of the plot for those who might not have watched it. I get it. You're curious about what's going on the internet, but don't necessarily want to watch the show. I got you. Alright. Season 2 picks up pretty much immediately after the end of Season 1. Charlie Morningstar is grieving the loss of Sir Pentious in the battle against Heaven, not knowing that the Hazbin Hotel actually worked, and Pentious is currently in Heaven having been redeemed. The Vees, a powerful group of overlords consisting of Velvet, Valentino, and Vox, are plotting to raise an army and rebel against Heaven now that it's common knowledge in Hell that angels are fallible. To do this, they need to discredit Charlie and her hotel because she's vehemently against continuing the violence. Charlie finds out from her angel friend Emily that Pentious is redeemed and is in Heaven, and Charlie immediately starts searching for a way to let all of Hell know that redemption is possible. She invites Vox to the hotel for an interview so he can use his media network to distribute the information. Vox arrives at the hotel, understandably skeptical, and asks for proof. Charlie doesn't have any, and Vox suggests she redeem a guest live on camera for them. Charlie agrees to this and pressures HuskerDust into participating in this project. It goes very poorly, and Angel is forced to reveal that he murdered his own father while he was alive. Vox uses the footage he gathered to make Charlie look abusive and crazy. Meanwhile, Pentious is having trouble adjusting to being in Heaven. The angels don't trust him, and he misses his friends. Loot, Archangel Adam's second-in-command is desperate for Heaven to launch an attack against Hell as retribution for killing the leader of the angel army. Sera, the High Seraphim, says no, but she's unsure what to do about Hell's potential threat. Charlie decides to set the record straight about the interview that Vox aired by going on live TV instead, believing that they can't use editing to twist her words there. She goes on 666 News with Katie Killjoy, which is owned by Vox. Meanwhile, Alastor is not recovering from a wound that he received from Adam's angelic blade. He goes to Rosie, a demon friend who owns his soul, in exchange for Alastor being the strongest sinner in hell, and he asks for his staff to be fixed. When she turns him down, he concocts a scheme that begins with surrendering himself to Vox in exchange for Vox not laying a hand on Charlie or her friends. Charlie's interview bombs terribly and she's made to look like a fool. Again. Charlie decides her last hope is to get the attention of the angels and have them explain to the citizens of Hell that the exterminations are over and that Pentious is redeemed in heaven. Sera, Emily, Lute, and Abel, the new head of the angel army, agree to speak at a nearby rally that Vox is holding. Charlie doesn't know, however, that her girlfriend Vaggie has secretly convinced Lucifer Morningstar, Charlie's father, to go frighten Vox into backing off of Charlie. Lucifer isn't able to actually hurt sinners, but he believes Vox doesn't know that. Lucifer tries to intimidate Vox, but he doesn't budge, humiliating Lucifer and making the Morningstar family look violent and unreasonable. Charlie shows up with the angels and Vox turns the crowd against them. Charlie, furious at Lucifer and Vaggie, kick the former out of the hotel. In the background, Alastor has been taunting Vox about his weaknesses, causing division between the Vees. It's revealed that the reason Vox knew about Charlie's plans and that Lucifer couldn't harm him is because Vox used his hypnosis powers on HuskerDust to spy on all of their activity. Vox mimics Charlie's voice over the phone to trap Lucifer in a cannon built by weapons dealer Carmilla Carmine to extract his angelic power and use it to attack Heaven. He fires the weapon and blows the gates off of Heaven. Charlie and her team decide to use a party that Vox is hosting to rescue Angel and reveal that Pentious is alive on the big screen in front of all of the overlords. The plan doesn't work, and Alastor cashes in a favor he got from Charlie from a bargain made in Season 1. Alastor makes her say that Vox is the strongest sinner in hell. This breaks Alastor's deal with Rosie. Then, Vox places his hands on Charlie's shoulders, accidentally breaking the deal with Alastor. Alastor is free, and he and Vox fight. Vox starts repeatedly firing the cannon, and it begins to overheat. It's going to explode and level the city, but the overlords unite and create a shield to contain it. The day is saved, Vox is defeated. Angel chooses to stay with Valentino because he's worried about how his being a spy will affect his friends. Pentious appears on the big screen, and Hell finds out that redemption is possible. For you! Okay, I think that was every important plot beat in Season 2, and if I didn't name any plot points you're thinking of, I will get to it later, I swear. I just didn't really know how to front-load that HuskerDust does a jazz singer number in full drag in a casino, right? That's kind of hard to get into. Charlie Morningstar. Okay, there's a lot going on with Charlie this season, and I've seen so many different reactions to her actions in the season. A lot of people who really did not like Season 2 of Hazbin Hotel will state that Charlie was a huge reason for their dislike of these storylines. I understand these complaints, and I agree with a lot of the points made on that front, but I think Charlie's issues run a lot deeper than the surface level of Season 2. Charlie doesn't act like the Princess of Hell. I think the understanding of Charlie as a character goes off the rails extremely early. In Happy Day in Hell, Charlie seemingly doesn't have any problem with witnessing the death, gore, and sex around her. She's excited and cheerful even when witnessing a guy getting eaten in the street. She's literally dancing and singing around a bunch of dead bodies. This feels like how Charlie should be acting for the entirety of the series, but her personality and attitudes towards sinful actions change as soon as the song finishes. She walks into the Heaven Embassy and thinks the empty lobby with a magical piece of floating paper is creepy.
Oh, okay. Also creepy.
Charlie lives in a world where she sees magic every single day and murder in the street. So what part of this is supposed to be creepy to her? Her idea of what is creepy or frightening should be so far removed from average, but for most of the events in the series, she's the straight man. This continues into her attitude about It seems like there are no movie theaters in hell. Valentino is described as the film demon, and all he seems to make is porn. So Charlie should be extremely adapted to sex, pornography, strip clubs, all of that. She probably sees X-rated shit on her Hellstagram when she's brushing her teeth in the morning. Yet, whenever anything sexual happens, Charlie blushes, hides her eyes, reacts nervously. It would have been much more subversive for this quirky, innocent-seeming character to be entirely unbothered by anything sexual. Vaggie would be a character that would be much more suited to being shy and blushy around sex, because until 3 years prior to the start of the show, she was an angel in literal heaven. She wouldn't have been exposed to any debauchery besides Adam's vulgarity. Charlie was probably exposed to sex hundreds, if not thousands of times in her lifetime. Hazbin Hotel describes Charlie as a Disney princess but in hell, and I do think that statement is the basis for a really funny, unique character, but the writing never really considers what this means and takes her actions to a reasonable conclusion. It's not funny that an innocent, happy character is freaked out by something that an innocent, happy character would typically be freaked out by. That's not a joke. A joke would be a subversion on that expectation. The innocent, happy character is excited to watch something an innocent, happy character would typically be freaked out by because she's actually seen this porno before. It's one of her favorites. That's a joke. It's not funny that the goth-looking character watches horror movies. It's funny that the goth-looking character only listens to bubblegum pop music, right?
I'll just be here listening to my tunes.
A joke isn't funny if you know or can easily predict the punchline. The standards for what is normal in hell absolutely have to diverge from the standards in our world because of the level of desensitization, and in some ways, they are. Why is murder so normalized but sex is still taboo? Why is drug use, alcohol, gambling, slavery, and property destruction all normal but sex is still taboo? It's like the show cannot let go of the fact that sex is unpure, regardless of how little sense that makes in the environment that the characters are in. Uh-oh. Did somebody whisper purity culture? I might have to put a pin in that. I'm pinning the word purity culture. I'm pinning it. I'm literally pinning it to the side of the screen. There is a pin in it right now. Don't let me forget about it, because I will forget about it. I will. Charlie's naivete also bothers me to a certain extent. I fully understand that the show doesn't work if Charlie doesn't believe that everybody can be a good person, but the idea that she seems to think that everyone has pure intentions on the surface stretches believability. She has lived in hell for hundreds of years. She should be a bit more savvy than she is. Charlie's age is equivalent to that of a 20-year-old, and 20-year-olds are kinda dumb. I'm not saying I expect her to make zero social mistakes or to never be burned by someone she trusted, but even the most sheltered children are warned about the fact that some people out there have bad intentions. It's sort of implied, I believe, that Charlie was raised more by Lilith than Lucifer, and it's possible that Lilith has a more positive view of sinners, considering that she is one. I can fully believe that Lilith might have told Charlie that there's good in every soul and she should look for that good. But in such a dangerous world where, theoretically, Charlie could be killed by anyone around her and not regenerate, neither of her parents cautioned her about the dangers of the world. Charlie was supposedly raised by her mother for 193 years. Lilith, from everything the show has told us so far, was an extremely influential, respected, and venerated demon who might have been able to literally use her voice to influence people. Yet, this mother, that Charlie was supposedly close to, never taught her anything about diplomacy, business, or even manipulation. I think this is interesting to note because there are hints to a different Charlie that has some of this ability to understand people, and her having a high EQ, emotional quotient, would make her the perfect candidate to run a hotel based on redemption. If she understands people extremely well, she can help them, and it would make her turn to Hotel Couselor at the end of Season 2 more supported. More on that later. It's demonstrated as early as Episode 1 that Charlie has some capability at reading people, and could potentially use that to her advantage. Charlie, after meeting Adam very briefly, has correctly identified several aspects of his character, and she uses what she identified to try and sell him on her plan. She understands that he's a guy that likes putting his name on stuff, and so she offers that to him.
You seem like a smart, well, stand-up guy, and you are a big thinker, a revolutionary, a genius who would really love to put his name on something.
Fucking love putting my name on shit. Shit's the best.
Even though it's unsuccessful, she plays into his ego and narcissism with a fair bit of precision that could have been such an interesting facet of her character. I understand that Charlie is a pacifist. but if she was able to use her intelligence to avoid fighting, it would have made her more likable. If Charlie has no real power in hell as its princess, she could have developed a way of building soft power through relationships. She uses this acumen with negotiation again in Season 2 in the Speedrun To Redemption episode. She baits Vox into the hotel with the promise of an exclusive interview, but gets him to stay and follow her idea by playing into his desire for exclusive, exciting, popular television.
I kinda sorta lied about wanting to give an exclusive interview.
What? Liar!
Because I have bigger news, huge, exclusive news, and I wanted Vox Tech to be the first to hear it.
Keep rolling.
Unfortunately, immediately after that, she falls right into the Vees' laps. I don't think it would make Charlie seem fake or disingenuous if she was good at negotiation. As is, she's a people person, but only on a very surface level. Sure, she's nice, but she doesn't actually listen to or care about what people say. If she did listen and used her bubbly personality to disarm people, that would have made her an actual player in the battle for Hell's future. I've said it before, but I like Charlie. Her optimism in the face of all of the darkness around her makes her very easy to love, and her mission is righteous. Her voice actor also has amazing charisma that can carry Charlie through some of her more annoying moments. But those moments are becoming harder and harder to ignore because Charlie's motivations in Season 2 lose the moral high ground. A character doesn't have to be correct for the audience to root for them. I mean, look at Breaking Bad. Walter White commits heinous actions that are indefensible both legally and morally, and still the writers manage to make the audience root for him in a lot of situations. However, Charlie, in order to be accepted through her flaws, needs to maintain a moral core because the show treats her like she's maintaining a moral core. Charlie is constantly treated by the narrative as well-meaning but misguided, and while that's partially true, at a certain point I don't think she could be considered well-meaning. I've seen an argument a lot that's trying very hard to justify Charlie's actions this season, and while under different circumstances I would be willing to believe this explanation, I just don't think there's enough textual support in the show. People keep excusing her actions with, Charlie is the daughter of the literal embodiment of pride. Of course she's not gonna listen to anyone telling her she's wrong. I could be wrong about this. I'm not sure the pride ring is ever mentioned in Hazbin Hotel. I only recall references to the pentagram or pentagram city. I'm not sure if Lucifer is ever referred to as the sin of pride by characters either. I could have missed it, but if not, then audience members are trying to bring knowledge from outside the show to defend what is happening inside the show, and that is never going to work for the vast majority of audiences. Charlie is also never confronted about her pride specifically. When she's arguing with Vaggie about the events of Season 2, she's only accused of not listening. That doesn't necessarily point to a more solidified character flaw like pride or arrogance. I think Charlie was not supposed to be seen this badly in Season 2. I also don't really like this argument because it implies that pride is an inheritable trait, which is super odd. Like, sure, you do get some of your personality through your genetics, but pride? I don't think so. I've also been repeatedly told that Lucifer isn't the one who raised Charlie, so he couldn't have taught her to be prideful. I think it was actually just a straight up mistake that Charlie came across as this unlikable in Season 2. I think the writers thought that she would come across as the same misguided but lovable character she was in Season 1, and they got that incredibly wrong. Charlie treats those around her horribly. If you look at the actions that Charlie takes throughout the show, not what she says and not what others say about her, a pattern emerges. Charlie treats the people around her dreadfully. Have you ever heard someone say they're nice, but they're not kind? I think that might be the perfect way to describe Charlie, and I think the perfect lens to explore that is Angel. Charlie does not respect Angel at all. She's horrible to him, both explicitly and implicitly, even though he is the one guest at the hotel who is actively choosing to be there and participate in her activities with only mild complaining. The level of emotional cruelty that she shows towards him, especially in Season 2, is on par with some of the worst villains in the show. And she tries to cover it up with these surface level apologies, but no real attempt to change. I think the first offense is casting Angel as a crackhead in her little tableau with Pentious about saying no to drugs.
Come on, kid. It'll make you cool like me. the crackhead.
It completely ignores the long history of drug use and abuse that Angel has endured. Yes, he jokes about it, but it seems fairly obvious to me that a vast majority of Angel's substance abuse issues are tied to the abuse he experiences at the hands of Valentino. Just a few episodes later, he admits that he wants to break himself irreparably so that Valentino might set him free.
If I end up broken, I won't be his favorite toy anymore.
That doesn't sound like someone who is just doing drugs to have fun. That sounds like someone who's trying to use drugs to escape their circumstances, if only for a little while. Afterwards, he's clearly in a bad place mentally.
You actually think you can change? Addict trash like you doesn't change. I'll see you soon, baby.
Spiraling into self-loathing, but this incident is never brought up again by either character. Charlie doesn't apologize for this, but I think the insensitivity she shows here doesn't make her seem like a character who is very emotionally intelligent. She should know that this would hurt his feelings. 2 episodes later, she goes to Angel's workplace to try to interfere with his work schedule, violating his boundaries and causing him to experience even more abuse at his job. She pisses Valentino off because she can't see past her own wants and desires to read the situation for what it is. And like every other abuser, Valentino takes his anger out on someone with less power. I'm not saying that what happens to Angel is Charlie's fault. His relationship with Val is clearly toxic before she interfered, but I wouldn't reject an interpretation that stated that Valentino was more harsh on Angel that day due to the slight from Charlie and the threat of losing Angel to the hotel. She does apologize for this and writes a lesson plan about boundaries, but she clearly didn't read that lesson plan because she violates his boundaries even worse in season 2.
Whoa there, Touch. Not here and not today. Remember that lesson on boundaries?
Oh, come on. We won't judge you, Angel.
Frenchie did have a bit of a counterpoint when we were discussing this relationship. He states that Angel isn't particularly nice to Charlie. And while that's true, in the beginning of the show, I disagree that these can be seen as equivalent. It's mostly a problem of characterization. If you characterize a character as an asshole, people are more forgiving when that character does asshole things. Angel is kind of a dick, so when he's sarcastic or unsupportive of Charlie, it's very in character for him. But Charlie is characterized as the sweetest, kindest character in hell, so when she's a dick, it feels worse and it feels out of character, especially when the narrative doesn't acknowledge it. I think back to The Amazing Digital Circus. People are more fine with Jax being a dick because he's always been characterized as a horrible person. But the one episode where Ragatha snapped and was rude to Jax caused everyone to absolutely dogpile her because she's supposed to be the nice one. Also, that was definitely flavored with a bit of misogyny, but I am not getting into that right now. Charlie is absolutely allowed to have flaws, and she's allowed to develop over the course of several seasons. I'm not expecting everything to be worked out over the course of a couple of episodes. However, I do think that Charlie becomes more unlikable in season 2 because her motivations aren't pure anymore. They're selfish, but with the veneer of being for the greater good. Her actions are driven by desperation in both seasons, but it's more understandable in the first season because they are under the threat of death with a specific time frame, right? If Charlie doesn't prove that sinners can be redeemed, all of her friends will die. The audience is willing to forgive drastic actions when there are drastic consequences for failure. However, in season 2, if Charlie doesn't prove redemption is possible, then what? Then Vox has the support necessary to attack heaven, I suppose, but does undermining his support require proving redemption? I don't actually think so. It feels like there are more solutions to the second problem than to the first. Charlie isn't running the hotel for any level of personal glory. Her motivations are presented as pure, innocent, and good, so when she does bad things like pushing boundaries, I'm a little bit more willing to forgive her. Yes, you did a bad thing, your motivations were good. She was trying to help and misunderstood the dynamics and sensitivity of the situation. It happens, and Charlie gave a good apology. She understood what she did wrong and made a pledge to change.
I'm so sorry, Angel. I promise I won't ever,
Charlie, it's fine. I get it.
In season 2, Charlie invites Vox to the hotel and promises to redeem Angel on the spot on live TV. Angel does not want to do this. He desperately does not want to do this and is clearly uncomfortable with having Vox and Velvet in the hotel in the first place. But Charlie pushes and pushes until he agrees. This is much harder to forgive because this is the second time you're hurting someone you claim to love in the same way, and she's already promised to change.
Charlie, why are they here? You're aware those two crazy fucks hang out with my shipfuck boss, Valentino, and are part of the Vees? And you still let them in here? And Fox is probably broadcasting to Val. Oh, fuck.
It's kind of a fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me kind of feeling. Additionally, as discussed, her motivation is corrupt. She wants to show the world that redemption is possible to get more guests into the hotel to try to be redeemed, but it mostly seems like she wants Vox to stop saying mean and untrue statements about her. If it's actually about the hotel, she would be much more aware of the guests that have already started staying with them, Baxter, Cherry, and Rooster. She doesn't even know who Rooster is, and she doesn't even know Rooster is there until the last episode. So I think this proves that none of her actions this season are about the hotel. They're all about her own ego. Charlie literally humiliates Angel on television for all of hell to see by inviting his abuser's partners into his only safe space without informing him to make him perform a task she literally has zero idea how to complete. How is Angel ever supposed to feel safe in his home again? She didn't think about the consequences, but not thinking about how your actions will affect the people around you makes you a rude, inconsiderate person. Ignorance is not an excuse to behave however you like. That's extremely vile behavior with vile intentions, and that's why she feels so much worse in season 2. Would you believe that I have even more to say about this episode? And in fact, I think this gets much worse. When we as the audience consider who Angel is as a character, and the trauma that he is repeatedly going through, Charlie's refusal to respect his consent becomes even worse. For those who might not know, coercion is a violation of consent. Begging someone, hounding someone, sulking until they give in, these are violations of consent. Angel Dust is a character who often doesn't have any control over what he is forced to participate in through sex work. He is literally owned by Valentino and cannot say no to whatever Val wants him to do in the studio. So it makes me very frustrated that Charlie refuses to respect his boundaries outside of the studio. Angel is panicking and begging Charlie to respect him, and she outright refuses. She pleads and coerces until Angel gives in, just like everyone else in hell.
Angel, I realize I'm asking a lot, but you've just made such great progress lately. Please.
You know she ain't gonna let her.
Angel's no means absolutely nothing to every character in the series. Even Cherry pressured him into drinking and partying when he's not feeling up to it. He is repeatedly victimized by the characters that are supposed to be his friends, and it makes me so mad that there are no consequences for it. At the end of the season, when Angel decides to stay with Val, it's exclusively because he doesn't want to hurt his friends. Not at all because he doesn't feel respected at the hotel, even though he never is. Oh, and Charlie tells a victim of sex trafficking to dress more modestly in Speedrun to Heaven, because that might be why he's not being redeemed. As if it couldn't get any worse. What the hell? I've heard the arguments that Charlie was just trying to do what she thinks Heaven would want in order to get Angel redeemed, and that she was getting desperate. I don't think that excuses this. I think that this is despicable. I can't even really put into words how horrible it is to tell your friend, who was essentially human trafficked into slavery, that the reason they aren't going to heaven is because they dress like a slut. That is callous and heartless and utterly unbelievable. It's not funny just because it's in a lighthearted song. When Frenchie and I were talking about Charlie in this instance, he made a very apt comparison. Charlie is a character that's a lot like Leslie Knope from Parks and Rec. Both characters are very positive and driven towards their goal despite constantly being beaten down or doubted by the people around them. Leslie also has the extreme, almost toxic positivity that Charlie has been accused of, and is arguably annoying. Pawnee is basically hell, so... The difference between the two characters is their kindness. If you've ever seen Parks and Rec, I'm thinking specifically about the episode where Leslie finds out about Ron's birthday. He spends the whole episode stressing that she's going to throw him a huge, loud, crowded party like Leslie threw for Anne. Instead, she sets up a private room for Ron to watch his favorite movies while enjoying a steak and whiskey in total solitude. She understood what he wanted because she actually listened to what he said, and cared about him enough to not throw Ron Swanson and Ann Perkins' party. Charlie doesn't have that level of kindness and care for others. She says the right things, but her actions don't back up her words, and it makes her seem like a hypocrite. It's not just Angel, though. I think Charlie's relationship with Vaggie isn't healthy for either of them. And that might be a crazy thing to say. Like many other aspects of Hazbin Hotel, it works on the surface level, but if you dig a little bit deeper, problems start to arise. I understand that they're cute, but Charlie doesn't respect Vaggie enough for this to be an equal partnership, and this season demonstrated that firmly. If Charlie listened to Vaggie, even one time, and respected her intelligence, strategy, or opinions enough to believe that Vaggie might have a better idea, the events of the season would have gone extremely differently.
Charlie, what the unholy fuck? When you said you were messaging VOICEOVER, I thought you just talked to some reporter on the street, not the fucking media overlord. Charlie, we don't even know how Pentious got redeemed. How do you expect us to replicate that on TV? Don't listen to those chuckle
How
fucks.
are they? What I don't... You're right.
I'm sure this will be old news in a week. Charlie, that's what Box does. I thought if your dad could at least get him to back down, you'd stop caring.
Well, why didn't you ask me?
Because you aren't listening to me. You're hyper-fixating on what he's saying about you. I know it sucks what Box is doing, but you're playing his game.
However, the way Charlie treats Vaggie makes her seem more like an accessory or a glorified bodyguard. It's already a bit of a problem within the show that Vaggie doesn't have much of a character outside of Charlie's wants and goals, so making Charlie talk over and dismiss her causes an even deeper degradation of her character. I hate to make this comparison, but it feels like it's a less sexualized, less mean version of how Adam treats Lute. Even Charlie's breakdown right before and during the song Easy is all about herself.
I thought about what you said the other day. About me hyperfixating on all the lies, about me, about my mom, and you were right.
And it's hard sometimes to feel like you aren't hearing me. It's okay. I still love you.
But it's not okay. I got so caught up in all the drama and my mom... Look, this hotel was my way of finishing what she started, and I think I've been trying so hard to hold on to it because if I could make it work, maybe she'd be proud of me. And maybe she'd come back and tell me what I did to make her leave. But all I've done is drive everyone away. Pentious, Husk, Alastor, my dad, everybody leaves. And now Fox is declaring a war, and Carmilla's right. I started it, and I'm a hypocrite, and my dreams are gonna die.
She does talk about how she's hurting everyone and letting them down, but there's no specific apology directed towards Vaggie. The lack of specifics in Charlie's apology also make it clear that she's not apologizing for the specific ways in which she hurt Vaggie. She doesn't say, "It's not okay, I should never make you feel unheard or ignored." Charlie is still just talking to herself in this apology, and I understand that there's a fine line between explaining your actions and making excuses. This just feels like the latter. I'm going to talk about this much more in Lucifer's section, so my chapter on Charlie doesn't take 1,000 years to get through, but I also really hate the way that Charlie treats Lucifer throughout the show. So much of her anger towards him seems unjustified, and their argument this season is left woefully unresolved. Once the climax is finished and Lucifer has literally been exploded, Charlie doesn't even ask if he's alright or apologize for yelling at him and kicking him out of the hotel. She just looks a little concerned and then is instantly distracted by Pentious up on the big screen.
Dad?
Don't go down there! It's a place of pain.
Pentious, holy shit, it's you! Ah! We're good, actually, but it is good to see you. You look cuter. Heaven looks really good on you.
It's implied that they made up, but I think for an on-screen conflict, there needs to be an on-screen resolution. I think it's fairly obvious in Season 2 that Charlie doesn't really care about the guests of the hotel either. While that is a part of her arc this season, it's a part that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Why would she have gotten so attached to the first batch of characters, and then outright dismissed the second wave of people who entered the hotel? Yes, many of them are there for the wrong reasons, but the first round of sinners were the same. Angel needed a place to stay, Husk and Nifty were there against their wills, and Alastor has his own reasons for being there. The only person that was there of their own will was Pentious. Charlie starts being unlikable in Season 2 immediately with the way she's treating Baxter. She's continuously calling him the new Pentious and trying to fit him into the hole that Pentious left behind. While it's understandable due to her grief, and she stops doing it as soon as she finds out Pentious is alive, it's still quite the indication that Charlie doesn't care about individuals and doesn't listen. I think this mini arc or mini plotline becomes even more insufferable to me because I think it actually resolves well. Charlie agrees that Baxter is not the new Pentious, and instead is his own person. She even appeals to his scientific curiosity to push him towards giving Redemption a real shot, and it could have been a great first step towards her becoming a counselor at the end of the season.
Well, it's only a worthy experiment if you actually try.
Welcome to the hotel, Baxter.
It just doesn't continue like that at all. Charlie doesn't give a damn about Baxter or any of the other characters at the hotel. I don't think she has a second conversation with him this season. She doesn't care if they get redeemed as long as the rest of hell understands that redemption is possible. Charlie has no systemic power. I'm going to try to keep this section a little briefer because I already complained about this a bit in my first video on Hazbin Hotel, but Charlie's status as princess is confusing and meaningless. This wouldn't typically bother me, except that Season 2 is specifically trying to use Charlie as an authority figure to make the climax happen, so I'm forced to discuss this in more detail than I would like. What power comes from being the Princess of Hell? I'm not really talking about magic power, I'm talking about political power. What power or authority over the citizens of Hell does Charlie have? Does she have a dungeon where she can throw people she arrests? Does she have an army or guards? Razzle and Dazzle fill that a little bit, but they're extremely underutilized. Does Charlie have any control over the finances of Hell, like taxes? I first asked this question because of the scene in Season 1 where Charlie goes to Valentino's studio to try and get Angel time off from work to do more at the hotel. Vaggie suggests that Charlie throw her weight around a little as one of the rulers of Hell to force Valentino into compliance. So, can she do that? Usually, when a character says something like, "I'm the princess, do as I say," there's an implied "or else." I'm the CEO, I'll have you fired. I'm the mayor, I'll have you arrested. I'm the king, I'll have you beheaded. What is Charlie's "or else"? Blasting them with her magic? No one really seems to give a damn about that. If there are no consequences to being rude to Charlie or dismissing her, then Valentino's actions in this episode make no sense. I wouldn't say that Val is a particularly politically astute character. In fact, he's made even dumber in Season 2 than he is in Season 1. Yet he acts with grace and repressed anger towards Charlie that doesn't seem to make sense with the context of this lack of power.
Well then, make yourself comfortable, Your Majesty, and enjoy the show.
Ooh, I'm sorry. Were we too loud? I was just telling him about the Hazbin Hotel.
Not at all, Princess. It doesn't bother me one bit.
Lucifer, from what I understand, has never been around, and we find out later in the season is literally incapable of making an example out of anyone. Even though the sinners don't know that, there's been no threat at all. Why doesn't Valentino just throw Charlie out of the studio? If anything, it would make him appear stronger to take on Lucifer's daughter and come out on top. If Valentino was really worried about her crushing him with her magic, would he really have treated Angel so poorly in front of her? He's not punished in any way, and I understand that part of this is because Charlie knows any actions she takes towards Val will come back onto Angel, but it makes her look like a paper tiger. I get it, this is for the plot, and I could accept everything about it if people reacted differently towards Charlie. If the public had no idea how strong Charlie really was and didn't know about her disposition, then you could have more layered and mature dialogue where sinners are nice to Charlie's face but are slipping in secret barbs towards her. This would make Charlie's naivete make more sense as well because everyone's nice to me, they must be capable of getting into heaven. That would make Valentino's actions make a lot more sense. So, Charlie basically has no power. That's what we can conclude from all the evidence suggested in the show. She can't command Hellborn armies in battle against Heaven. She can't arrest Valentino for abusing Angel, and she can't even, sue Vox for slander? In Season 2, we see her being carried out of the building by a crowd of people when Alastor is captured, and she tries to use her authority as princess to get back into the studio.
Let me back in! I am the Princess of Hell! What the actual fuck is happening?
It doesn't work at all. So why then does Charlie have the power to determine who the strongest sinner in hell is? Why does this increase Vox's approval rating? Why would people care about what she has to say? It's pure plot convenience to make the narrative work. And it's so frustrating. Charlie is not suited to be a counselor of any kind. I think making Charlie the hotel's head counselor at the end of the season is the worst possible choice that could have been made and demonstrates to me that the show has no idea who Charlie is as a character. The story keeps trying to frame her as a very empathetic person when she has never been empathetic within the text. I've already pointed out several examples, but I have a few more. If Charlie can't recognize or even consider the possibility that her dad is severely depressed, I don't think she has enough empathy and curiosity to be a good counselor. She makes no attempt to access the emotional side of her father, and she has no desire to understand his feelings about the divorce. She is grieving the loss of her mother, but he's also grieving the loss of his wife of centuries. Charlie even seems surprised to learn that her dad still misses Lilith.
Do you miss her?
Oh, yeah. Every second of every day for the past, almost 8 years?
I missed her too.
Instead, Charlie makes a snap judgment about who he is and refuses to budge from that idea for an extremely long time. I don't believe her reasons for hating her dad are valid. I'm going to talk about this a lot more in the Lucifer section, but I'll go over it very briefly here. We, as the audience, don't really have a concrete reason that Charlie hates Lucifer so much. There are a few possibilities that are implied or hinted at. She doesn't like that he only calls her when he needs something.
We just have never been close. After he and Mom split, he never really wanted to see me. He calls sometimes, but only if he's bored or needs me to do something.
He seems ashamed of her, and he let the exterminations happen. We as the audience never see the first two. When we see Lucifer, he's nothing but supportive of her, so I can only assess the third, and I think this is another case of Charlie fully refusing to put herself in another person's shoes. What choice does Lucifer possibly have to go against heaven's wishes for the extermination? The denizens of hell literally cannot fight back. Lucifer made a difficult political decision that prevented all-out war and managed to negotiate for the Hellborn's lives. There are 7 rings worth of demons that his deal theoretically saved, but Charlie can only focus on the negatives. It's callous and piles guilt on top of an already guilty, depressed person. I'm not saying it was the best political choice, but I am saying that I don't think that Lucifer had any leverage to try and get a better deal. Charlie also doesn't understand when she's being manipulated, and while I'm not going to pretend that counselors are this genius, shrewd group of individuals, it is important for them to be able to parse out the truth from their clients. Nothing demonstrates this better than Charlie's relationship with Alastor. He has told her to her face multiple times that he doesn't actually care for her or the hotel. He's only interested in the entertainment of watching other sinners fail at redemption. I put a verbal asterisk on that statement because we, as the audience, know that he has ulterior motives. But Charlie doesn't know that. Despite being told to her face that Alastor doesn't care about her, she still seems to fall for his nonsense in Hell's Greatest Dad. She still yells at Lucifer that Alastor cares about the hotel.
Dad, stop! He's defending this hotel! It may be a bit more sadistic than I'd hoped, but he's doing it for me. How come he can have faith in me, but my own father can't?
To be a truly effective counselor, she needs to be able to see through that, and yet she demonstrated that she has literally no ability to see through manipulation. We'll get to her plans involving Vox later. Oh boy. Charlie, as established, has no respect for privacy or boundaries. Within minutes of Vox and Velvet arriving, she has brought them and their cameras into a group counseling session without thinking for a single moment that maybe the other guests at the hotel wouldn't want their personal lives aired on TV for the rest of hell to see.
And I still think about that little koala falling over at the zoo. I was just showing Vox and Velvet here how our confidential group venting sessions work.
I've already mentioned her abysmal treatment of Angel Dust this episode. She's terrible at listening to others, from Angel to Vaggie. Charlie isn't even the character that finally got the main hotel guests to start bonding and becoming friends. That was Vaggie. This has just got to be the absolute worst route for the show to try and put her on, without huge steps forward for her character that we did not get to see as the audience. If I had to make a suggestion for who would be the hotel counselor, I believe the choice is obvious. It's Husk. The show knows that Husk would be a good counselor because they already have him doing it.
Maybe you should try not being a feeble-minded smooth brain for once.
Smooth brain.
Yeah, maybe. Am I doing therapy right?
He took on that role informally in the first season as the bartender who listens to and remembers everybody's problems. He managed to get Angel to open up in season 1, episode 4 in a way that no other character could. He's clever and wary, but he has the ability to be gentle and supportive. It's so obvious to me that he would be the better choice, and if his vices are truly what's keeping him out of heaven, it would remove him from being around the temptation all the time. Husk also gets absolute crumbs in terms of character development, so it would be nice to see him evolving in more than one episode per season. It might sound like I hate everything about Charlie this season, and while I hate a lot of things about her, there is one interaction that I think is incredibly important for her character. The interaction she has with Vox after Angel nearly gets hit by the train is incredibly important. Vox asks Charlie,
"Do you think I could be redeemed?"
And Charlie firmly states,
I believe anyone can be redeemed.
it is such a solid foundation for an internal character arc for Charlie, and I am dying for it to be explored further in the next season. There are people in the show who are objectively awful human beings, so it would be interesting to see Charlie's conviction and redemption be tested. The fact that she doesn't back down from this principle provides the one singular brick that her character's foundation is resting on. Charlie believes in redemption for everyone. That is a fantastic character trait, and I want to see more of it so badly. It's like the one shining light in the darkness. Charlie's plans to fight Vox. I saved this section for the last part that I'm going to be talking about Charlie because this is the section that I think is the most plot heavy. Her plans to fight Vox this season have to be the most irritating thing about the whole show. She tries the same plan over and over and over again with a different coat of paint, and it becomes extremely tiring for the viewer. I'm not sure why the writers made Charlie so completely stupid this season. She wasn't in the first season. Sure, she was naive and excitable, but I never really thought she was an idiot. I think the problem was that the writers needed to make Vox look extremely intelligent, but they didn't really have the runway for it. If you want your big bad to be a super genius with an interesting, difficult to defeat plan, you need time for that plan to develop and unfold. And there's so little time in Hazbin Hotel for anything at all, so the writers have to do everything in shorthand. They need Charlie to be defeated several times to show how desperate she is and how powerful Vox is, but we only have like 5 episodes, so we have to dumb Charlie's plans down so they can be easily explained and we can show them being outmaneuvered over the course of a single 20-minute story. It's like watching Power Rangers. However, it's not satisfying for an audience to watch a dumb character be outsmarted by a slightly less dumb character who is then outsmarted by an averagely intelligent character, i.e. Charlie to Vox to Alastor. That doesn't shock me or blow me away with how cool and complex the plans are. I don't come away thinking that Alastor is an evil genius. He wins using the most basic wordplay imaginable, which I find incredibly hard to believe. I'll get to that later. It also makes the Angel Dust twist feel less satisfying in retrospect. Vox is even dumber than he appears because he didn't even have to try to think. He got handed the test answers for a kindergarten level test. If Charlie had actually been intelligent, if she'd been putting together well thought out, well-executed plans, and Vox was still winning at every turn, the hypnosis reveal would have felt like a gut punch. One of her closest friends has been inadvertently spying on her and ruining plans that might have actually gotten Hell on her side. As is, I think, the only problem Angel really causes is letting Vox know that Lucifer can't harm him. Every other plan still would have gone exactly the same, so instead of this huge, devastating twist, I'm just shrugging. The thing is, I'm actually fully on board, or at least mostly on board, with Charlie's first attempt at this plan. Even though I've complained about Charlie's naivete, she hasn't had any personal interaction with Vox. The only one of the Vees she's actually met is Valentino, and while she knows he's terrible, that doesn't mean that Vox has to be. She knows, I think, that he was trying to spy on the hotel using Pentious, but that's mildly evil at best. Just because the audience knows that his intentions are negative doesn't mean Charlie does. Charlie is also blinded with excitement. She fully believes that the only reason people aren't rushing to be redeemed is that they don't know that it works. Now that someone actually has been through the hotel successfully, haha, there's no reason that they shouldn't want to be redeemed. Except, there are obviously a lot of reasons why sinners wouldn't want to go through redemption. All that to say, Charlie's attempting to go through Vox, the #1 distributor of media in hell, is entirely reasonable and logical. It's a little bit bothersome that Vaggie lays out Charlie's issue for the season in literally the first episode, though, and Charlie agrees that she's wrong and should work on it, yet Charlie spends the rest of the season fighting this exact issue.
Don't listen to those chuckle
How
fucks.
are they? What I don't...
You're right.
I'm sure this will be old news in a week.
That is a bit annoying to me. I don't even entirely hate the way Charlie starts out acting in episode 3. She baits Vox to come to the hotel by offering him an exclusive interview, but she immediately dangles something more interesting in front of him to get him to drop the idea. It implies a level of manipulation and emotional intelligence that would have made her such a good opponent for Vox and a more compelling protagonist. On a certain level, she understands what Vox wants and is willing to lie for her own gain. If this had continued, the whole season could have been a chess match of manipulation and scheming. But no, Charlie's intelligence immediately flies out of her head and she falls into their trap.
You can't leave yet. You just got here and my news isn't even out there
Sorry,
yet.
Princess. While it was fun being lied to and all, I can't broadcast this without proof.
Wait. I'll prove it. Yeah, we'll redeem someone right here, right now. All I ask is you film it so everyone can see what the hotel really is.
Now that could be something.
Everything horrible and awful about Speedrun to Heaven ensues. I've already talked about that at length. Again, it's totally okay for Charlie to fuck up. It's okay for her to lose. It's okay for her to be outsmarted. I'm not asking for her to be the perfect protagonist, but I'm asking for a little bit more common sense. Charlie's next plan is to go on 666 News and tell people about Redemption in a live format and clear the air about the expose that Vox aired using the footage he obtained at the hotel. She should know, based on the events of my mortal and eternal enemy, the pilot, that this is a mistake. Katie Killjoy ate her alive last time. It's a slightly different plan, but the basic building blocks are the same. Use Vox's network to tell people that redemption is possible, even though she has no evidence. She's trying to pull a trust me bro, but no one in hell cares who she is. Also, this is a side note, but Charlie in this interview says something like, "You're trying to make it look like I think sinners are all evil."
If you take something out of context, you can make someone say anything. It feels like he was just waiting for me to say something awful, like that I think sinners deserve the extermination because they're bad people. But I would never actually say that.
And I couldn't stop thinking about that clip from Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, where the reporter edits the footage to make it look like Fred is saying, "I think Coolsville sucks."
All Fred Jones had to say was,
I think Coolsville sucks.
Why are we recycling plot points from a kid's movie from like 2003? I'm dying. I think Coolsville sucks. Okay, it's fine. When this plan inevitably fails, because it's the exact same plan as the first time, her next plan is exactly the same. She's going to use Vox's network to tell people that redemption is possible, even though she has no evidence. Except this time she has the angels with her. It's a minute adjustment in the right direction, but it's still the same plan. I understand that Vox is already drawing a crowd and has the infrastructure set up to broadcast to hell, but at this point Charlie knows for a fact that Vox is trying to make her look bad, and she's approaching him in an environment that he could have trapped in any number of ways. This is not smart. Why not go to Cannibal Town, which is already friendly towards her and has Rosie, who is an overlord that is willing to work with her? Start your campaign with a gimme. Get some positive buzz going instead of falling into the same trap for the 3rd time in a row. I'm going to talk more about Cannibal Town in just a second, but don't forget them, please. This time, Charlie's plan is thwarted by a couple of things. Lucifer comes out to defend her without Charlie's knowledge and made their family look both violent and unreasonable and weak. This isn't Charlie's fault, but it was the most interesting thing to happen in the show at this point. I remember Frenchie turning to me after this episode and saying, "This was the first kind of good episode this season." It doesn't help Charlie's cause either that Sera is threatening to smite Vox or minimizing the effects of a genocide. Obviously, the crowd is riled up and is not on the side of the angels. It's extremely natural that they want some kind of vengeance, and Vox is offering it to them. I think it's interesting that at no point does Charlie actually talk to anyone who is angry about the extermination and connect with them. The crowd hates her and Heaven until they hate Vox more. I don't love that. Something that deeply, deeply bothers me in Hazbin Hotel is the lack of object permanence. And I'm not talking about animation errors or anything. I'm talking about how the world and characters literally shift and warp to suit whatever the narrative needs them to do or believe. To that end, I want to talk a little bit about Ready for This and Cannibal Town. Based on what I've just said, you might be thinking that I'm frustrated by the way that the cannibals are so easily swayed to Charlie's cause against the angels in heaven, but it's the exact opposite. Ready for This should have been a massive turning point for Charlie's character. For the first time ever, Charlie is able to inspire people to follow her cause through her specific way. She sang, she convinced people, and she led them. This is what she's been aiming for the entire story so far, and she's achieved a taste of it. Charlie knows that she is capable of being the leader and the Princess of Hell, and she doesn't have to change herself to do so. Her confidence in herself should have been different in Season 2. Maybe I'm just susceptible to the music itself. I'll admit that I do cry to a lot of edits on TikTok exclusively because the music slaps. But even after watching this scene several times, I can feel the momentum in Ready for This. I can feel Charlie start to rise to become the leader she clearly wants to be. But Season 2 kills all of that momentum for her. There is never a moment in Season 2 where Charlie is acting like a leader. She doesn't even start Hear My Hope at the end of the season. Here, it feels like sometimes she was learning that you actually do need to fight for what you believe in. Not everything can be resolved with gentle conversation. I understand that Charlie is a pacifist, but her version of pacifism is so weak. Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender was a pacifist too, but he understood that there were certain circumstances where fighting was the only option. It felt like Charlie was learning that lesson in Ready for This. Nope. There's also the issue with the cannibals themselves. Where are they in Season 2? There's no reason that they should be on Vox's side in any way, and yet to make the plot work, Vox has to achieve a 100% approval rating.
Look, Princess! Hell's finally listening to you!
Even if they only followed Charlie to feast on angels, they had no idea that Charlie's plan would work. No one knew that angels could be killed. No one knew about angelic steel. Despite that, they still believed in Charlie enough to follow her into battle, where they could have been obliterated, and then they watched her fight and win against forces that no one had ever defeated before. They watched Charlie overcome the might of heaven, and you're telling me that she doesn't have any loyalty from the community after this? These people who witnessed what really happened with their own eyes were still somehow manipulated by Vox's lame rallies and TV shows? I find that so completely unbelievable. The show just squishes and stretches around the story that needs to be told instead of actually considering the consequences of the previous events of the story. The cannibals aren't a mindless mass of monsters pulled from the ether. They're not hellborn that Charlie can command. They're sinners, human souls that Charlie should be trying to reform. But instead, they're treated by her and by the story as bodies to fill out an army. It didn't make sense that she and her 6 friends could kill an entire army, so let's use the band-aid of a nameless, faceless army. This is not the last time I'm going to bring up this complaint. It's one of the worst parts of the show. If everything is so floppy, nothing is solid enough to create a foundation. The final attempt that Charlie makes against Vox is the same plan again. This is after her apologies and promises to change, so I was expecting something, anything, to be different about her plan. No! Once again, she's going to use Vox's network to tell sinners that redemption is possible, but this time she might have some evidence to support it. Baxter and Pentious are going to connect the servers in Heaven and Hell, so Charlie can project Pentious live onto the screen at a party that Vox is having for Hell's overlords. The only reason that this plan is different is that she has the support to make it work. Sera and Pentious in Heaven, Baxter and Nifty in Hell. I don't think this was meant to be the implication, but the implication is kind of that Charlie's plans would have worked if only everybody blindly supported her. The plan, believe it or not, does not work. Vox has been slowly consolidating power across Hell because he becomes more powerful when his approval ratings go up. Maybe. It's implied. We'll get to it. Due to her deal with Alastor, Charlie is forced to declare that Vox is the strongest sinner. Deals are broken, yada yada, the plot continues. Vox gets his 100% approval rating and he uses this power to fight Alastor. When it's clear he's losing, he instead starts firing his angelic-powered cannon randomly, killing potentially thousands of sinners permanently. I might be nitpicking at this point, but it drove me absolutely crazy that instead of going after Vox, the man on the cannon, Charlie is instead just moving sinners out of the way of the blast.
I'll save you! No, I'm here! Here, take my hand! Come with me!
It's not like the cannon is protected by an army of soldiers. Velvet and Valentino aren't even initially there. I'm not asking her to kick his ass, blah blah, she's a pacifist, blah blah. However, she's not even trying to distract him. Blast him with your fireworks so he can't see or something. Maybe it's crazy of me to say, but this scene feels indicative of Charlie's whole philosophy and the way she runs the hotel. Instead of looking at the bigger picture and attempting to make systemic change in Hell, she chooses to save individuals, one at a time, while dozens of others are being killed, displaced, and injured. When Vox does eventually get knocked off the cannon, Charlie isn't the one to start creating the shield. That's Emily. so I can't even really give her credit for that plan. Yes, Pentious is eventually shown on the screen to all of hell, proving once and for all that redemption is possible and that I'm wrong and my critiques are stupid. So, Charlie repeatedly banged away at the same plan over and over and over again, and it finally works when it's not necessary anymore. Frenchie had a bit of a problem with the idea that everyone in hell would know who Pentious is. I kind of have less of a problem with that because Pentious was referred to as a notable kingpin once in the pilot, my mortal enemy, the pilot. But I get his perspective. They definitely could have just like grabbed a guy, right? There's this comment I've seen on Reddit over and over again in response to people suggesting other ways that Charlie could have gone about her plans. Under every one of these posts, questioning why they didn't use the embassy or why they didn't record a video of Pentious and have the angels bring that to hell, the season's defenders will inevitably say, well, Vox could have just manipulated that to make Charlie look bad. I hate this comment so much. Yes, it's kind of true that Vox could manipulate a lot of Charlie's plans, but then these people act like the livestream plan is flawless. It's confusing to me that people who deny any other possible plan that Charlie could do because Vox could spin it don't seem to react that way to this livestream plan. He's defeated not by the truth or hope or public perception. He's defeated because Valentino rips his head off.
I'm a fucking god! We're leaving!
What is that supposed to say about the themes of this season? Media manipulation can only be countered by violence? Based a bit, but I don't think the thematic implications were considered at all. I really try not to pay attention to anything happening outside of the show itself. I know nothing about any drama that Vivian Medrano is involved or not involved in. I'm just here to analyze the media itself. I couldn't help hearing, though. I couldn't help it. Reddit was serving me so many posts, hot and tasty, and I'm like, delicious, hot, tasty post. I couldn't help but hear that the season was at least partially based on the hate that Viv was receiving online. She felt like she just kept trying over and over to say the right thing, to get people on her side, and it wasn't working. The only thing that worked was leaving that commentary out of her mind. This is complicated. It explains a lot, but it doesn't change my critiques. It makes them a bit harsher, actually. I completely understand putting yourself into a character, but if what I've heard is true, then Viv had a real-life test run of how the audience would react to Charlie this season, and still chose to have her act like that. She knew that people found these actions frustrating and annoying, and she still chose to have Charlie act that way anyway. I heard a piece of writing advice once, and I can't remember exactly where I heard it, so you'll have to excuse me for not crediting the original. Viewers can forgive a lot about a character. They can forgive stealing, manipulation, even murder. But the hardest thing to forgive is a character being annoying. I'm not saying that this is unintentional by the Hazbin writers. They clearly know that Charlie is incorrect and continuously trying to go through Vox's channels to make her point. Just because it's intentional doesn't mean it's a good decision. It feels like the show is relying on Erica Henningsen's fantastic charisma and Charlie's good intentions, but the amount of time that Charlie is on screen making mistakes is not balanced with her being a good character or a good person. If she was really annoying about this Vox thing, but we got scenes of her helping sinners through tough times or making strides in the way the hotel functions, it would feel more balanced and people would be much more willing to forgive Charlie. Yeah, she's being dumb with the Vox thing, but she helped X-Sinner gain some confidence, and she gave Y-Sinner enough money to get out of debt and leave their life of crime behind. And she gave Z-Sinner a place to sleep at night so they wouldn't have to live on the streets. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Every second that Charlie is on screen, she is fucking up from beginning to end. So how would I fix this as a total amateur with no credentials and no experience and no authority? I am so glad you asked. I think the first thing that really needs to be pinned down is the theme. Is this story about how media manipulates people's perception? If that's the case, what actually works to cut through the noise? Maybe Charlie tries her plan once and fails. She thinks about how all the legacy media is owned by Vox, and that could parallel with how, like, a lot of our legacy media in the real world is owned by billionaires who have their own, agendas and are trying to push specific narratives. So what if instead, Charlie goes on HellTube and starts posting more personal, vlog-style social media to show what the hotel is actually like? She's demonstrating how she's helping out. She's actually getting on-the-ground testimonials from sinners, that kind of thing. Then, the writers could pull Velvet more into the plot, as she uses her acumen to launch bot campaigns, or do deepfakes, or pull up something innocuous from Charlie's past Hellstagram to cancel her. Oh no, social media can't be trusted either, right? That's a whole nother layer of commentary. Rage baiting and bot campaigns and deepfakes and AI, that's a whole nother thing that you can make commentary on, okay? Maybe then Charlie starts holding her own rallies, following in the footsteps of Lilith and inspiring the people. People could even be like, you're just like your mom. We could get more hints about like what Lilith was doing, because the show talks about her like doing peaceful protests. Maybe Charlie could engage in some of that and she could feel closer to her mother, and we could get some more backstory on what Lilith was actually like before she left, and we could get some more on the ground perspectives from Sinners, right? However, maybe then Vox has been filming the rallies and he edits the footage to make these peaceful protests look like violent riots, especially because the people involved are the vicious citizens of Cannibal Town. That would really parallel how the, frog protests earlier this year were being framed by some media outlets, right? You see how these are all different plans? They pull in different characters, different parts of the world, and they make Charlie look smarter. They all still fail, but they don't fail in the same frustrating way over and over again. It broadens our understanding of hell. It broadens our understanding of Charlie. It makes the Vees as a whole more relevant, right? It also could make the whole Alastor being like, oh, you had to rely on Velvet to deal with that because she got you, right? There's this whole idea of bringing in these other characters that I feel like would work really, really well. I swear I've said this 10 times by now, but I don't need Charlie to be perfect. It would be an extremely boring show if she was. I just think season 2 of Hazbin Hotel stretches her character to the absolute limit of what audiences would accept, and she needs to make a massive pivot in season 3 if the show wants to retain viewers who don't hate the main character. How long have I been talking about Charlie? An hour? I'm so sick of discussing her. Let's move on. Vox and the Vees. I've struggled a bit with structuring this video, so I hope it's not coming across as all over the place. If you're enjoying it so far, please consider supporting me. I have a Patreon and a Ko-fi, both of which are linked in the description, and there's also the ability to super chat on YouTube. This video has taken me months of scripting, drawing, and editing, and I really hope you're having a good time so far. I figured that the next most important character to discuss is Vox as the antagonist of the season. He receives a lot more focus than the primary antagonist of the last season, Adam, which is nice. It wasn't really necessary for Adam to receive a lot of depth because he's more of a representation of an institution, but Vox is an individual character and as such needs more depth and motivation for the season to work. Vox's motivations. I don't understand Vox or the other V's motivation for the war on Heaven on any level. It starts all the way back in season 1 in the Overlord meeting. Velvet has discovered the Angel's head, and now knowing that angels can be killed, tries to rally the Overlords into a war against Heaven.
If these holy rollers can be killed, the game has changed. We can take the fight to them. The boys and I have come up with a full assault plan.
Why does she do this? A war would greatly benefit Carmilla, who I would say is one of the V's greatest rivals in terms of power, money, and industry, but I don't really see how this benefits the V's. Maybe they lose a ton of souls that they own during the exterminations. I wouldn't be surprised if they do, but that's never mentioned as a motivation. In season 2, they kind of mention wanting to make the angels pay for what they've done, but without a clear picture of how the exterminations are affecting specifically the V's. This motive feels very shallow. Then there's the scene where Charlie and her gang are trying to fight back against the angels at the end of season 1. Firstly, I really don't like that the V's, or I should say Vox, feature so much in the season 1 finale. It's unnecessary and it interrupts the flow and tension of the scene. They don't have anything to do with the plot of the episode at all. They don't interfere, they don't have any relevant commentary, we don't even really get any more personality from Velvet and Valentino. They're just sitting there on their phones, it's just Vox, and he interrupts some of the most tense moments, like Alastor being injured.
Yes! Fuck you, Alastor! This is better than sex!
If I had to guess why these scenes are here, it's for the comic relief, firstly, and secondly, it's used to remind the audience that the V's exist and prime them to be a bigger part of season 2. This is a very clumsy way to do that when their part in the finale song serves that function equally as well. I also think it's very odd how Valentino is involved in this scene, and it has everything to do with Angel's hypnosis. It's confirmed by the show that Angel is hypnotized after season 1, episode 4. So during this final battle with Heaven, Angel is under Vox's hypnosis, right? Why then is Valentino allowing Angel to fight and probably die in this battle. The season 1 explanation is that Val only owns Angel when he's in the studio, and has no control over his actions in the wider world.
I own you, bitch.
Yeah, you do. In the studio. But out here, I get to do what I want.
And that holds up. But season 2 proves this to be untrue through the use of hypnosis. Valentino is extremely possessive of Angel, and even though he's very abusive towards him, Val doesn't want him dead. The Vees definitely think that everyone in this fight at the hotel is going to die, and Valentino is just okay with Angel dying, I guess? It goes back to what I was talking about earlier. The characters don't exist beyond the exact context that the plot wants them to be in. The writers didn't even slightly consider the relationship between Val and Angel for this plot point because Angel needed to be a part of the fight. It would be suspicious if he weren't. There's a really, really easy way to make me as an audience member not think about any of this. Don't show me the Vees. I might have believed they didn't know about the fight going down and were preparing for a typical extermination. This is kind of a sidebar, but it's my video, and you've already been here for over an hour, so I doubt you're gonna care if I take a minute to be a little self-indulgent. I believe the overall plot of Hazbin Hotel so far would have been so much better if the Vees were supportive of Charlie in Season 1 to achieve their goals from Season 2. It would have made their stance more consistent across seasons because, as is, they support the war, Velvet to Carmilla, they don't support the war, Charlie's fight with Heaven, and then they support the war in Season 2. That's extremely confused. If the Vees had been planning a war in the background for a long time and then saw an opportunity with Charlie, they could have really sold this to the people of Hell. 6 of the most powerful overlords in all of Hell, Vox, Valentino, Velvet, Alastor, Rosie, and Carmilla, are standing with Charlie. With this group, and the little no-names that Vox collects in Bad With Us, Hell might actually believe in their ability to win. Plus, having the Vees' support would explain why Charlie trusts them enough in Season 2 to provide them with ammunition against her. Unfortunately, that's not what happens. What we could have had. The Vees explicitly explain why they want to take over Heaven in Once We Get Up There. And while I understand that on a certain level, the circumstances that have been set up by the narrative thus far make this motivation unbelievable to me. Vox wants to expand for a few reasons, the first and strongest being his ego. Vox wants to be worshipped as a god and prove to Alastor that he is powerful. I understand that he still hasn't been able to achieve the second part of that desire, but he's already worshipped in Hell. Vox kind of reminisces about his time on Earth as a time where he had influence, love, and fame.
Back on Earth, when I was alive, I was the leader of a very influential group.
You mean the cult?
You could call it a cult, but I'd say it was more of a movement. And I was the center of it. And I swear I'd never felt closer to being a god.
But he still has this in Hell. Everyone who interacts with Vox, aside from Alastor, fawns over him. They're intimidated, or horny, or excited. He's a massive celebrity. It's not quite being a god, but what would be the functional difference? In the song Trust Us, there are literal cultists in literal robes literally worshipping at his screen. Vox is already renowned in Hell as a powerful, successful, wealthy overlord. What more could he gain from Heaven? While I have the opinion that this motivation is weak, I do argue with myself. What is the motivation for someone like Elon Musk to continue expanding his wealth, even though he already has everything he could ever want? The answer in his case, I think, is white supremacy, but you know what I'm trying to get at. Powerful people do often seek more power just for the sake of respect or money. My problem with that is that Vox basically is universally loved. We never really see any negative reactions towards Vox from the sinners in Hell. These billionaires, they think that if they can just have enough money, if they can have enough influence, if they can have enough political power, then they'll be loved. Vox is loved. If you're looking for the respect, you have it. If you're looking for wealth, you have it. The only person that is still in the way is Alastor. That can be a motivation by itself, and Vox mentions it. He talks about how he wants to show those who doubted him that they were wrong. He wants Alastor to acknowledge him and his power. The problem is that there was not enough investment in this relationship for the audience to feel it. We got Stayed Gone and some hints to their rivalry in Season 1, but in Season 2 there's only one single scene of them together in the bar, which it's a good scene, I also really liked how this scene was subtle foreshadowing for Vox's ability to imitate voices.
Before you hit me with a, well, you already knew yourself. I know, okay?
I really liked that. That's excellent writing. But this one scene, it's meant to encompass the entirety of the relationship between these two characters. There was an opportunity to have some deeper conversation between the two of them once Alastor is captured, but instead every time we see them, Alastor is just throwing 6th grade insults at Vox to rile him up and acting like that's a genuine plan. More on that later. If a relationship is the reason for a literal war, that relationship needs to be incredibly fleshed out. Vox is risking literally everything and everyone so that he can gain the approval of one person. That is vital to Season 2, and it's displayed over just a few minutes of the whole season. There are powerful moments in this story. Vox crying after snapping and starting to murder the citizens of Hell could have been such a fantastic scene. As is, it even feels a little bit emotional even though I'm not invested in this relationship. I was just taken out of the moment because I've seen these two exchange almost no sincere dialogue. Velvet and Valentino have much weaker motivations than Vox. While the Vees are technically the villains of Season 2, we all know that it was mostly just Vox. We only got Vox's backstory, we only got Vox connected to the main cast, nothing for the other two. Once we get up there, the only motivations attributed to Velvet and Valentino are money and sex, which they already have access to in Hell. Velvet wants to use angel wings to make new outfits for her label, and while I actually can appreciate the idea of this artistic drive, I personally wouldn't go to war, which I am definitely going to lose, over a specific kind of feather, even if I was gonna make a fuck ton of money. Val just wants to fuck angels. Sure, I guess. We just had an opportunity here to give the Vees more than what their one-sentence description is, and the writers chose not to. Velvet is bitchy fashion girl. Okay, so her motivation is fashion. Boring. Valentino is sex pest pimp, and his motivation is sex. Boring. Boring. It's boring. Frenchie and I were spitballing some other motivations that could have given the Vees more drive. What if Vox kept getting so close to being the most powerful sinner in Hell through the number of souls that were under contract with him, but every extermination, the angels murder thousands of his souls. He's been planning to find a way to fight the angels, but he can't figure out how to kill them. Then, Charlie pulls the rug out from underneath him. Now he's humiliated. He promised his shareholders that he and VoxTech would be the ones to figure this out, as seen in this clip right before Stayed Gone in Season 1.
We are pleased to announce VoxTech Angelic Security is coming soon. Trust us with your safety.
His company is in a free fall, and he has to make a panic declaration that he's bringing the fight to heaven in an attempt to save the company. That idea still focuses most of the motivation on Vox's shoulders, but it provides a bit more of an emotional push, right? This is a character trying not to lose everything, and if you combine that with the idea of Alastor taunting him, that's already a more panicked, frenetic mindset than what we get in the show. Or, hear me out, what if Angel was the one that was redeemed, not Pentious? This would have required a significant amount of rewriting, and I actually don't think it would be the correct path to go, but just, again, hear me out for a second. Now the Vees know that people under soul contracts with them can be released from the contract by being redeemed. They're pissed, and they're really worried that they're going to lose all of their underlings to heaven if people hear about this. So they set out on a campaign to smear Charlie and the hotel in any way they can. They also begin planning the invasion of heaven to take back all the souls that were under contract who managed to get redeemed, to show that they can never escape. This would require the hotel to be visibly redeeming characters throughout Season 2 in order to create the appropriate amount of panic in the Vees. It also makes Charlie look better because her panic about the hotel is partially to prove herself right to fight this smear campaign, but mostly to save as many people as possible from their soul contracts. It ties Valentino more into the plot because he wants Angel back, and most importantly to me, it means that the hotel is actually functioning at the halfway point of the show. I'm not saying that I'm a better writer than the writers of Hazbin Hotel, I'm not. I'm an amateur to the highest degree. I'm just saying that I personally found Vox's motivations to be very shallow, and the other Vees barely felt like characters in their own season. I've seen a lot of people critiquing these critiques, meta, by saying that critics are just mad that the show isn't following the critics' expectation. That's valid, it happens. It absolutely can happen. Unfortunately for them, I actually didn't have any idea of what would happen in Season 2. Nothing in my mind at all. It's a black hole in there, if I can be totally honest with you. I was very open-minded to any direction that the story would go. I just think the direction it went was bad. Bad, bad, bad. Vox's hypnosis powers and power in Hazbin Hotel. The idea of power in Hazbin Hotel has always been a confusing mess, and I bring it up for Vox specifically because his hypnosis power is so broken. The idea of power, power as an idea, is poorly defined, and that usually wouldn't matter to me. I don't care, I'm not a power scaler, except that Vox's power is very important to the way this season functions. So, let's talk about it. How does power actually function in Hazbin Hotel? Alastor continually gets under Vox's skin by baiting him with the idea that Valentino and Velvet are more powerful than Vox is.
Flocked by your partners with their far more impressive contribution to your flashy little clown show. What really are you contributing besides noise? You'd be nothing without those two.
I was strong enough to beat you, wasn't I?
Only with the help of your little friends.
What I'm not sure about is this. Are we, the audience, supposed to believe this? If so, how are they more powerful? My first thought was that your power is based on your medium. So, for example, Vox is the media demon, Alastor is the radio demon, so on. If power is based on the popularity of their medium, then yes, Velvet as the social media demon and Valentino as the film demon are more powerful than Vox, even if we don't go by titles and instead just use the general idea of their characters. Social media and porn are more relevant than television. However, all three of them are way more relevant than radio. And then I have to question, would Alastor have been weaker than them if not for his deal with Rosie? That's a whole other can of worms. Is power based on the number of souls you have contracted under you? I would guess that, as much as Alastor is referred to as a deal maker, the Vees would likely have way more souls contracted under them. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a part of their standard employment contract to work at VoxTech or any of the affiliated companies. Here's your salary, here's your responsibility, here's the ownership rights of your soul, now sign on the dotted line, Maybe it's the quality of the souls, not the quantity. If you have more powerful souls underneath you, then you are more powerful. But how are the souls underneath you more powerful? Are we doing a pyramid scheme right now? It's like the will of the many! Guys, is it like the will of the many? Maybe power is developed, like a muscle? Maybe power is based on perception? Your reputation determines how powerful you are. Maybe power is based on music? Everyone sings in hell, and it's implied that Lilith's songs were her power. Is power based on age? Everyone seems pretty frightened of Zestial, but Velvet is a powerful overlord and she's hundreds of years younger than he is. Is power based on how much favor you curry with the Morningstar family? Psych, that is obviously not true. Obviously. Is power inherent? You get what you get. Is power based on your life before you died? Is power based on how sinful you are? Can you gain more power by being more evil? We only know a couple of backstories as of right now, so it's impossible to say. My best guess, truly, is that power is based on narrative convenience. However strong or weak a character needs to be for the plot to work, that is their current power level. I obviously hate that answer, but I honestly can't find another one. But to focus more on Vox's hypnosis specifically, as the example I opened with, I have a lot of questions about how this power functions. Vox's hypnosis does not work on Valentino. That is stated outright in the show.
Valentino, you will listen, and you will call Angel Dust here tonight. No question.
Ugh, get off me! You know that freaky eye shit doesn't work on me!
And there's two reasons that we could possibly assume for this. The first is that Vox's hypnosis doesn't work because Val has really bad eyesight. It does seem like the victim of the hypnosis has to be looking into Vox's eyes, so Val's blindness might protect him from that.
Angel told me once Val's eyes are shit.
Ha! Say no more.
The other possibility is that Vox can't hypnotize people above a certain power threshold. Part of the problem in figuring out which is the answer is that the animation for Vox attempting to hypnotize someone and Vox simply being angry are the same. His eye goes, right?
A moment of triumph.
The radio demon is there.
What did you just say?
Can the angels come out to play?
One might assume that every time he's angry, he's trying to instinctually hypnotize people towards following him or agreeing with his point of view. That's fine, actually. I would like that as a character detail. But then in situations like that, is he not able to hypnotize Velvet, for example, because he's not really trying or because he can't?
Tough fucking shit, isn't it?
It's also especially irritating now, because the show is attempting to have big, shocking reveals about who is secretly hypnotized by Vox and who isn't. Suddenly, every character that's been in a room with him when that animation plays is a potential victim. I could see this being taken as a nitpick, but I think it's important to provide clarity on when and how your characters are using their powers. There's a reason that Superman's laser vision is red. It would feel cheap if an invisible beam suddenly killed the bad guy. The other thing I have to wonder about is the extent of the hypnosis. Having characters with mind control powers is almost always completely overpowered, so the writers generally have to create something within the narrative to handicap them. For example, Jean Grey from the X-Men series is constantly having to fight the Phoenix Force taking over her body and destroying her. Professor X doesn't have any physicality, right? He is disabled in a wheelchair. Hitoshi Shinso from My Hero Academia needs his opponent to respond to something he said in order to be able to control their actions. I'm assuming that one of Vox's limitations is that he needs to have his victim looking directly in his eyes. That's good. It's something to balance him out a bit, at least. When I think about it though, I have some questions. Can Vox compel someone to sign a soul contract by using his hypnosis? We don't know anything about the limitations of Vox's power, and we don't know anything about soul contracts, so while my knee-jerk reaction would be like, obviously no, realistically, why couldn't he? Vox should just, walk down the street, eye blazing, forcing every single person he comes in contact with to sign the soul contract with the worst terms ever. He'd own most of the low-level souls in hell in a week. What about this moment when he's making prolonged eye contact with Charlie, when she says she believes everyone can be redeemed?
Do you think I could be redeemed?
No attempt to mind control Charlie? I certainly would have tried if I was in his shoes. Maybe there's something in the lore to prevent this, like maybe he can't mind control Hellborn? We don't know. Frenchie and I joked a bit about going to Soul Court to get your contract annulled if it was signed under hypnosis, but we don't know there's anything like that, obviously. Vox was able to hypnotize a crowd of people in seconds in his introduction in the first season. This is a strong hypnosis with very few limits on it from what we can see. In addition to all of that, Vox's powers work in two ways: a literal hypnotism and a figurative hypnotism. Vox has the capability and charisma to sway people toward his cause and ideals, but then he can also take over people's minds and compel them. So in every scene this season, we have to ask, is he convincing them or hypnotizing them? What about the rally in Vox Populi? Well, it seems like he's using the song and his speech to sway the crowd, but at one point, his hypnosis is visible in their eyes.
Hello, editing me, popping in here to mention that I made a bit of a mistake with this. Also, if my voice sounds different, I got the flu while editing, so hooray. The hypnosis doesn't actually appear in the rally crowd's eyes, it appears in the Overlord's eyes at the end of the season. What I was remembering was this little clip where Vox's eye starts going and doing the hypnosis thing, but the audience doesn't actually have that, they just have red eyes. The question does still remain though, was he hypnotizing them here? I have no idea. Okay, back to past me, and wish me luck getting over this flu, I'm so tired.
Does he have to put them in a suggestible mood, like a real hypnotist? Perhaps, but these are low-level sinners that he is able to hypnotize en masse. Who was the literal song and dance for? When Charlie is giving her big speech and trying to put Pentious up on the big screen, the Overlords don't respond to her. Up until this point, in Bad With Us, it seems like Vox has to rely on his people skills to recruit them by offering them parts of heaven. But at the dinner, it seems like he was able to literally hypnotize them. I thought he wasn't able to hypnotize Overlords, or at least people above a certain power threshold. Are the Overlords here still somehow strong enough to be Overlords, but weak enough to be susceptible to the mind control? If he could do this all along, why convince them in the first place? Could he have hypnotized Carmilla? I would assume no, because otherwise why wouldn't he have just done that instead of negotiating or threatening her daughters? Do you see the problems I'm running up against here? Either of these ideas, the charismatic leader with an almost magnetic charisma, or a literal hypnotist that can control entire crowds, work independently, but together they just leave me kinda confused and frustrated. Did you think I was done with the questions? No. Rapid fire. How long does the hypnotism last? Does Vox need to actively be doing the eye thing for it to work? Does it take kind of a toll on him? Is it difficult? Is it tiring? Can he implant ideas into people's brains when they're hypnotized, like an Inception thing? Do the people who are hypnotized remember everything that happened while they were hypnotized? Functionally, I don't need like a list or anything. I don't, I'm not a power scaler. I don't need to know. It wouldn't be fun to granularly listen to Vox go, "Hi, I'm Vox. Here are my strengths and weaknesses, blah, 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 blah." I just want to know a bit more about how this functions. Is that a crime? You gonna put me in jail for asking questions? Maybe. I also hate that he's able to hypnotize the overlords in the finale of season 2. I cannot think of a more eloquent way to say this, so I'm going to say it a little bit like a caveman, and we're going to give me credit for the use of the word eloquent, okay? This whole season, Vox was doing the talking to convince people to join his cause. Now Charlie is doing the talking to try and sway them, and Vox takes away that option by hypnotizing people. It doesn't feel satisfying in any way for Vox to essentially have the power of nuh-uh. Vox's plans and the deal. I wasn't quite sure whether I should put my thoughts on this deal-making part of the season here or in Alastor's section, so I'm gonna do a bit of both. I'm splitting it. Mostly I'm going to be discussing the finer points in Alastor's section, but we can do a quick flyover here. I'm also going to discuss Vox's plans in a bit of a broader sense. Firstly, Vox's plans to deal with Charlie. I touched on this a bit in Charlie's section, but I think it bears elaborating a little bit. I really don't like the idea that Charlie's actions didn't matter because Vox is essentially a PR god that can spin things any way he likes. I think this conclusion is very defeatist, especially if the viewer wants to view the season more thematically. Uh-oh, wait, do you hear that? I can hear the rumbling in the distance of 1,000 internet goers yelling, "It's not that deep," in unison. I hate to be the person to bring up the literacy crisis on a whim. Just kidding, I love being that person, but unfortunately it is that deep. All media that we consume, either intentionally or unintentionally, has themes. Sorry fellas, the curtains are never just blue. The choices that characters make, the way that the big bad is defeated, the systems that are set up within the world building, all have consequences on the narrative. I bring this up because season 2 of Hazbin Hotel is about the media. I think it's undeniable that the news in America is specifically tuned to stoke division between average folks. That's why they're legally categorized as entertainment here, not news. The internet isn't any better. Rage bait is all the craze because it drives engagement, and big tech companies only want engagement. They want you on their platform as long as possible. It doesn't matter what kind of engagement, it's all just engagement. And I think that this theme is actually extremely timely. A conversation about how media stokes division and what we can do to address it is an incredibly strong theme. Unfortunately, Hazbin Hotel never makes a concrete statement about how to handle media manipulation, and it makes even less of a statement about how we can handle media manipulation in our world. How do we fix media manipulation and division? Hazbin Hotel says, ignore it. Eventually, the media will fall apart. On a certain level, ignore it is good advice, but I think Hazbin is confusing two different situations. If you're receiving hate on the internet, ignoring it actually is the best option. A creator is never going to convince a troll to change their mind, and falling for the rage bait is exactly what the baiter wants. That's all extremely true, but that is not the situation being represented in Hazbin Hotel. That situation is institutional defamation and political misinformation on a scale that could literally lead to a war. That's not something you can ignore. So by conflating these two situations, the story of season 2 ends up with a really weak, lazy, ineffective, and as I said, defeatist attitude. Now, I hear the counter-argument. Apparently I'm really good at hearing comments from the future. Just beam it directly into my brain, I'll pick up on it. I hope you take all these interjections as what they are. I'm interrogating my own ideas and opinions, as we all should. I'm open to the counters. Some people might say that the solution to this problem isn't quote-unquote ignoring it. The solution that Charlie and her friends come up with is to show Pentious on a live screen, bringing truth to light and breaking through the misinformation. I like that much better as a solution, but that's not what happens. Vox has already been defeated by the time they do this. The overlords have already been defused, and I would argue that the plan for the war against heaven has already been crushed due to the destruction of the Holy Light Cannon. Pentious could have not appeared on that screen at all, and a large chunk of the conflict was already resolved, especially the parts involving Vox. So they kind of like suck all of the wind out of the sails of that argument. I've already talked about the plans I wish Charlie moved forward with, but I'd like to reiterate here that I think the solution in general to bait, lies, and manipulation is trust, community, and education. It would have been nice to see this real threat countered with real tactics. I also think that having Charlie approach the citizens of Hell on a more micro level could provide some real humanizing perspectives that could give Charlie ideas about redemption that would make her a more dramatic contrast to Vox, who views the citizens as worthless fodder in his war. As is, Charlie and Vox have exactly the same idea about the regular man on the street. Unfortunately, they're also right. The average citizen of Hell is a murderous, cannibalistic, thieving, drug-ing piece of garbage. How am I supposed to get excited about redemption on a mass scale? So Vox has been hypnotizing Angel Dust to spy on the hotel and feed him information that could help move his plans for war against Heaven forward. While I think this could be a good plot point, I believe the way it's executed has left something to be desired. I would argue that the only time Vox really needed information ahead of time to execute on one of his plans was in the episode with the rally, where he learns Lucifer can't harm him. In the Speedrun to Heaven episode, he doesn't use any hidden information to get to the hotel, Charlie calls him. He doesn't use any hidden information about redemption being possible, Charlie tells him. He manipulates her in person to get Angel in on the scheme. None of this required hidden info. In the episode where Charlie goes on 666 News Live, there's no hidden information used by Katie against Charlie. She just manages to bait her into an argument. So what was the actual effect of Angel's hypnosis? In addition to all of that, I was really disappointed with how the kidnapping of Angel from the hotel played out. Vox says that the next part of his plan, where he uses Angel to speak out against Charlie, would make Charlie kill herself.
The next part of my plan is gonna make the princess kill herself.
But the plot point ends up being so compressed that she doesn't seem to react at all.
Why would he say that?
Angel?
And then, once you find him, break the V's mind control with the power of friendship.
Charlie and the others seem to immediately know that Angel was hypnotized, and I don't like that either. How do they know that Vox has this power? I'm assuming the rally. I think that this major twist would have worked much better if some small plot points were shuffled around. What if Vox kidnapped Angel after the Speedrun to Redemption episode? That would make Angel leaving the hotel seem extremely believable and much less suspicious. Vox could use Angel for the next few episodes to draw crowds and lend legitimacy to his claims about Charlie. The eventual twist where Angel is revealed to be hypnotized has more weight and more of a sense of relief to the audience because Vox was forcing him to say negative things about Charlie and cause conflict. You could even still have Angel pick up the Lucifer info, either in the first episode where Lucifer and Charlie are talking, or he could come back to the hotel to pick up some of his stuff. It wouldn't have been hard to get him in the proximity of that conversation. That would have been my preferred way of letting the audience in on Vox's hypnosis, but there could be a simpler solution. If that's too much of a change, why not just use, Baxter to suggest the idea of hypnosis? He is a VoxTech employee. Maybe he could have a line where he remembers his time at VoxTech. Sometimes he would wake up from a stupor and realize he hasn't left his laboratory nonstop for a week at a time, and he can't remember a second of it. Then he suggests that Vox has a way of manipulating people's actions. The thing is, the audience knows about Vox's hypnotism, so I can understand why the writers might have felt that they didn't need to do any of this. However, it's mega important that the characters go through a realistic, visible thought process so that we know that they know. Think of something like a detective show. Maybe the audience saw a hand slip something into the victim's drink, so we know they were killed by poison. If the detective character walks into frame and says the victim was killed by poison, without any investigation, the audience feels cheated and disappointed. How do you know that? Tell us. We need to know. So that's the first problem with that hypnotism. The characters need to show us that they know that. The second problem is that the audience has literally no understanding of how Angel's hypnotism affects Vox's plan. What was the impact of Angel speaking out against Charlie and the hotel? It very well could have increased Vox's approval rating, but we're not shown that. There's no voice line about it, there's no graph, nothing. It's yet another thing that the audience has to assume. The best consequence from the hypnosis is that Angel stays with Valentino. I think that's a great setup for his character in Season 3. Oh, just a note, Frenchie specifically didn't like how the audience wasn't told that Vox's approval rating correlated with his power. I think that's a matter of opinion. I had assumed that to be true. So that's kind of an assumption that didn't bother me very much, but I could see other people being bothered by it, and I could see Frenchie being bothered by it 100%. Alright. Let's finally talk a little bit about the end of season deal between Vox and Alastor. As a refresher, Alastor offers to be Vox's prisoner in exchange for Vox not laying a hand on Charlie or her hotel, to which Vox readily agrees. Vox doesn't know that Alastor has a deal with Rosie. In exchange for being under her control, Alastor would be the strongest sinner in hell. Alastor has a plan to break both deals. He'll get Vox to become the strongest sinner, then have Vox touch Charlie, therefore freeing Alastor from both Rosie's control and Vox's captivity. Good? We understand. There are a few things I like about this plan. Vox doing the hand thing, placing his hands on people's shoulders when he's talking to them, is actually extremely well foreshadowed. Vox does it a dozen times to a bunch of different people, and I like that detail. It also does imply a level of familiarity with Vox's mannerisms that lends a tiny, a dust of weight to the relationship that Vox and Alastor had in the past. I don't know if Alastor is intentionally being a hypocrite though, because he also does it all the time. The hand thing specifically to Charlie. I also really like that the deal was broken through semantics. That's a very classic, deal with the devil trope. In a lot of media, they almost work more like genie wishes, where it's going to give you the letter of what you asked for, but not the spirit. I do personally think that Vox would be more careful about deals than that, though. He's been in hell for a long time, and based on the size of his company, he would likely have dozens and dozens of souls signed to contracts under him, maybe thousands. I'm sure he's lost plenty of souls to tricky wording, so VoxTech probably has 1,000 lawyers writing the most ironclad soul contracts in the whole pentagram. I'll admit, I'm writing quite a bit of conjecture here, so if you want to argue this point, I'm not going to fight it too hard. My voice is starting to go, can you hear that? The reason that the deal broke makes sense to me, but the Rosie-Alastor deal breaking is really difficult for me to accept. Vox has a very high approval rating during the party, and Charlie stating that he's the strongest sinner in hell is what finally pushes him over the edge. This makes so little sense to me that it's actually kind of baffling for me to try and think about. Vox has spent the entire season slandering Charlie and undermining her to the point where basically everyone in hell hates her. No one cares what she has to say, no one respects her or the royal family. Why would Charlie's opinion on who the strongest sinner in hell is make any difference at all in both Vox's approval rating and their actual power level? Because Alastor's deal breaks, we can infer that Vox really is the strongest sinner, not just perceived as the strongest sinner. So Charlie's statement had some functional difference, but what was it? I've talked about power, so I won't repeat myself. I think when Hazbin Hotel is talking about power, they mean a summation of their magical abilities along with their physical power, strength, speed, durability, right? Vox is able to change forms after reaching the peak of his abilities, so gaining power might unlock more power, like a compounding interest situation. I think this might literally be giving me a migraine. Guys, help. I'm actually sore. So Vox is the most powerful sinner in hell, yet he doesn't seem to be more powerful than Alastor. Why is that? Frenchie and I have bounced back and forth a few theories. Was it that Vox became the most powerful, then Alastor's deal broke, making him the most powerful, so they leapfrogged each other? Did Vox's approval rating go down when Alastor escaped the deal, making Vox less powerful? Or could it be simpler than all of that? Despite Vox being more powerful than Alastor is just better at combat and therefore was able to defeat him. Higher battle IQ. I don't really like that solution because it makes the idea of power a bit useless, and the show spends so much of the second season talking about it. I've spent so much of this video talking about it. Someone kill me. Euthanize me for my own good, please. At no point in the battle does Vox seem to have the upper hand until he utilizes extra weapons like Shockwave, Shock.Wav, and the Holy Light Cannon. It felt a bit like Alastor couldn't be shown to be legitimately losing at any point. Even when he's captured and humiliated earlier in the season, the audience knows that this is all part of a grander plan, so we're not really that worried about him. So much of Alastor's overpowered strength cuts the tension out of situations that should be threatening. Also, was Alastor injured in that battle? I honestly can't remember, but if he wasn't, why? Did breaking from Rosie somehow allow him to heal? It didn't fix his staff. Help. Vits and Vieces. I just wanted to go over some final bits and bobs in this section before we move on. These are more minor complaints that I felt were important enough to mention, but not important enough to get their own sections, so Rapid fire critiques and comments. I hate that Katie Killjoy wants to fuck Vox. Initially, when he walks in angry at Katie for her news coverage of Charlie in her hotel, Katie acts like nervous, scared even.
Vox! Hello! What brings you here? Oh, we just wanted to give it a flashy title.
Yeah, I can read. This is the news, honey. If we aren't scaring people with the title alone, it's not worth running.
This is good. It sells Vox as a harsh boss and a threat. We don't know what Vox might do to Katie if she doesn't twist things exactly the way he wants. Then she undercuts the tension by offering for Vox to punish her.
I'm so sorry, sir. You can punish me if you want to.
It's the same problem that the show has with swearing. If every character is a bitch all the time, the viewer is going to lose context. I didn't have Katie pegged, no pun intended, as a character, and I don't see why she would need to be. She reacts negatively to the idea that Tom knows who Angel Dust is, like she's implying that he's a pervert.
Oh, just someone named Angel Dust.
The porn star?
You fucking would, Tom.
I think her character might have changed to suit Brandon Rogers' performance because unreasonably horny is how he plays all of his characters. Are you scared of this man or not? You should be. This is our introduction to Vox in Season 2. Make him intimidating. Make him feared. Give him a bit of aura. Give him a bit of swag. Please. Also, Katie's outfit is ugly as fuck. I thought she was wearing a short dress, but that's like a disgusting blazer. Ew. I don't like some of the language surrounding media manipulation in this scene either. It's way too on the nose.
This is the news, honey. If we aren't scaring people with the title alone, it's not worth running. Keep up the questions. Is it dangerous? What's the Morning Star's next move? And be ready for some breaking news tonight.
I understand that this is them introducing the theme of the season or whatever, but it didn't have to be so childishly over the top. Please, come on. Respect your viewer. It was absolutely necessary to see what the other Vees contributed to the business. I keep saying the business, as in the Vees business. It was absolutely necessary to see what the other Vees contributed to the business for Vox's egomaniac, power-hungry arc to work, and we didn't. Considering Vox's whole downfall was predicated on him ditching the collaboration with the other Vees, the audience needed to see how that was affecting him negatively, both personally and professionally. Instead, Vox's downfall doesn't come from disregarding his friends, it comes from him just like snapping and going insane. If he hadn't broken the deal with Alastor, which had nothing at all to do with the Vees, his plan would have succeeded. The other Vees could have been removed, and this main storyline would not have changed at all, and that is a bad thing. I like Vox's mention of brighter in the reprise of Don't You Forget. He says I'm something brighter, newer. It's a fun thing to see on a rewatch, a little early season reference to his ultimate villain song. See, I can talk about things I like about the show too. I'm not solely a hater, just mostly. I also appreciate that the Vees have a legitimate friendship. They're a bit mean and nasty towards each other, but they seem like real friends, not just co-workers. I wish we got to see more of this relationship because I doubt we're going to get very much of it in the future. I liked that when I think about the future. Even though Velvet and Val think Vox is being a total jerk, they're not planning on killing him or hurting him. They just want to leave so he'll remember who they are to him and come back. They know that he'll eventually come around and they'll be there for him, after maybe kicking his ass a bit when he's back. I think this small scene informs a lot of their actions in the finale, and I also like the mention of Brighter in that song too. Hooray. I don't know how I feel about Vox's final spidery form, especially when we were already presented with a different final form a few episodes before in Vox Day. I've seen some people saying that it's supposed to look like a bacteriophage, like a virus, as in a computer virus. Oh, that's kind of funny, actually. I honestly don't hate it. The idea is funny. It just didn't translate for me, and so in the moment I was confused because I was like, why is he a spider? Isn't his whole thing sharks? The fight scene between Vox and Alastor is incredibly hard to see. The entirety of hell is either blue or red, and these characters are blue and red. That, in combination with everything in Hazbin Hotel taking place in less than a quarter of a second, made the whole thing feel a bit like a fight scene out of Transformers, confusing and visually chaotic. I didn't really understand this interaction between Velvet and Vox either.
Way to throw me under the fucking bus back there, V. So much for just fake an apology.
Oh, come on, Velvet. We got the deal, didn't we?
Velvet acts like Vox was going against what they agreed by making her give Carmilla an apology, but afterwards she says she thought it was going to be a fake apology. It was a fake apology.
Funny you mention that. See, my associate Velvet here came along today specifically to apologize about her childish actions at your last Overlord meeting.
That's right. I spoke out of turn. Forgive me.
Velvet doesn't mean what she said in the slightest, clearly. I would understand her being pissed that Vox essentially undermined her as an overlord by calling her young and inexperienced, but that's not what she's pissed about. Velvet doesn't bring that up, just the thing about apologizing. I don't understand how this interaction would have gone differently, and I don't really see it as an instance where they would reasonably bicker. It also has nothing to do with Alastor and his plans to sort of like interfere with the Vees. It's just a really odd scene to me. Vaggie. Why is Vaggie so dumb? It's always been a pet peeve of mine how Vaggie seems incredibly dumb. I don't think the writers are trying to make her an unintelligent character, but both in Season 1 and in Season 2, she seems to have very little critical thinking skill. As an example, in Season 1, Vaggie seems really shocked when she finds out that angels can be hurt and killed from Alastor.
She knows how they can be harmed.
But I didn't even know that was possible.
Which makes little to no sense because Vaggie had her eye cut out by loot.
Sinful filth like you has no place in heaven.
I've seen people on Reddit theorizing that Vaggie believed that she could be hurt because she was a fallen angel after her actions, not like just an angel. And while this explanation does actually make a lot of sense and fills in the gap, it requires the audience to make a lot of assumptions about falling and Vaggie's inner worlds and all sorts of things. It assumes what Vaggie is thinking with no indication if the assumption is true. It assumes that becoming a fallen angel is a process that doesn't change anything about the angel physically because Vaggie didn't change at all before Loot attacked her, and that implies some weird stuff about Lucifer. I'm not sure if what I'm writing is making any sense, but what I'm trying to say is that either fallen angels are supposed to be different from regular angels and can be hurt, or Vaggie is just an idiot. Why are you shocked that you can be harmed? You've been harmed. Does this mean that Lucifer can be harmed? I think the rules are the same for him. He can only be harmed by angelic steel. That's why Vox needed Carmilla in Season 2. So that means that fallen angels follow the same rules as regular angels. There's no way that Vaggie didn't know that angels could be harmed. It doesn't make any sense. Frenchie suggested that this might work better if Vaggie had like little to no memory of the incident. Maybe she had like really severe PTSD and can't recall the exact incident where she was removed from heaven. That would also solve the problem of Adam explaining Vaggie's backstory to her in episode 6 because she wouldn't have remembered it. That's something that constantly bothers me about Hazbin Hotel. People keep explaining a character's backstory to that character as if they don't already know. It happens with Vaggie, it happens with Pentious, and it happens with Alastor.
You were on the front lines. I wouldn't forget a bad bitch like you. It's why I named you after the best thing ever, Vaggie. Anyway, you sure fucked up, didn't you?
As a side note, I also think it's weird that none of the sinners care about Vaggie being an angel. Just Charlie. Like, I'm sure angels have killed some of their friends, right? And yet none of them are reacting at all. They're just like, oh, where are your wings?
So, like, where are your wings?
Nifty, I don't have...
Did you ever think maybe she's sensitive about her lack of wings? Just like her lack of tits?
Yeah, where are your tits?
Any other questions?
In Season 2, Vaggie spends the entire season finale trying to get Lucifer out of the canon, and the whole time Frenchie and I were like yelling at the screen for her to try something other than banging on it with her spear. What is she, a caveman?
How do I break you?
Break a box! Although it is kind of round. Box. Box. That's a funny word. Box.
Fucking break already!
You'd think after the third hit she'd realize that her strategy wasn't working and would attempt something else. At no point did she look at any of the screens or the buttons in the background to see if there was a release. At no point did she try and cut the wires that were connecting the glass box to the ceiling. I'm not saying that Vaggie had to stop the machine. The climax wouldn't work if she did. But it's like with Charlie's repeated attempts to take down Vox. We need to see her try a couple of different methods, otherwise she looks like she's got one singular brain cell and it's on vacation. She also never mentions to Charlie at any point that Lucifer is in the canon, which is crazy to me. They're containing an explosion and at no point did she think to turn to Charlie and say, hey, You should be careful, your dad was the power source for this thing. Why was that not important information to share with the class? Vaggie gets a fake character arc every season. That might sound like a crazy thing to say, but I firmly believe that it is true. The show is trying to give her the illusion of an arc, but doesn't care enough about her as a character to establish a starting and ending point that makes sense. In season 1, what was Vaggie's arc? I can see 2 possible routes. The first is that she learns that she still has worth, even if she isn't helping Charlie. This would be demonstrated through the trust exercises episode and through the song Whatever It Takes. I would argue, though, that this doesn't happen. The logical progression of this arc would be that Vaggie tries to help Charlie, fails, things turn out well anyway, and then Vaggie decides that she can take time for herself to decide who she is and find her worth independently. Think of this character arc as being similar to that of, like, Luisa from Encanto. She thinks that her only worth lies in her physical strength and what she can do for her family, but when she loses her powers, she discovers that she can lean on others in her family for help. Luisa doesn't always have to be the strongest person in the room, and by the end of that movie, she's lounging in a hammock and taking a break. That's not the arc that happens in Vaggie at all. Instead, she panics that she's not helping Charlie, sings a song about how she would do anything to help Charlie, then finds out she did help Charlie after all. Vaggie then takes no further steps to establish herself as an individual away from Charlie and the hotel. Okay, so we fucked that arc up. What's the second route we can take? We've got a second plan, a plan B. This arc primarily has to do with the song Out for Love. It's absolutely a fun song in a vacuum, but it makes literally no sense for Vaggie. She has never, at any point in the show, expressed any desire for vengeance on Loot, Adam, or Heaven by this point. Her one goal, it seems, is to make sure that Charlie is safe and happy, and all of the work she does at the hotel is an extension of that. Vaggie cares about the hotel because Charlie cares about the hotel, at least in season 1. That is because she loves Charlie, obviously. When Charlie and Vaggie are in heaven in episode 6, Vaggie isn't like yelling at Adam or Loot or trying to attack them. She's exclusively afraid and avoidant. She wants to be left alone.
What do you think?
I have to go to the bathroom.
But Vaggie, can you hold?
She wants to hide her secret because it will hurt Charlie, and she doesn't want to hurt Charlie because she loves her. Okay, I'm building to a point. The only time Vaggie ever gets violent or threatens to get violent is when the hotel is threatened, like by Pentious in episode 3 and by the Loan Sharks in episode 5. In Whatever It Takes, Vaggie is singing about how much she loves Charlie, and wants to protect Charlie. She doesn't even use like violent language. She sings, "I'll be your armor." Not your sword, not your spear, not your blade, your armor. This is a protective style of language. It's expressing a desire to protect, not attack. Vaggie has no desire for vengeance. I'm trying to make that as obvious as I can, if you can't tell based on my tone. I'm expressing that Vaggie has no desire for vengeance. So making the song Out for Love into a big character-defining moment for Vaggie is weird, because it's telling the audience something about the character that has never once been shown to us through her actions. I know you're thirsting for vengeance, Vaggie. You're out for blood, but you only have a chance if you're out for love. The song is asking us to not believe our eyes and ears, just go with it and clap when Vaggie gets her wings back because she's changed. She didn't change. This is who she's always been. All of the actions I just listed were because of her love, not vengeance. I would argue that Vaggie actually develops more of a taste for vengeance after the song because her rivalry with Loot really begins, and that continues through season 2. So Vaggie has literally no character arc in season 1. Whoops. Whoopsie. Maybe we'll remember to give her a character arc that makes sense in season 2. I don't want to get your hopes up. They don't do that. Vaggie's arc in season 2 revolves around changing her name into one that signifies her independence from Adam and Heaven. He named her, and she feels like she wants to break away from her past and be her own person. This is an extremely good idea for a character arc for Vaggie, as long as she actually breaks out and becomes her own person. She does kind of, in the worst way possible. The only way this works is if Vaggie builds herself up as an independent person from everyone, not just from Adam. She needs to show some separation from Charlie. And while they are fighting and bickering for most of this season, I don't think that counts as building independence. You can bicker all day, every day with your partner, and that doesn't mean you're not codependent. It also falls apart because the name change is not related to any of the actions she actually takes this season. Vaggie has replaced service in the army and service to a singular person, Adam, with service to the hotel and service to a singular person, Charlie. It's fine if Vaggie discovers that she truly cares about the hotel and finds purpose in it, but we don't really see that from her character. There's one scene where she's flying around replacing towels and delivering meals.
Don't worry, it'll be back working in a minute.
But there's no moment before that where the audience was allowed to see her enjoyment of these tasks, or of the guests. Would we really know if she was doing this to help Charlie, or because she wants to? No. I also think that it's just like a weird, boring route to go. It would be like if there was one of those like classic movies where the kid is like, I never wanted to run the furniture store, Dad. That was your dream. My dream is to run the furniture store. Like, huh? What are we doing? This is not how this arc typically goes. You have to have like a different dream from the one that's expected of you. I understand that Vaggie's arc is not complete. There's 2 or 3 more seasons of the show left. I'm hoping she can evolve more. But the show had a chance here to really define Vaggie as a character, because her new name says a lot about who she wants to be. What does she value? If the name is strong, it implies she wants to be strong, to have power, to succeed. If the name is unique, it implies that she wants to be an individual that stands out from the crowd, not just another soldier. There's a lot of different routes to go down here, but instead Vaggie chooses to keep her name, just removing the E at the end.
Are you sure about the name this time?
Positive.
I can understand on a narrative level that she's choosing to keep her name and make it her own, but the underlying implication that I don't think the writers consider is that it makes her character appear insecure and afraid of change. I am absolutely not the only one disappointed in this choice. I've seen a lot of Redditors wanting her to choose the name Vagatha in honor of Pentious, because that's what he called her during the battle with the angels at the end of season 1.
There are more coming up on your right! Get ready for them, Vagatha!
Not my name, but got it!
It would be a dedication to her friends and show her loyalty and love towards them. I still don't love that idea, because she would be allowing another person to name her, but I do think it's better than what we got. The other option I was seeing a lot was Maggie with an M. It has the added benefit of already being extremely similar to her current name, and while I understand it's a bit more basic, I think it's alright. Lucifer did call Vaggie Maggie when he was meeting her, so you run into the problem again of letting another man name her, but this is probably my favorite option.
You put her there, Maggie! Yeah. She's so pretty.
Lovely to meet you, sir.
I'm kind of reminded of Vaggie's conversation with Adam in heaven. Adam threatens to tell Charlie about Vaggie being an exorcist and participating in the exterminations, unless she helps them during Charlie's appeal for redemption. I'm disappointed in this conversation because literally nothing becomes of this threat. She doesn't betray Charlie in any way, and the audience barely gets to see her struggle with it. It makes Vaggie feel like a weaker character because she doesn't make a decision in either direction. She could have chosen to work with Adam to protect her secret, or she could have chosen to stand strong with Charlie, but instead of having any agency, she's being yanked around by the characters around her. It's exactly the same choice she makes about her name, to not make a choice at all. I just think that any other solution would have been better than what we got, though. It feels like the show is making a joke out of the whole thing. I actually believe it would have been even better if she didn't change it at all. She decides that no, Adam doesn't get ownership of her name. This was her name when she fell in love with Charlie, when she faced the armies of heaven and won, and no one can take that from her. Alright, I'd like that. But instead we end up with this like weird middle ground where she changed it, but she didn't change it enough to actually be meaningful or represent anything in the show. Yet again, Vaggie is missing a character arc in season 2. Third time is gonna be the charm, I guess. Angel Dust and Husk. Angel is next up on the chopping block. Unfortunately for Husk, he's gonna go ahead and get lumped in with Angel for this season because he didn't really do anything to affect the story outside of Angel. I think it's kind of annoying that Husk has no motivations, connections, or real scenes that don't somehow involve Angel. I know that HuskerDust, the ship between the two characters, is likely to become canon, but I would really appreciate if Husk was more of his own character. HuskerDust.
I've come around to it a bit more in Season 2, but I really did not vibe with the Season 1 HuskerDust romance. I understand all the complicated interpersonal and character beats that make up these characters, but the sexual harassment to awkward crush pipeline has never been my favorite trope. It's really, really common in heterosexual YA novels. Hush Hush comes to mind. You know, Patch just constantly harassing Nora. Is that a deep cut for anybody? Shout out to people that read Hush Hush in middle school, I guess. But I think there's a lot more layers to this kind of relationship when it comes to homosexual or queer relationships. I'm about to go in woke circles until I'm dizzy, so indulge me for a moment, please. The relationship between Husk and Angel can fall into some negative stereotypes about gay men, specifically more feminine or visibly gay men. Angel falls exactly into that stereotype of a promiscuous gay man harassing a straight man repeatedly. Now, you may not have heard the air quotes there because you're not paying close enough attention. There were massive air quotes. Pay attention. Husk is canonically not straight. I'm aware of that fact. However, I'm only aware because of the material outside of the show itself. I believe I saw some Pride merch a while back, and Husk is depicted as being pansexual. However, husband Frenchie, with whom I watched the show, had literally no knowledge of this merchandise and as such viewed Husk as a straight character. But we must dive a layer deeper into this woke cake to examine our own personal and societal biases as reviewers. Don't you just love getting more and more meta? I love it. It is a product of a heteronormative society to assume that a character without a canon sexuality is straight as the default. Husk hasn't indicated literally any sexual orientation whatsoever, so maybe Frenchie and I are in the wrong for viewing this as a possible example of the gay man sexually harassing a straight man trope. However, I would like to present to the court as evidence Losin Streak. I could be wrong, because I don't have every single scene of Hazbin Hotel memorized, believe it or not, but Husk has never really responded positively to Angel flirting. Before their breakthrough in Loser Baby, Husk only ever responded with anger.
What? You don't love being here with me, Whiskers?
Call me Whiskers again and I'll jam that bottle down your throat.
Well, we could improv this shit, baby cakes. Rawr.
Whoops.
Well, how about this? I love to suck.
I swear to fuck if you say dicks.
Popsicles, you sicko. Kitten's got claws. Meow.
And you! Don't get me started. I see right through you and all this bullshit.
After that, Angel doesn't really flirt with Husk anymore. There has been no opportunity for Angel to make a little flirty remark and for Husk to blush. I think the most we get on that front is in the battle with Heaven, when Husk says, "These guys just keep coming," and Angel kind of giggles and does like a little shimmy. Husk laughs at that joke. That, to me, is not necessarily sexual attraction, though. Or romantic attraction, either or.
These fucking angels won't stop coming! Okay, I walked right in.
The first and only instance of Husk showing attraction towards Angel is in Losin Streak, when Angel is dressed in drag at the casino. Before he sees Angel's face, he calls the singer hot, and when Angel turns around, he's shocked and blushing.
Song sung by a lovely broad. Here's to you, baby. Angel!
He continues blushing throughout the song and the interaction thereafter. I could see the argument that the shock was due to the performer being Angel specifically, and not necessarily that the performer is a man. I'm open to that interpretation, but I think the other interpretation, where he's shocked that he's attracted to a man, is actually just as valid. And I know that there is like a little image in the background of Love in a Bottle of Husk like sorta with his arm around a male character. That's not, in my opinion, evidence of homosexual sexual attraction. It happens in like a quarter of a second with no context. We don't know this character. We don't know his and Husk's relationship. We don't know any of that. The way the relationship is written between Angel and Husk in season 2 does have much more chemistry. It's clear at that point that they care for each other, and I could believe the progression of the relationship at this point. I'm not trying to say that this relationship is bad or unhealthy, just that I didn't really like how it was positioned in the first season. Angel's respect for Husk's boundaries makes the relationship feel much less uncomfortable overall, and by the end of the season it comes to a really nice close. If I'm going to give the show shit for stuff I think it's done wrong, I am absolutely going to praise it for how it improved on season 1. I feel a bit conflicted about their actions in the Speedrun to Heaven episode. Have I made it abundantly clear that I hate that episode yet? Yes? Okay. Good, I'm glad, because I hate that episode. I think it's valid for Husk to put his support behind Angel trying to go for redemption. It bothers me less than Charlie's participation, because Husk isn't the one who brought the Vees there in the first place, and because Husk isn't repeatedly begging and trying to coerce Angel into going along with the plan. It kind of just felt like a little bit of a tiny push, right? An appropriate push.
I don't know it.
Now, I normally stay the hell out of all this redemption business, but she got a point there, Legs. Charlie picked him because if anyone around here is gonna make it, he will. What do you say, kid? Best case, you make it. Worst case, you're still stuck down here with me, and we down a couple of rounds with Cherry later.
I also really like that Angel was going to sacrifice himself for Husk. It's really consistent with Angel's character. Despite opening up to Husk in Season 1, Angel still has this passive self-destructiveness that makes him believe that his life isn't worth anything. It's a great place for his character to be in, considering how he's treated, his soul being under contract, and the perception that others have of him. Husk doesn't have the sexual perception of Angel, but without that, what is left of Angel? It's a great point to further explore the character, and it falls in line with Angel returning to Val at the end of the season to sort of reaffirm his worth in this, like, toxic, abusive relationship. Despite my compliments, I do gotta dock some points. I don't really like that Husk says to Angel, if you do something like that again, I'll spank you.
You pull shit like that again enough, I'll fucking spank you!
I believe I heard that this line was improvised, but I didn't confirm. There's 3 ways to take this line, and I don't like any of them. The first is absolutely unintentional, and that's an actual domestic abuse situation. I don't know if people really know about this, but certain publications, magazines, used to encourage husbands to spank their wives as a punishment and correction, which is absolutely domestic abuse. The show knows that this is abuse too, because in an earlier scene, Vox tells Val that he has to stop hitting Angel, and it shows Angel being spanked with a paddle. This is the most distasteful option, and it's not the one that the show was intending, but that image we do have to bring to mind, especially because Angel is already in an existing abusive relationship. The second was that it's meant to be infantilizing. I obviously don't like this if these two characters are going to end up in a romantic relationship. Some people already think it's a bit weird because Angel died in like his 20s or 30s and Husk died in his 70s. They were born around the same time, so total existence is a maturity match, but man, that is an age gap discourse I don't want to get swept up in. I'm just not interested. But I do think that infantilizing someone that is supposed to be your romantic partner is weird. Can we just agree that it's weird? The third way it could be taken is sexually. It's the least bad of the 3, in my opinion, but that's not saying much. It's weird to sexualize Angel in this serious moment, especially considering he's desperate to be seen as something more than his sexuality. I just think that in a highly dangerous, possibly traumatic, humiliating moment, the last thing on my mind would be spanking somebody. I get that it's a joke. I'm a major buzzkill, tell me all about it in the comments, but remember, I can only see insults if you use the super chat function, so don't forget to donate! Foreshadowing for Angel's hypnosis. I go back and forth over whether I believe Angel was always supposed to be hypnotized starting in Season 1. We're meant to believe that this was the plan all along, and there is some evidence to suggest that's the case. It's very strongly suggested that Angel is hypnotized starting at the end of Poison. We see a red liquid dripping from his mouth, and Vox and Valentino are having some kind of conversation below the balcony. I would guess that it's some combination of Val's smoke and Vox's eye that do the hypnosis, but that's conjecture. It's basically confirmed in Season 2, but I am still kind of guessing. On the other hand, the audience doesn't really have enough information about this situation to reasonably come to the conclusion that Vox is really involved in this transaction at all by this point. The audience has only seen the influence of the smoke, and it wouldn't be uncommon for Vox to be in Val's space as his business partner. Plus there's the idea that like the smoke is the same color as the liquid that's dripping from his mouth. It's just, it's a bit wobbly. I'm not trying to claim that the hypnosis wasn't planned at all. I'm basically just trying to say that I wish there had been more hints in Season 1 that this was happening. Angel does mention the work he does in the studio after this point. However, he doesn't lose any time or memories. No one comments that he's acting strange, and we don't really get any scenes of him like lurking in the background or acting out of character. There were even some opportunities to have a hint towards this without having to change anything beyond a couple of lines of dialogue. At one point, Angel is asked about how his work is going, and he mentions that Val has been really into waterboarding recently.
Oh, fuck.
You look messy. What happened to you?
It's who happened to me. And the answer is everyone. Twice. Val had me working 16 hours straight on a fucking whim. You know, Val, he's into this waterboarding shit now. I don't know, it's a kink.
If instead Angel seemed a bit vague or couldn't remember exactly what he had been doing in the studio, it would have been a nice subtle hint towards the hypnotism. It could just be that he's tired or high, but on a second watch the audience would catch it and be excited at how well the twist was planned. Angel does mention having headaches, which seem like they could be a symptom of the hypnosis, but it's not that strong of a hint.
Angel, how was the group therapy session?
Ugh, I missed it. I've had a headache all day.
He's working hard and late, and in addition to that, he's an alcoholic and a drug user. Headaches kinda come with that territory. Tropes, in general, get a bad rep. People typically dislike them because, at a certain point, they become less trope and more cliche, but they serve an important function in stories. It's like how when a character is injured or sick, they cough up blood. You know, when a woman in media is pregnant, she throws up. We rely on these tropes to understand what is actually happening in our media. Hazbin wants to do the mind control trope without relying on any of the existing language of that trope. A skilled writer can absolutely do that, but I don't think I would agree with the idea that this was skillfully executed. Frenchie and I tried to track every hint towards the hypnotism that we could, both in Season 1 and Season 2, and I'm going to list them all here. We debated about whether the cameras outside of the hotel in the finale of Season 1 indicated that Angel had managed to plant them in his time as a spy. I don't think this is particularly obvious if true, and I personally believe it's false. Vox sent Pentious in to spy inside the hotel, but the audience knows that Vox has cameras outside of the hotel an episode before Angel is supposed to be hypnotized and poisoned. In episode 3, the cameras on the outside of the hotel catch Alastor leaving the hotel with the Egg Boys, so that's a pretty big strike on that theory. One of the clips where Angel is shown to be hypnotized is at the beginning of Season 2 when Charlie is having a bit of a breakdown in front of the hotel guests. He says, "Charlie isn't looking so good."
Charlie ain't looking too good under pressure. Charlie ain't looking too good under pressure.
Now, it's 100% confirmed that he is hypnotized here, but I have to question, what is the function of this scene? What comes from Angel witnessing this? Charlie is the one who calls Vox. Angel doesn't do anything here. I suppose it could have informed Vox that Charlie was vulnerable to manipulation, but I think he did a fine enough job manipulating her without any additional information. Despite this being a scene explicitly called out in the reveal, it's not one that furthers the plot or gives the viewer any additional hints about it. When Vox is told about redemption by Charlie, he does a great job of acting surprised.
You can't be serious. That's good television!
So maybe he could have seemed a bit more sarcastic if we were supposed to kind of get this as a hint. I don't know. That might err on the side of too obvious, though. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this a strike 2. I don't think this works. In the Speedrun to Heaven episode, there is one, and only one, blatant hint that Vox is controlling Angel. When Charlie is trying to convince Angel to go along with the plan to redeem him live on television, Vox leans into Angel, tells him to go along with it, and his eye does the hypnosis thing.
You're still stuck down here with me, and we down a couple of rounds with Cherry later.
This instance actually isn't brought up later during the reveal scene, but it's the only real instance I feel that the audience could have picked up on during a first watch through. It's undercut a tiny bit by there not really being a differentiation between Vox actively trying to hypnotize people and just like emoting, but I'll give the show points for this one instance. Points for Hazbin Hotel Season 2. The last couple of hints are more subtle. When Vaggie goes to talk to Lucifer about Vox's treatment of Charlie, Lucifer kind of awkwardly says, "Call me Lou."
Call me Lou. What is it you need?
I don't recall if we've ever heard another character refer to Lucifer as Lou before this instance. When Vox captures Lucifer, he greets him by saying, "Hey, Lou."
Lucifer, Lou, Lucy, come on, buddy, we're past all that, remember?
That could be a hint. Maybe. We also know that Angel was spying on this scene because it's explicitly called out in the reveal, and it has a functional purpose. Angel spying in this instance was the only way that Vox knew Lucifer couldn't harm sinners.
I'll let you in on a little secret. I cannot smite him.
So this falls in the middle for me. I really appreciate that this is an instance where the spying is used in the narrative. It's not something I would typically praise so heavily, but I am starved with this plot point, I swear. Angel also mentions having another headache in this episode. I suppose it could be suspicious, but I had a few questions about the physical symptoms in relation to the hypnosis at this point. As far as Frenchie and I could tell, Angel is hypnotized all the time now. So if the headache was a result of the hypnotism, he should have one all the time. Or does he only get one when it's like wearing off? I don't know, it's just kind of a small thing that bothered me. Why does he sometimes get headaches and sometimes doesn't if he's always hypnotized? I don't know. So we finally hit the reveal. I don't think I missed any of the potential evidence of this twist, and I think I was particularly generous with a few points. Do you legitimately think that this is enough evidence to really pull this twist off? I really, truly don't believe so. Angel did have a bit of a personality shift after Loser Baby, but I think that can be more attributed to his opening up to Husk than the hypnotism. If Angel had been like dismissive, irritable, isolated, I would be more inclined to buy this twist, but he hasn't been. It's just business as usual. I have seen so many positive reactions to this twist online, with some even calling this the best twist they've ever seen before. If you really think that this is the best twist ever, I implore you to like read a book. Please, any book. I understand why people feel like it's a good twist, but that's exactly it. It feels like a good twist because it plays on your emotions. It makes you feel shock and horror and worry, all of the things you're supposed to be feeling. However, shock alone doesn't make a good twist. I could say Angel was God the whole time and you'd be like, wow! That doesn't mean it was supported. That's not a good twist. Please think about things intellectually. Try to build a case to actually support this as a twist, and you'll see that it's incredibly flimsy. It was a twist that could have been good, and it simply wasn't. Angel's sin and ending. This last section on Angel is going to be much shorter. I just have some kind of like odds and ends I want to be sure to mention. I think it's really strange how harshly everyone reacts to Angel being a murderer in his human life. They are in hell. Charlie has been surrounded by murderers her entire life. They worked with cannibals in the last season. Vaggie has killed hundreds of souls. Alastor is a serial killer, though I suppose they don't know that. I just think this wouldn't be that big a deal to them. This is another problem with the context in which the characters exist. Hell is extremely violent, and we've seen Angel murder other sinners with gusto and without remorse in the episode with the loan sharks.
Eat lead, sucker!
If you want violence and murder to be a big deal to a character, you can't make it trivial in other scenes. It's like when the hero does that thing where they murder like a dozen henchmen and then they pull the "I can't kill you, then I'd be the same as you" when they meet the big boss. And people hate that trope. I understand that the world of Hazbin Hotel is a bit unique in this aspect because killing someone doesn't really kill them unless angelic power is used. There is a difference because of the permanence of the murder on Earth, and there's sort of the additional like betrayal aspect with the murder of a family member, Angel's father. It just feels really off to the audience, especially because technically the regeneration thing still hasn't been confirmed in canon. That's still just assumed information. We've never seen a dead soul come back to life in the show. I know it happens, but again, if you're not doing the additional reading, you don't know that. I also really dislike how this makes basically every backstory we've seen of the characters so far relate to murder. Alastor's a serial killer, Vox is a serial killer, Angel is a murderer, and Pentious let a murder happen without acting. I really wish we had more variety in these stories. There are other ways to be evil, and it feels a bit immature, I guess, that the only thing that seems to have sent these characters to hell is murder. Angel decides to stay with Valentino at the end of season 2, and I think that this is an excellent decision. It makes so much sense for his character. He doesn't have very much self-worth outside of his sexuality, but he was beginning to build up this worth through his relationship with his friends. Knowing that he can be turned against them outside of his control obviously shatters the trust that was building between them. What makes it more interesting is that this trust was not broken on the side of his friends. Husk and Cherry and the rest of the guests are more than willing to take him back, but Angel has broken the trust in himself. He's punishing himself for this, even though it's not his fault, much in the same way he punishes himself by going out and getting drugged and abused by strangers.
Angel, where you going?
Back. Back to my job. Back to my life. Back to Val. You're not safe around me.
Oh, that's bullshit. Come on, Angel. We can help you.
No, you can't.
Angel, please don't.
I'm sorry. Do me a favor and forget you ever knew me.
Angie, no!
Please, come back.
It's okay, Husk. He'll be back.
This is an excellent setup for the show to demonstrate more about the relationship between Valentino and Angel, develop the idea of soul contracts and how to break them, and move Angel closer to finding redemption. And I believe it was done well on the emotional side of things. Husk's reaction to Angel staying behind was heartbreaking, and I think it's the only time this season that I had an emotional response. It got me nearly shedding a tear, I can't believe it. I'm most excited for this plot point in the next season, but I'm concerned that a little bit too little time is going to be devoted to it in favor of the whole Morning Star plotline. Alastor. Alastor's deal with Rosie. Alastor's deal with Rosie bothers me so much. I'm starting to get sick of saying that in this review, but damn it if it isn't the truth. When Alastor was a human being, he was a serial killer. He also practiced voodoo, though not actual voodoo, the magic kind often seen in media. Alastor knew that his actions as a human would send him to hell, but he didn't really mind going there as long as he could be powerful when he arrived. He used a ritual to call for a demon, and Rosie answered on the other side. In exchange for owning Alastor's soul, Rosie would make him the most powerful sinner in hell.
I can grant you power, the most powerful sinner in hell, but you must do something for me. And until you complete this task, your soul will be mine.
It's a deal.
There's something good here. I like that we're discovering who actually owns Alastor's soul because we knew he was working for someone in season 1. I also like how this is a solid explanation for why Alastor is so feared. He arrived in hell with way more power than anyone should have, and as such became an immediate threat to be feared, which aligns with his reputation.
He appeared in hell suddenly, making a splash quicker than anyone had ever seen.
Good. All that's fine. However, I really hated that the deal gets broken before we really get to see it function. The audience has no idea what Rosie was actually forcing Alastor to do or not do. We never heard any direct commands or instructions from her. Nothing. Now, if the show wants to delve into the details of their arrangement, it doesn't have the same impact. It's not exciting to hear the details of a deal that's already ended. If the audience knows the details before, they can actually watch as the character has to think about creative ways around the deal. For example, if Rosie commanded Alastor not to talk to another sinner because it might damage her reputation, maybe he gets around it by writing to them, or relaying the message through another person. The audience gets an idea of Alastor's intelligence and Rosie's desires. We get to see the back and forth conflict between these two characters. There's been no real conflict in their desires because Rosie's desires are unknown at this point. Now that the deal is no longer in effect, whatever the plans were don't matter. I feel like I'm not explaining myself well. Have you ever had someone come to you on your birthday and say, I was going to get you that really cool present you wanted, but I ended up not getting it? It's that same feeling. Why are you telling me about it if you didn't actually do it? You're just disappointing me now. There was an opportunity, already written into the show, that I believe could have added some depth to their relationship and given the audience a small hint that Rosie was on the other end of Alastor's deal. When Alastor first comes to Cannibal Town to speak with Rosie, she gives him a lead on a sinner whose soul it might be beneficial for Alastor to pick up. He turns her down.
You know, Alastor, I got a primo connect on a guy with about 8 blocks of territory and not enough goons to run it. Prime pickings for a deal to be made, my friend.
Appreciate the offer, but we're here on business of another kind.
I don't think that this was an order, just a suggestion, but it could have been an instance where the show sparked some tension between the two of them. If Alastor had seemed more, visibly irritated, or the opposite, if he had been a bit overly accommodating towards her, I would have been more suspicious of Rosie as the one who owned his soul, and the audience would have gotten an idea of what some of her motivations might be. She could be using Alastor as a fearsome face to pick up souls that serve under her, or maybe she wanted that territory but is laundering it through Alastor, like in the show Ozark on Netflix, you know? Both Frenchie and I had bet on Lilith being the one that owned Alastor's soul. I think it's fine that it wasn't her, but I do think basically all of the hints dropped in season 1 kind of leaned in her direction. Zestiel said something about rumors that Alastor had fallen into holy arms, and I'm not sure what that was supposed to lead to.
Some have spun wild tales of you fall into holy arms.
Oh, I just took a well-earned sabbatical, nothing serious.
Was it implying that Alastor had been redeemed, or is he talking about Charlie? Why would Charlie be holy arms? I'm not sure what that was supposed to lead to. I don't think that it was about redemption, because sinners don't think redemption is possible. I don't mind that I wasn't able to figure it out, but I'm also not sure that it's a great idea to have all of your clues be red herrings. Some people think that Rosie isn't just a regular sinner, but is instead like Lilith or Eve, as in Adam and Eve, in disguise. I don't think there's any textual evidence of that at the moment, but I suppose we'll see. I don't buy it. So, the deal between Alastor and Rosie exists. Then, at the end of the season, it's broken. Despite the deal breaking, it doesn't seem like Alastor loses any of his power, and I don't understand why that is. If Rosie gave him power in exchange for servitude and the deal is broken, it should be broken on both sides, i.e. no servitude, no power. Alastor doesn't seem any weaker, though. It's possible that Alastor has somehow managed to become independently powerful enough that any power he would have gained from Rosie is negligible, but we don't really know how characters in this show become more powerful. We just can't say for certain. I could also see the possibility that Alastor has a good amount of inherent power, and his staff is the only thing given to him by Rosie. That's the request he makes of her when he goes to Cannibal Town, to fix his staff, and that's what he asks for in exchange for helping the rest of the group with the shield. The staff could act as an amplifier, or maybe a way to more precisely control his magic. I think that would be fine, but in that case, I don't understand why the deal wasn't broken on Rosie's side when the staff was broken. If the power she gave him, the staff, is no longer working, then his servitude should also be broken, i.e. no power, no servitude. I also talked about this a bit in Vox's section, so I'll be brief, but it doesn't really make much sense to me that Vox is the strongest sinner. He just clearly blatantly isn't. It's just blatantly not me nan.
Right, man, I've just got you a few. What? You're blatantly just not me nan.
Vox at his most powerful, which based on the show is the most powerful character on the board, is still somewhat easily defeated by Alastor. It should have been more of a struggle for Alastor, but he's just killing Vox the entire time. So the audience never really feels like Vox is the strongest. Alastor doesn't even have his staff. He's the weakest he's been in the entire show because he has no staff, and any power he might have gained from Rosie, he no longer has due to the break in the deal. Unless, maybe giving him the power isn't a continuous thing, maybe it's a permanent thing. I was kind of thinking of it like she's a generator that's providing a constant flow of power to Alastor, but maybe it was like a one-time gig. I still think that makes the deal unfair though, if Alastor is able to break it on his end with zero consequences towards himself. I also just think this whole thing is kind of boring for Alastor's character. He's in conflict because he desperately wants to be free, but he doesn't want to lose the benefits that are given to him through his servitude. If Alastor was so desperate to be free that he was willing to sacrifice some of his power, that would have been a much more interesting arc for him this season, and it would have set him up for a dramatic storyline next season. If he gave up his inherent advantage, but he had prepared well enough, made enough deals, gained enough territory, curried enough favor, he could somehow maintain his position, though with a bit less dominance. He's threatened, so he might make some big moves to lock in his status, something to do with his interest in Lucifer. But nah, Alastor is always as powerful as he's ever been. He doesn't have to struggle, he's always the strongest, coolest, edgiest character. That's so great. Great. Ding ding ding, you hear that? That's the petty complaint alarm. Yay, I love the petty complaint alarm, because I love being petty and I love complaining. I don't like that Alastor doesn't have more radio-based powers. If the show is going to give the sinners monikers, I really think that they should tie into their power sets. The only powers the audience ever really sees Alastor wielding are his shadow tentacles and his little voodoo doll demons. All of his symbols are voodoo symbols. Why isn't he the voodoo demon? I get that his staff is radio-based, but he just hits people with it like it's a bat. What if Alastor was present Mike from My Hero Academia, where he could wield his voice like a weapon? What if he could control the sound waves in the air to bind people up? Like, he would say something and then he can control the waves that appear. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, but come on, have some creativity. This is a problem with other characters too, though. Like, Valentino is the film demon, and none of his powers are film-based. He's a bruiser with a gun. Frenchie thought that Husk's change in moveset this season felt a bit off because a ton of his tricks are magic-themed, not necessarily casino-themed. I noted that there are often magic shows in casinos, but I do kind of agree with this point. Maybe Husk could, like, bowl over his enemies with a giant roulette wheel, or drown them in explosive coins from a jackpot. Again, I'm just going off the top of my head. I don't mind the magic stuff, but I would like a bit more consistency with the names and the powers. Alastor's plan to defeat Vox. I don't think that Alastor's plan to defeat Vox was bad, I just think it wasn't good. Those might sound very similar, but they aren't the same. I quite liked that a good amount of the seeds for this plan were planted in Season 1. When Vox finds out that Alastor is staying at the Hazbin Hotel with Princess Charlie Morningstar, he's immediately worried about the possibility of them making a deal.
We have a problem. Alastor is getting close to little Princess Morningstar, so our main concern now is ensuring that no deal is ever struck between Lucifer's brat and that smiling freak.
I think the seeds of that idea are interesting, and clearly there's something about Charlie specifically that Vox is afraid of. I'm disappointed that the audience doesn't really get to understand what that is. As I've discussed, I can't pin down what kind of power or influence that Charlie has in Hell. In Ready for This, there's almost the implication that Alastor is going to become an advisor to Charlie as she consolidates power, but that doesn't seem to be what he actually wants. Alastor isn't like the Grima Wormtongue to Charlie's Theoden King. She has no power here. The other piece that comes back into play in Season 2 is the deal itself. Alastor made a deal with Charlie in Episode 7 of Season 1. In exchange for information about how angels can be harmed, she will owe him one favor, as long as the favor harms no one. In Season 2, Alastor uses this favor to force Charlie to say that Vox is the strongest sinner in Hell, shooting his approval rating to 100% and unintentionally breaking Alastor's deal with Rosie.
Do me this one simple favor. Tell everyone he's the strongest.
Vox is the strongest sinner in Hell.
I'm curious why Alastor needed Charlie for this plan at all. Does surrendering to Vox not automatically do the same thing? I suppose it wouldn't, because it's just like words, but as far as we know, it's just words from Charlie too. No real magic is involved. I want so badly to understand this magic system, and the show just won't let me. Please. Alastor's full plan is to surrender himself to Vox, and in the process make a deal. In exchange for Alastor's capture, Vox won't lay a hand on Charlie or the hotel.
You're not to lay your hands on Charlie Morningstar.
Then he sits back and allows Vox to become the strongest sinner in Hell. In the meantime, he's dripping poison into Vox's ear about how the other Vees are making him look weak, and Vox's ego causes him to begin lashing out at Velvet and Valentino. When Vox is the strongest sinner, that breaks the deal with Rosie. Then Vox touches Charlie, laying a hand on her, breaking the captivity deal. So Alastor is now free of both deals, and he fights Vox, who has no allies. Except, I don't really think his plans surrounding the other Vees functioned well. Firstly, we have no context for what the other Vees really contribute to the company or the plan. Alastor makes fun of Vox for things like using a borrowed spy, or having a weapon designed and built by Carmilla Carmine. I know that Vox's ego is extremely fragile, but I don't really think either of these things read as valid insults. The guy at the top delegates. What does Vox care if some engineer at VoxTech is better at cleaning a fucking car windshield? That's not his deal. Vox's deal is media manipulation and leadership, and he does both of those things very well. I think we're supposed to believe that Vox is smart, but he seems incredibly stupid when he's getting baited into a crash out because Alastor thinks that gathering and organizing a bunch of dancers is more impressive than rallying a crowd of hundreds of sinners to his side.
So, you have the dancers ready? Good man.
Are you sure you want to present yourself like this to all of Hell?
Pardon?
Flocked by your partners, with their far more impressive contribution to your flashy little clown show. What really are you contributing besides Noise.
Additionally, Alastor isn't the reason that the Vees weren't at Vox's side. Velvet was fighting Nifty, and Valentino was fighting Husk and Cherry. Valentino does stomp away initially because he was angry, but there's nothing to suggest that he wouldn't have fought at Vox's side if he weren't already engaged in combat.
Seriously?
Fuck this! I'm done!
Bow! You ain't leaving until the press is done!
Nothing Alastor said damaged their relationships to Vox that much, and as much as I like the fact that the Vees didn't abandon Vox at the end of the season, in When I Think About the Future, it demonstrates that their relationship wasn't really that contentious. Alastor doesn't even use the Vees' absence in the fight to taunt Vox and make him feel more alone. Vox doesn't cry because he feels alone, he cries because he still just wants to take out Alastor.
As long as I wipe that smile off Alastor's fucking face, I don't care what happens.
Valentino is the one who rips Vox's head off, but that's not because he's angry or ending their relationship necessarily. It's kinda just because he doesn't want to get exploded along with half of the pentagram. I just don't think Alastor's machinations had that much of an effect in the end. It might have made Vox a bit paranoid, but functionally it did nothing. Vox would have crashed out with or without the other Vees. I also would have preferred to see these two battling as equals. If Charlie can't have an interesting intellectual conflict, I was really rooting for these two, and I still ended up disappointed. Alastor's race. Briefly. There was a bit of backlash this season when many fans discovered that Alastor was a black man in life, and the optics of that black man being owned by a white woman, Rosie. I think firstly, it's important to say that I'm white, so any discussion of race is going to be filtered through that lens. So if I get anything wrong, please correct me. I don't want to talk over anyone, and I do value the opinions of black creators. I do want to defend Season 2 on this point a little bit. I think if you're a casual Hazbin Hotel fan, you might not be aware that Alastor was a black man. Frenchie didn't know at all. There are some sources that state Alastor was originally meant to be a white character, but when Viv got backlash about utilizing voodoo symbols as a part of Alastor's magic, his race changed. I have no idea if that's true, though Alastor's skin tone is noticeably darker in Season 2. What I think is interesting is that I was seeing a lot of fans and creators saying that Alastor being revealed to be owned by Rosie had troubling implications in optics. I agree that on the surface the optics are pretty terrible, however I don't think that owning souls in Hazbin Hotel is racially motivated. Angel Dust, an Italian-American, is owned by Valentino, who is Hispanic. I think specifically Puerto Rican, but I'm not entirely sure. Nifty is an Asian woman who is owned by a black man. I also think it's notable that there wasn't a similar outcry in Season 1 with Husk being owned by Alastor. As far as the average viewer was aware, average viewer being somebody like Frenchie who's not online knowing these things, that was a case of a white man owning a black man, and yet there wasn't really a conversation about those optics. Was this because the fandom at large was aware at this point that Alastor was intended to be a black character? Is it because Husk is more animalistic, so assigning him the race of black doesn't really enter the viewer's mind? I think it's obvious that Husk is meant to be black regardless. I think this critique would be more valid if the vast majority of characters that were under a soul contract were people of color owned by those in closer proximity to whiteness. That's just not the case. I'm not going to outright accuse the fandom, but I think this might be a little bit of a case of people being too attached to Alastor to really evaluate the show on an objective level. I welcome others' opinions on the subject, of course, because maybe there is something that I'm not seeing, but I did want to bring up this critique because it is something I was seeing a lot of. Alastor's writing. Sometimes Alastor's writing is very awkward. That's the best way I can describe it, even though it's not that descriptive. The show is trying to maintain a sense of power and mystery surrounding Alastor, but it writes him in a way that doesn't assist that at all. For example, I think that Alastor casually swearing has never made any sense to me because of his persona and his backstory. He was a radio host, so he would have been very used to censoring his language, especially because he was a successful black/mixed race man in the 1920s. These people would be looking for any reason to discredit him in society, so the idea of making Alastor have a really polite facade is an excellent idea. Plus, the showmanship is a great cover for his intentions. That's why it doesn't make any sense to me that Alastor swears throughout the show. It's not a lot, I think he swears much less than other characters, but I want to talk about one scene in particular. Alastor's fight with Adam. I think the scene starts out quite strongly with Alastor somewhat politely introducing himself to Adam.
Who the fuck
fuck are you?
Alastor! Pleasure to be meeting you. Quite a pleasure.
These two characters probably have the strongest divergence of personality out of any pair in the show, so the verbal conflict between these two should demonstrate that difference. Alastor says, "I'm about to end your fucking life."
I'm about to end your fucking life.
That's honestly not the worst use of swearing. It demonstrates the intensity of the moment, but I think the writers could have used a more strategic use of cursing to escalate the tension even further. What if Alastor had never sworn in the show? In the battle with Adam, he maintains his same sense of decorum and cool-headedness. Imagine that Adam does that sweep of holy light that snaps Alastor's staff in two. He looks down, and for the first time in the show, he swears.
What just happened?
It would make the moment that much more impactful and so much more serious to the audience. It raises the feeling of danger for Alastor because, oh shit, he broke his composure. This is bad. This does happen in the show, but it doesn't stand out because of how often Alastor already swears.
Fuck you. Ornery old bitch. That's it. Fuck this. I quit. Oh, fuck!
It's like that scene in Kingsman when Colin Firth's character starts to go wild and fighting the crowd in the church in that Freebird scene. It's so much different from how we're used to seeing him that the audience immediately knows that something is wrong with him, and you find out later that it's the effect of was it a serum? I can't remember exactly, but I feel like it could have been a moment like that where we go what is going on here? It could have been really cool, but no. Alastor swears whenever because I don't think the amount different characters swear was even slightly considered when writing their dialogue. I don't really give a fuck about swearing or sex jokes. If you've been in one of my live streams before, you know I swear and make innuendos. I tend to be a little bit less crass in scripted videos because sometimes my mom watches them. Hi, mama. I'm not complaining because I'm personally offended by cursing or sex jokes. I'm just bothered by the way the consistent swearing blurs the characters into each other. People swear differently. People have favorite curse words. If there was some distinction in the characters, it would feel less like every other sentence is an unfunny swear. Maybe Vaggie is a little bit more hesitant to swear because she's been an angel for her entire existence. The hardest word she'll bust out with is damn, and that's only when she's really serious. Maybe Charlie swears the most because she was literally raised in hell. Maybe Angel prefers swear words that he can also make into sex jokes, like dick or asshole. I think the only character that has a distinctive pattern when it comes to swearing is Cherry, because she's Australian, so she uses the C word. That's good. They should have been doing more of that. Some of Alastor's dialogue in season 2 is also so dreadfully obvious that it actually made me literally cringe. Early on in the season, I think episode 1, someone asks if Alastor can help with all of the new guests and news media in the hotel. He says,
Alastor, shouldn't you help her?
Should I? Perhaps. Will I? No. Do I enjoy being difficult? Most definitely.
Cringe! Cringe! I'm not sure why that affects me so much, but man, it makes me cringe. I think it's because it's the way that middle schoolers talk when they're trying to be edgy in front of their friends. An adult would be able to get the implication without the last statement. Do I enjoy being difficult? It's obvious that Alastor would choose not to help because he likes seeing those around him suffer. But also, we know that. He's outright stated it on multiple occasions. And sure, it could be reestablishing his character for season 2, but you still don't need to spell it out so precisely in dialogue. Ooh. It happens again closer to the end of the season, but that one is even stranger because Alastor literally breaks the fourth wall, a thing no character has ever done in the show so far. Alastor looks out to the audience after antagonizing Vox into offending Valentino right before the stage show in Vox Populi, and he says,
He is too easy.
I actually really would have enjoyed if Alastor was a character that could somehow break the fourth wall, even if it was just in small ways, like looking at the camera. It seems like something that's in line with his theatrical performer character archetype that he embodies. It's just not the case, though. Alastor has never broken the fourth wall before this point, and I have no idea why he does it in this scene. Is it so we know that this was all a part of Alastor's plan? I didn't need a reminder that Alastor had some kind of plan in mind. I had assumed that this was part of the plan. I'm not an idiot. I would really appreciate if the show would stop treating me like a moron. The writing for his backstory is a special kind of awful too. Ooh, it's so delicious. Delicious, tasty, terrible writing. Yummy. I understand the surface level justifications for this scene. Yes, Rosie is specifically reminding Alastor of his history and death to humiliate him and remind him of the power she holds over him. Yes, the writers needed a way to explain Alastor's backstory to the audience. Yes, Rosie is also the only character that knows Alastor's history, and to the rest of Hell, he's a mysterious figure with no past. Yes, you need to introduce the audience to the idea in terms of their deal. I understand all of that, and it is still my opinion that this scene is an example of remarkably bad writing. The problem with this scene is that these characters would not realistically talk to each other like this. Alastor knows every detail of this story, and yet Rosie feels the need to explain Alastor's life to him.
Overcoming so much to be the star of your own radio show. But you were a bit naughty.
The next day, you died in the most hilarious way possible. Mistaken for a deer and shot while hiding a body.
Alastor knows that he was a radio host. He knows that he was killed by a hunter who mistook him for a deer. He knows everything she's saying. She is like making fun of him at some points and using parts of his history to embarrass him and establish that power dynamic, but this is not the way to do it. This type of dialogue is really common in amateur writing, to the point that it actually has a couple of names. I prefer to call it maid and butler dialogue, but others might refer to it as you know Jimming. It goes a little something like this. Bob comes into the room and says, "As you know, Jim, we founded this company together just out of college." Jim shakes his head. "Yeah, your father gave us a crazy amount of seed money." Doesn't that feel awkward? It doesn't work because the author is trying very hard to push exposition into this scene through the dialogue, and both of these characters are already aware of this information. It's being said purely for the benefit of an invisible audience, so it breaks the immersion instantaneously. It feels like you're watching a bad play, you know? My last note in this section is a bit petty and small, but after all of this analytical nonsense and justifying my critiques, I want to give myself a little petty complaint once in a while as a treat. I don't like how often Alastor is placed into sexual situations in Season 2 as an asexual character. The show knows that people are going to ship Alastor and Vox, so it wants to give them some pieces of fan service. It's pretty clear that Vox was at least a little bit in love with Alastor in the past, and they kind of treat each other like exes. When Vox captures Alastor, he makes him sit by his bedside while Vox and Valentino bang.
Today was perfect. Right, Val?
Uh-huh, sure, babe.
And what do you think, Alastor?
At the end of the reprise of Don't You Forget, they're panting at each other's faces, and it's meant to be sexual tension. Val even says, why don't you two just fuck already?
You two should just fuck already.
Maybe I'm being the woker right now. We live in a society, you know? But placing an ace character in several non-consensual sexual situations feels a bit icky. Bleh. I know they do it with Angel, but it does feel uncomfortable to me. Lucifer and Lilith. These two are also going to end up in a pair, as they probably will again in the show. I guess we'll have to find out. Lucifer's role in the Extermination and his relationship with Charlie. My notes for this section of the review are particularly angry. That was the me of the past, though. I'm a new, more enlightened version of myself now. I drink enough water. I do skincare, alright? So I'm gonna try and be a bit more calm when I discuss all of the reasons that I think Charlie's relationship with Lucifer were mishandled. I don't want to counteract my vigilant moisturizing by giving myself stress wrinkles, okay? I don't believe that Hazbin Hotel does enough to justify Charlie's dislike of her father, and I think the entire story is told in the wrong order. The audience doesn't really get a concrete answer for why Charlie and Lucifer have a distant, slightly contentious relationship in Season 1. In The Eternal Pain in My Side, the pilot, Charlie makes a phone call to her dad where he doesn't pick up, and she says that she guesses he was right about her being a failure.
I don't know if I'm going to make a difference. I don't know what I'm doing. I think Dad was right about me.
Is this canon? It's complicated. Hence the pilot being my eternal op. Am I too old to say op? Let me know. Gen Alphas. How do you do, fellow kids? Technically, the events of the pilot are canon until they are contradicted by something in the main show, and I hate that. Haha. Within the show itself, Charlie gives a couple of reasons for not liking her father. She says that he doesn't seem to care about her, which could be true, but it's not something we ever really see in the show.
No,
we just have never been close. After he and Mom split, he never really wanted to see me.
She says he never calls her unless he wants something or is bored.
He calls sometimes, but only if he's bored or like needs me to do something.
Which is contradicted by the first episode. He calls her to go to the meeting with Heaven, and while that could just be because he doesn't want to go, isn't it at least possible that he remembered something Charlie said about wanting to change things in hell or to get in contact with Heaven? As the audience, we've received evidence in neither direction. Charlie has technically been an adult for the past 20 years, right? So she could have been going to exterminations the whole time. I don't know why this one's different, right? I don't know. It's weird. The way that Lucifer reacts when Charlie calls him implies that it's something that never happens.
Daughter calling? Oh! Hello, Charlie. Hey, Char. No, that's not good.
Oh, this is the first time she's called you in years. This has to be perfect.
Hey, bitch!
So Charlie is mad that her dad only calls her when he wants something, despite the fact that it seems like Charlie only calls her dad when she wants something. Cool! That's a very likable character you've got there. Doesn't come across as a brat at all. The most concrete reason that Charlie hates her father is because he allowed the exterminations to happen.
He let the extermination happen to begin with. They just had a meeting and said, go ahead and kill everyone.
And that reason makes me steaming mad, so I'm gonna talk about it, probably for a very long time. Fair warning. I don't understand how the exterminations were set up in the first place. I think it's mostly safe to assume, based on the timeline alone, that the exterminations have something to do with the disappearance of Lilith, though Heaven has a couple of different cover stories for it. In The Embodiment of the Devil, the pilot, the exterminations occur because hell is overpopulated, and the angels kill sinners to make literal room in hell for more sinners. That's been slightly changed in the main show. It's not overpopulation, but overpowering. Hell is growing in strength, so Heaven's armies come down every year to thin the population and try and push down hell. That doesn't really make sense, but I'll get to it later. I have a whole world building section planned. Ooh, I'm gonna talk about the extermination so much. Ooh, you wish I would talk about it right now, but I won't. You have to wait. You have to wait for another couple of hours, probably. There's a bit of an implication within the show that sinners were rising up against Heaven, and that's why Sera allowed the exterminations to move forward in the first place.
And as the numbers of hell grew, so did its power.
Just over 7 years ago, Lilith had a dream. With her song, she rallied the sinners of hell to attack Heaven in an effort to liberate us. But before she could wage her war, she disappeared.
My mom never wanted violence. She empowered sinners. Peaceful protest. There was no blood.
How exactly were sinners rising up, though? The sinners remembered that Lilith was taking some action against Heaven. Even Charlie mentioned her mother leading peaceful protests. But if there were no exterminations happening at the time that Lilith was in hell, what was she protesting against? Heaven has nothing to do with how hell operates. There are no, like, angel guards or mandatory torture hours or anything like that. Heaven is, like, literally minding its own business. So in this situation, were hell the aggressors? Was Lilith going to lead an invasion of Heaven? The only thing making hell hellish are the souls living there. The people are the ones that murder and attack each other. The overlords are the ones who own and exploit people. If hell did somehow rise up and invade Heaven, they would literally just turn it into Hell 2.0. So what functionally did Lilith want? This doesn't matter. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting too into it. Somehow, Lucifer is able to negotiate with Heaven. He will allow the exterminations to happen as long as the Hellborn are not harmed.
The only reason you're still here is because Daddy gave you and your Hellborn kind a pardon from an exorcist blade. How does that feel?
This has always confused me. Why does Heaven agree to any concessions at all with Lucifer? They literally could have just said, like, no, we're gonna kill whoever we want whenever we want and get away with it, and there would have been little to no consequences for that. They don't seem to need any kind of, like, special permission to enter hell. They just open portals whenever and wherever they want. What would have happened if Lucifer didn't go along with Heaven's deal? The sinners en masse don't have the ability to harm angels. As far as we know, no magic that a sinner has is able to harm an angel, only angelic steel. Before the exterminations, no one had angelic steel. Carmilla and her daughters source the steel from the weapons that are left behind by the angels after the exterminations. There's always the possibility that Lucifer, as a fallen angel, would have some ability to create angelic steel, but that is pure conjecture. So if there was a war, the armies of Heaven would have flown down and slaughtered everyone. It wouldn't have been a fight at all. Once more, I hear the call of the comment section. What about Lucifer? He has seraphim power and he can harm angels. That's true, but he is one singular guy against the entire army of heaven. Am I supposed to believe that in all of heaven there aren't like 5 other seraphim that can come down, target Lucifer explicitly as the one guy who can attack him, and blast his ass? No, a war with heaven would be over as soon as it started. Frenchie brought up that there might have been 2 people that could harm angels. He suspects that Lilith might be on a similar power level to Adam, and therefore could harm other angels. Maybe, but we've never seen any of Lilith's abilities in the show, so that's all guesswork. So Lucifer is faced with 2 options here. 1, a war where he is the sole combatant against the full might of heaven's entire army, where there are no rules, where angels could slaughter his defenseless citizens. Or 2, he can make a deal. He can contain the threat to one day, add some rules, at a great cost. Charlie doesn't consider any of this. Her logic is, you allowed people to die, people dying is bad, ergo you're bad, with no further examination of the political situation or Lucifer's motivations. What exactly did Charlie want him to do in this scenario? What was the better option? There literally isn't one because Lucifer has 0 leverage. Charlie's inability to think strategically and reflect on her judgment of Lucifer makes her seem incredibly immature. She's been shown to be extremely naive when it comes to confrontation, so if this was supposed to be a part of her character development, I wouldn't mind. But the show never interrogates Charlie about this belief. She's never challenged on this. And I wish so badly that she would have been. Believe it or not, there was literally an opportunity to do so in the show already, and it wasn't taken. Charlie recruits the cannibals to fight and die for her cause at the end of season 1. Admittedly, it's not an identical situation. Lucifer left the citizens unarmed, which Charlie at least gave them angelic steel weapons, but she's still asking people to die for her. She sacrificed the lives of a few for the greater good. If that's not exactly what Lucifer was doing negotiating the exterminations, if this had come back and led to a deepening of the bond between Charlie and Lucifer, I would have loved that. If Lucifer challenged her on her ideas about him, if he made her consider the complicated position that he was in, it would give Charlie a better understanding of what it means to be a leader.
Dad, how do you deal with all the stress of being in charge of things?
I don't know. I just manage. Somehow.
Leaders have to make tough decisions sometimes, especially during war. As much as Charlie throws a tantrum about her father allowing the exterminations, she sure does not give a single fuck about the cannibals who died in the battle against heaven. These aren't real characters, they don't have names or personalities, and Charlie doesn't grieve them, not like she grieves Pentious. Sure, he was her friend. They were closer than some random cannibals, but the cannibals were still people. Charlie doesn't go to a grieving cannibal town and set up a memorial service, or a statue to commemorate those who fought and died. It's only Pentious and Razzle/Dazzle, whichever one it is, I don't know, who get remembered. Cannibal Town seems fine when we see it next. Rosie isn't grieving, no one else seems to be. I can feel the wrinkles! If these deaths had affected Charlie, if the loss of lives had made her more hesitant to engage violently with Vox in season 2, I would have loved that. But no, none of this matters. Charlie still hates Lucifer for allowing the exterminations. Yay. Yay. Hooray. I love it. Also, this is a bit of a timeline note, but because of the retcon that the exterminations have only been happening for 7 years, if the extermination was the reason for their falling out, it means Charlie theoretically could have had a decent relationship with her father for over 190 years. That isn't the case, obviously. Charlie references being close to her dad when she was little, around like toddler age, so the audience knows that their relationship fell apart sometime between then and 193 years later. So something else is going on. I'll go into a few more theories in a second. Blah. Okay, I think that's the end of my rant in this section about the extermination. I can finally talk about other parts of Charlie's relationship with her dad. Yay! I talked about this in my video on Hazbin Hotel Season 1, but the way that Charlie and Lucifer's relationship is written in the show feels a bit backwards. It's the same thing that I was talking about with Alastor's deal. Before we really get to know the implications of that deal and how it was functioning, it was already over. Before we really got to know the history of Charlie and Lucifer's relationship and what happened between them, it was already patched up. I know that relationships can be resolved over the course of a song in a musical. That's extremely common. They're just not typically resolved before we know what the conflict actually is. I saw some people suggesting that maybe the reason that Charlie and Lucifer aren't close is because, despite really loving Charlie, he acts cold towards her around sinners to maintain his reputation. It's kind of supported by Charlie thinking that her dad is ashamed of her. Plus, in every portrait and statue of the Morning Stars, Lilith has like her hand on Charlie's shoulder, but Lucifer is more standoffish. I respect the theory crafters on this one, but I'm gonna have to myth bust ya. Am I allowed to say that, or will Mythbusters assassinate my channel? Please, Mythbusters, please, don't bust me. In the first scene that Lucifer and Charlie share, in episode 5 of season 1, he runs over and gives her a huge, tight hug in front of a bunch of strangers who are all sinners. He talks about how happy he is to see her and how glad he is that she invited him over. That's not at all being cold in front of strangers.
It's showtime!
Charlie!
Hey, Dad.
Oh, it's so good to see you.
It's good to see you too, Dad.
And at no point does he try to maintain some kind of like mysterious aura around the sinners. Hell, he's in curlers in the lobby of the hotel at the end of season 2. Falsehood busted. See, now they can't get me. It does seem a bit like Lucifer doesn't listen to Charlie because he doesn't know about what she was trying to do with the hotel, and he doesn't really remember like Vaggie's name, but honestly, Lucifer doesn't seem to remember very much at all.
Oh, hey, Charlie's girlfriend. Yeah, what brings you here? Come in. Hey! It's you! It's Charlie's girlfriend! What are you doing here? Hey, wait, you're not Charlie. Wait, red guy?
He doesn't remember Alastor's name. He doesn't really remember how he got trapped in the cannon. He's just kind of like ditzy. I don't necessarily think that's a huge mark against his character. Yeah, it would be nice if he showed more interest, but he kind of does when Charlie proves that she's serious about the hotel. In Hell's Greatest Dad, Lucifer notices that the hotel is a bit like run down, and he immediately offers to fix it up. It's clear that Lucifer doesn't understand the purpose of the hotel based off what he's offering her. You know, champagne fountains, caviar mountains. He certainly doesn't understand why she's doing it, but regardless, he offers anything within his power to make the hotel more appealing to guests.
Listen, Dad, I've got kind of a big ask.
Yeah, of course. Anything in my power is yours for the asking, you just name it.
Frenchie did argue the counterpoint, this is not for Charlie, this is to flex on Alastor. Maybe Charlie was able to see through it as a manipulation tactic and it came off as disingenuous. I would be willing to believe that argument, except it doesn't fit with Charlie's established character in the slightest. She's basically as easily manipulated as a child by everyone in the show, but when it comes to her dad, suddenly she's a savvy person who can see through to the truth of someone's intentions. Give me a break. At no point in the song does she think Alastor, a notoriously dangerous, violent, and cruel overlord, is manipulating her. So either she's giving everyone except her father the benefit of the doubt, or this just isn't the case. Charlie keeps trying to explain the hotel to Lucifer, but as much as he wants to believe in Charlie and support her dream, he doesn't believe that sinners can be redeemed.
You see? What'd I tell you? Charlie. Sinners are violent psychopaths, hell-bent on causing as much pain and destruction as they can. There's really no point in trying.
Dad, stop!
I don't think that this is a dismissive opinion that comes out of nowhere. As far as Lucifer is aware, over the course of his entire long-ass existence, no one has ever been redeemed in hell. I think there's a difference between being unsupportive and believing that what your child is trying to do is unrealistic, bordering on impossible. If my kid came up to me and said, "Mommy, I'm gonna be the first person to flap my arms so fast I'll fly," it wouldn't be unsupportive if I said, "That's just not possible, kiddo." I don't believe that people are unredeemable, I'd just like to clarify. I think that most people with the desire to change and willingness to work for it can become better people. However, based on the sample size of the sinners the audience have seen in hell, there are no people that don't deserve to be there. There isn't a single sinner we've seen who is just like trying to get by and be a normal person. Every main character in the show is totally down to kill people, even everyone's favorite soft boy, Pentious. They are violent psychopaths who will kill each other, steal from each other, drug each other, and more. Don't get me wrong, I understand that living in such a difficult environment is nearly guaranteed to make you a worse person. And I also understand that the sinners are living basically consequence-free. There are no laws about who can kill whom, there are no punishments. All of these things will make a person more open to committing violence, but every character's backstory we know thus far involves murder! A murder. If you're looking for another show that does this whole redemption premise 1,000 times better, please watch The Good Place. I love that show with my whole entire heart. I'm bringing it up now because Eleanor is such a good example of what is lacking in Hazbin Hotel. Eleanor is like a medium shitty person. She litters, she gossips, she has a job as a scammy salesperson, and so when she dies, she's supposed to go to the bad place. It is so much easier to see the path of redemption for a medium shitty person like Eleanor, and if Lucifer had said that she wasn't capable of being redeemed, that would be ridiculous. But Alastor? Valentino? I think maybe Lucifer has a point here. Charlie doesn't even really have an argument against this. She simply just says, like, at least Alastor cares about the hotel.
He's defending this hotel. It may be a bit more sadistic than I'd hoped, but he's doing it for me. How come he can have faith in me, but my own father can't?
That's not attacking the base of the argument. She's simply trying to hurt Lucifer's feelings. It's a bad argument. Another point against Lucifer being an emotionally neglectful parent is one of the first scenes of season 2. Charlie is overwhelmed with grief over Pentious's death, and the reporters in the hotel are hounding her about her plans to attack Heaven again, which she obviously doesn't have. Lucifer steps in as soon as he sees the problem and teleports Charlie away from them.
Oh shit, what's that? Huh?
Charlie and Lucifer then have a heart-to-heart about how much pressure she's under and how much they both miss Lilith. If the show wanted me to believe that Lucifer was a bad dad, or even just an emotionally distant dad, this would have been the time to do that. As far as I can remember, this is the singular, on-screen instance of Charlie asking for Lucifer's help, and he responds perfectly.
Well, you know, your friend and your old hotel both kind of died, so I think you're allowed to be a little off, sweetie.
She'd be proud of me, you think?
Oh, honey. She'd be so proud of you. Are you kidding? At least I'd hope so. Hey, just take a deep breath, okay? The show must go on, Charlie. And you were born for this spotlight.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Dad, for being here.
If you want emotional neglect to be his problem, show the audience that is his problem. Make him awkward here. Make him accidentally offend Charlie. Make him seem dismissive and avoidant at first. I am begging the show to support what it's telling us by actually showing a contentious relationship between these two characters. Lucifer does an excellent job comforting Charlie in this scene. He validates her feelings, he comforts her, he finds common ground on which to relate, and he cheers her up. This doesn't seem like a guy who doesn't know how to handle emotional intimacy with his daughter. He seems like a solid dad. Charlie also acts like her plan during Vox Populi specifically failed because of Lucifer and Lucifer alone.
Where the fuck is my dad? He ruined everything, is what happened.
Well, technically Lucifer and Vaggie, even though Sera also threatened to smite Vox and said that sinners like him were the reason she allowed for the exterminations in the first place.
Sinners like you are the reason I allowed for the extermination in the first place.
Sure, Lucifer has some responsibility, but Charlie offloads all of the blame onto him and blames him for the whole situation. It's like she's taking her anger out on him because she knows he won't retaliate, and she's making him feel more guilty to make herself feel better. So once again, I am left confused by this relationship because I am hearing one thing from Charlie and seeing another on the screen. So my knee-jerk reaction is to be annoyed at Charlie. The audience is going to believe their eyes over what they're being told every single time. Maybe Lucifer wasn't a perfect dad. I acknowledge that it is absolutely not the responsibility of the child to reestablish the relationship with a parent when both are adults. However, in Hazbin Hotel, all we've seen of Lucifer on screen is him being politically, personally, physically, emotionally, and financially supportive towards Charlie. The relationship just doesn't work for me. Lilith's interference. Bet you thought I wasn't going to mention this. Wrong. I am plugged into Hazbin Hotel. I've heard everything. I would be remiss to not acknowledge the possible influence that Lilith had on the relationship between Charlie and Lucifer, and in addition to that, the ways in which she may or may not have affected the extermination. It seems fairly obvious that the show is trying to temporally connect Lilith's disappearance from Hell with the beginning of the exterminations. She's been gone for 7 years. The exterminations have been happening for 7 years. That's pretty specific to be a coincidence. This is speculation, of course, but so much of Hazbin is, really. I wouldn't call this analysis so much as I would call it theory crafting. It's possible that Lilith is actually the one who was the most involved in negotiating the terms of the extermination, though I'm not entirely sure how. She might be more powerful or different compared to other sinners, but as far as we know, she's still just a sinner. Even if she was extremely powerful, and even if it was causing an uprising in Hell, we still get the same problems of sinners not being able to harm angels without the use of angelic steel. But let's say there was something that she could do. It's possible that she allowed the exterminations to happen in exchange for her going to heaven. I could also see some kind of exchange involving her voice because we've never seen Lilith speak in the show, and her powers might be tied to her voice. All of this is plausible, but what evidence do we have to really support this theory? I think it's only 2 pieces of information. 1, Lilith has a deal of some kind.
Adam is dead. Your deal is done, and I'm in charge now.
And 2, the extermination started when she disappeared. Anything about her powers, the terms of the deal, the uprising, it's all unsupported. It's basically fanfiction. So I don't think the idea that Lilith was involved in the extermination absolves any of my critiques. Plus, it's another example of Hazbin Hotel providing the solutions before the problems. The exterminations are over now. It's going to be a lot harder to get me to care about any of the rules or motives now that the threat isn't there anymore. As far as the relationship between Lucifer and Charlie, I believe that there's a bit more textual evidence to support the idea that Lilith might have been interfering in their relationship. It's still not a lot of evidence, and I still have my problems with it. In more than anything, the audience sees that Lilith takes Charlie away from Lucifer while they're bonding. I think many audience members take this quite negatively, as a sign that Lilith was somehow standing between their relationship and preventing Charlie from getting closer to her father. That's certainly a valid interpretation, but I wouldn't say that it's the one singular interpretation. The audience doesn't get very much information about Lilith here, not even like a facial expression. She's not looking at Lucifer in disgust or smiling evilly. Isn't it just as likely that it was, like, Charlie's bedtime and her mom was putting her to sleep? I don't think this scene alone was enough to prove that Lilith has negative intentions. I can only remember one other time that Charlie mentions Lilith within the context of her relationship with her dad, though I could absolutely be wrong, correct me if I am. Charlie says after he and mom split, he didn't really want to see me.
No, we just have never been close. After he and mom split, he never really wanted to see me.
That could imply something about the relationship between Charlie, Lilith, and Lucifer, but it's all so vague that I don't feel comfortable making any definitive statement. We also don't know when Lilith left Lucifer. Is it that 7 years? Is it stated that it's that 7 years? I don't know.
Do you miss her?
Oh yeah, every second of every day for the past, what is it, almost 8 years?
Charlie had plenty of time when Husk was going on about her daddy issues to bring up her mom. It doesn't have to be this huge sweeping change, just a tightening of dialogue to make it more functional. Maybe something like, I didn't like the way he treated my mom, or my mom said we can't trust his intentions. She could even bring up a specific instance where, like, Lucifer did something wrong, like forgetting her birthday, and then it's revealed in season 3 that Lilith ruined a surprise party or some shit. I don't know, I'm not a writer. You just have to drop more hints. It's not fair to the audience to explain things in retrospect and expect us all to, like, nod our heads obediently. While it's not far of a stretch to imagine a scenario in which Lilith's manipulation is the reason that Charlie doesn't have a relationship with Lucifer, it's still a stretch. I have also heard that season 3 is going to be more about the Morning Stars, but then I have to wonder why the show rushed to resolve the conflict between Charlie and her father so quickly. If you were going to spend an entire season on their problems, there needs to be more conflict than, I'm a dad who's trying too hard, and sometimes I do things my daughter doesn't want me to. That's a Disney Channel episode, like one episode too, not a whole show. I don't really mind the idea that Lilith might have been turning Charlie away from Lucifer for her own purposes, but at the same time, I think it needs to be stated that a lot of people aren't going to wait until the end of a show to hear satisfying answers about aspects of the show like this. The pilot came out on YouTube 6 years ago, and Charlie and Lucifer's relationship has been acknowledged since all the way back then. I'm waiting on season 3 of a 4-season show to understand a dynamic between characters that were established in the first season. A lot of viewers are not going to be that patient. It's like those anime fans that tell you, like, just wait, I promise it gets good around episode 60. That's a lot of time to invest on the off chance that it might get good. Lucifer's Curse. We're about to get into one of the more controversial parts of Season 2, Lucifer's Curse. My opinions on this are complicated, having shifted a bit over time, but up front, I do not like the way that this was handled. Regardless of how things actually worked behind the scenes, this felt like a panicked retcon to avoid Lucifer being used to solve Charlie's problems this season. Lucifer Morningstar has been cursed, so that he is unable to harm the sinners that he presides over in hell. I hated this idea when it was first presented. Again, now I find myself a bit more conflicted. This idea, in theory, could have been a compelling way to portray Lucifer, and a great way to increase the conflict between characters and raise the stakes. I also like it symbolically. The idea of a prideful king that has no power over his subjects. There's a narrative there that's worth exploring. I believe the reason I had such a negative initial reaction was due to the way that Lucifer is portrayed in Season 1. The only 2 actions we see him take within the show are 1, getting Charlie a meeting with heaven, demonstrating that he has a certain level of political power.
Okay, I can get you the meeting, but once you're in heaven,
I won't be able to go with you.
And 2, nearly beating Adam, an archangel, to death, demonstrating that he has a certain level of physical/magical power.
Don't forget, you're in my house, bitch!
Whoa, Dad. He's had enough.
So when Season 2 arrives and says, nah, he doesn't have any level of political or physical power, it once again conflicts with what the audience has seen with our own eyes. This contradiction makes the reveal feel more like a retcon, whether it really is or not. Often the perception is more important than the intention when it comes to writing, and with the reaction online, the perception was bad. I do think that there was an opportunity to introduce the curse in Season 1, Episode 5, obviously. At the very least, there should have been a line of dialogue alluding to it. Charlie could have yelled at Lucifer, asking why he can't help her defend the hotel from the loan sharks. Lucifer could have stumbled over his words, saying, "Charlie, I can't," and then she cuts him off to argue some more. At the very least, then, the audience would have the tiniest piece of evidence to latch onto in a rewatch. I should note that Lucifer does say, "I can't," at the very start of More Than Anything, but don't be fooled. He's not talking about sinners in that conversation. He's talking about interfering in the business of heaven.
Just help me.
I can't.
Why can't you?
There's a defense of this curse that I absolutely despise, positively loathe. And I swear I saw it everywhere when the season came out and people were complaining about this limitation. Some people were saying that disallowing Lucifer from hurting sinners is more biblically accurate. I will throw this script out the window. What are we talking about? Why is anyone bringing the idea of biblical accuracy into the world of Hazbin Hotel? That has got to be the single dumbest rebuttal I have ever heard. If any of you out there have used this defense, shame on you. There is a cat man in this show, a furry, and we are talking about biblical accuracy. It's true that generally in the Bible and other Christian texts, Lucifer is less likely to go in fire a-blazing and more likely to trick or tempt people into sinning and damning their souls. I truly would not mind if Lucifer was that kind of character. But he's not. This guy has been around since literally the beginning of time, so it makes him look so goddamn stupid that the only solution he's able to come up with to deal with Vox is to punch him in the face, the one thing he knows he can't do. Lucifer is also explicitly supposed to be a creative character, a dreamer and a maker, but we never get to see that in moments where it matters. Where is the trickery I'm supposed to be seeing with all this newfound biblical accuracy? It doesn't help that once again, the audience has no true idea of what the limitations of Lucifer's curse actually are. He can't harm the sinners, but what does harm mean? He explains to Vaggie that,
I'll let you in on a little secret. I cannot smite him. No. See, it isn't just a place, it's a punishment. And mine is that I'm stuck here with all these sinners, can't kill them, can't do nothing with them, so I just have to ignore them.
I'm assuming that means he can't interfere with their free will in any way, like placing them in prison. Frenchie and I talked a bit about if that included like property damage, and I believe that Lucifer is fully allowed to damage the property of sinners, as seen at the beginning of Vox Populi. He uses a giant flaming sword to destroy Vox's satellites. If I were Lucifer and I couldn't physically hurt sinners, my first step would be to smash Vox's tower to rubble. If he tried to rebuild it, I would let it get to a certain level of completion, enough that he definitely sunk a big chunk of money into it, and then I'd smash it again. I'd destroy every piece of infrastructure he could use to broadcast. Every TV antenna and satellite in the whole city are gone. Try being the media demon if the furthest reach you've got is a megaphone. Or maybe I destroy every single scrap of money or food or booze in hell. I'd crack down on gambling and bars and porn. I'd get rid of every single indulgence in hell. And when people got mad, I'd point to Vox. I'd say, look, I was leaving you alone. You were fully allowed to eat and smoke and fight and fuck. I was letting you live in peace. Until Vox started messing with my daughter. This is his fault. Watch how fast his approval rating would plummet when everyone is eating Nutriloaf and playing tic-tac-toe in the dirt. I would conjure food and drink and I would say, you can have this. You can have money. Just kick Vox's ass. Beat the shit out of that guy and I'll give you $100. Vox would be getting pounded into the ground constantly. Maybe all that still counts as harm. Sure, it could. But Lucifer is literally magic. Can't he just conjure like a mega-sized signal jammer? Can't he just create a bigger satellite and broadcast over Vox's channels? I'm broadcasting static 24/7. That's called the free market. Free will, baby. I'm out competing you. I'm putting the Great Quaxby on every channel. Maybe that makes me evil. Maybe it counts as harm. We don't know. I'm just saying, if you want to claim that Lucifer is really more of a trickster, you've got to make him do some tricksting. I understand that this works as a punishment for Lucifer. I'm fine with that. What I'm not fine with is that Lucifer can somehow harm angels, but not sinners. You're telling me that this guy, who maybe led an uprising against heaven, who lost and is being punished with the restriction of his magic, can still fight and kill angels. If I were an angel, taking away Lucifer's powers, the first thing I would take away would be his ability to harm angels. If the angels or God or whoever made it so he couldn't hurt sinners, why not make him unable to hurt angels as well? It makes literally no sense. It's like putting a guy in prison and telling him he absolutely cannot shank the other prisoners, but if he manages to shank a guard, that's totally chill. No! Oh, it's more painful for Lucifer to have his powers and not be able to use it. Yeah, sure. But that power you let him keep as a punishment just blasted through a shield made by some of the most powerful angels in heaven and blew the gates off your kingdom. Maybe we should have made sure the gun wasn't also pointed at us, I think the writers truly backed themselves into a corner with Lucifer. Charlie couldn't get help from her dad because they didn't have a good relationship, but they resolved that, for the most part, in season 1. Oops, now Lucifer can solve literally every problem in the plot. What do we do? Oh, let's make it so he can't harm sinners. That way Charlie is still threatened by people in hell, while she gets along with the angels in heaven. I'm not saying it couldn't have worked, but I am saying the way they made it work was held together with tape and bubblegum. Lilith. We still know almost nothing about Lilith at this point, and it's a bit frustrating. The fact that the first season of the show pulled a bait and switch with her is super eye-roll worthy. The deal that Lilith has, the relationship between Lilith and Lute, the idea that Lilith might be used in some kind of manipulation plot by Lute, it's all dropped in like the second episode of season 2.
Please, Seraphim. I already spoke to Lilith.
Lilith?
Yes! Please, I told her to go down and stop her bitch daughter.
You had no authority. Call off any of your plans and report to Abel, or it will be seen as treason.
I understand what they're trying to do with Lilith. They want to make her this like mysterious character that you only ever hear of in passing to build her mystique and the in-universe legend around her. It doesn't work because we're not getting enough. It's actually more complicated than that. We're both getting not enough information about Lilith, but we're also hearing about her too often. Everyone in hell has something to say about Lilith, but the only thing they tell us over and over and over again is that Lilith is gone. That's information we've known since the pilot, my mortal enemy, the pilot, so it doesn't increase the mystery surrounding her. If instead one character mentioned that she was gone, and then another mentioned that they disagreed with her methods but respected her, now we know a bit more about Lilith based on the character who was discussing her. If another made an allusion to the horrible things she did, now the audience is tantalized. The only drip of tantalizing info we have is that Lilith made a deal of some kind. No other time she's mentioned is a single action, motivation, power, or personality trait assigned to her. I do like some of the theories surrounding Lilith. I actually love the idea that Lilith's power is related to her voice and songs. I believe that canonically, characters are actually singing within the world, like out loud real singing. Diegetic. That's what it's called. I know it's called diegetic. I just didn't want to be a little film nerd. Okay. It would be really interesting to learn that the culture of hell, the reason that people sing, it's been shaped by the powers of the first sinner, Lilith's power. That would be really cool world building. It seems like that might be supported this season through Hear My Hope, but it's hard to say for sure. I also think the way the characters talk about Lilith in the show is very odd. First, I just want to mention Lilith's peaceful protests. I brought them up a little bit earlier.
My mom never wanted violence. She empowered sinners. Peaceful protest. There was no blood.
What was Lilith protesting? It wasn't the extermination, so was it just like conditions in hell? I think she'd go to her husband for that, you know? The king of hell. But back to what I was saying, the characters in hell talk like Lilith has been gone for decades, but she's only been gone for 7 years. It's likely that a lot of overlords knew her, at least on some level, so it's a bit odd that they talk about her like a historical figure. I've been disconnected from my peeps from high school for longer than 7 years, and I don't talk about them like they're fucking FDR, right? It just feels odd. I reasonably know that the show is going to get to Lilith eventually. They're trying to build mystery, and I can respect that, but seriously, it's just very poorly done. You either need to talk about Lilith less, or tell us more about her, or the audience is going to become frustrated with this mystery. Use some of that yapping about Lilith on Baxter. He needs more than the 10 seconds of screen time he got. Baxter and Nifty. This section is hopefully going to be the shortest of the bunch, a lot like Baxter and Nifty themselves. I first want to talk about Nifty. I do believe that out of the main cast, Nifty doesn't really function beyond being a comic relief character, and while that's fine, I do wish we got to know her a little bit more. It's difficult to imagine why and how Nifty will be redeemed because her problem is that she doesn't exist within the same mental reality as other characters. It seems like her issues would need to be resolved by like a qualified medical professional, and we do not have one of those in the cast. I was happy to see her get a song this season, but I don't really think it deepened her character very much. It was nice to hear that she believes in the hotel and likes Charlie, but the rest of the song was telling the audience the one thing we already know about Nifty. She likes to clean. That's really all I have to say about her, which is sad. The fight scene between her and Velvet was pretty cool though, and I do like the way her and Baxter's relationship is evolving. I just wish we got to see more of it on screen. Baxter's role in the Egg Boys. As an addition to the cast, I believe that Baxter could have been a good character, but the way he's utilized simply doesn't work for me. Firstly, I don't think we really need new additions to the cast until the core characters are more fleshed out. Seriously, there are so many stories that the show is trying to balance, and it's dropping the ball on most of them. However, I liked the idea of Baxter. He's one of the first sinners we've met that doesn't seem actively hostile, instead existing in this kind of like apathy. That feels like a reasonable reaction for someone who has been dead for over 100 years. You would absolutely process empathy differently, especially if you yourself were unable to be killed again. I also really like his introduction. Despite his flat affect, he does seem mostly sincere in his desire to learn about and study redemption, in a scientific manner.
I am here to study this fascinating concept of redemption. My hypothesis is that it's impossible.
He believes that it's not possible, but that doesn't stop him from checking into the hotel. I do think it's a bit dumb that he thinks that proving redemption isn't possible would make a great research essay.
I suspect this endeavor will end in spectacular failure, which will make a thrilling research essay.
It would be a much more groundbreaking research essay if he proved that it was possible. He's essentially like doing a paper on like the sky is blue. It's like, okay, yeah, we know. I am nitpicking a bit though. I like Baxter, and I think his introduction into the environment of the hotel is a good one. The problem is that I think the show doesn't do enough to differentiate Baxter's role from Pentious's. His whole function in the first episode is to remind Charlie of Pentious, to the point where she refers to him as Pentious.
Meet Pentious!
Baxter!
Right, Baxter! And you're here to be redeemed, Pentious, Baxter, Pentious, Baxter, I got it.
But they learned that Baxter is not Pentious. He's his own character, and Charlie and the rest of the cast need to treat him as such.
So is he like the new Pentious?
No!
I think that all of this is the show trying to lampshade the fact that Baxter fills the exact hole that Pentious had in the plot. Science comic relief. Baxter is able to provide a bit more clarity on Pentious' time in hell, though do I even need to bring up again that this is informing us of past events when they're no longer relevant? It tells Cherry a bit more about Pentious' past, but what does that actually matter? Regardless, this backstory brings up another question for me. Baxter and Pentious used to be lab partners. Baxter is a bioengineer and Pentious is a mechanical engineer, so from this we learn that Baxter is actually the one who made the Egg Boys. However, Pentious left and took the eggs with him because Baxter's experiments were too cruel.
Eventually, Pentious found my experiments far too violent and cruel. So he took the eggs and left to continue his frivolous turf war scheme with that woman he was obsessed with.
Cool, that's a decent backstory, and it gives a better idea of how gentle-hearted Pentious actually was. Okay, time for questions. Does that mean that Pentious is unable to replenish his eggs? How many eggs did he take with him? And if he left because Baxter was being cruel and killing his eggs, why did he seemingly not care that Cherry killed a whole bunch of them? Or was that not canon because it happened during the bastard pilot?
Territory. Those two seem to really be going at it, huh?
I went back and watched where Pentious and Cherry were fighting in Piss, a love song, and Cherry definitely blew up one of the eggs. Is it worse for them to be experiments than a casualty of these fights? Because the fights seem like a game, right? They're not gaining anything from them. So is it worse to be experimented on and blown up? Or is it worse to be killed because your boss is like essentially playing tag with the girl he likes? Do Cherry's explosions not kill them? Are they like sinners where they can only be killed by angels? I don't think so, because they're not sinners. What is actually going on here? Let's be completely honest with ourselves here. This doesn't matter. It honestly and truly does not actually matter to me that much. The problem is that it's one of the only points with which we can define Baxter, so the vagueness around it adds to the vagueness around Baxter's character as a whole. If there were more to him, I wouldn't have even brought this up. Seriously. A Baxter episode. I believe that Season 2 of Hazbin Hotel had the perfect opportunity to do a Baxter-centric episode, and they squandered it for a much less interesting premise. Specifically, I believe that the episode where Charlie goes live on the news could have been replaced with some kind of Baxter-focused storyline. The show has such a small amount of time to really explore its characters and story, so it baffles me that they chose to do the same story as the previous episode instead of taking the time to dive into new territory. We, the audience, don't really get to know anything about Baxter before he fully commits and joins the team in the finale. He does talk to Cherry a bit about his history with Pentious, but that's much more about Pentious than Baxter. It does tell us he's smart and ambitious and that he's willing to hurt the eggs, but that's kinda it. It's played for a joke, but the conclusion to Baxter's relationship building with the other guests is that because Vaggie always folded his sheets at his preferred 45-degree angle, he assumed they were best friends.
Well, you made sure that my blankets were always folded at my requested 45-degree angle to make it more tuckable to my liking. So I assume that made us best friends. Isn't it obvious?
I'll admit, I do actually think this line is really funny. I laughed, they got me. Though I will say that the delivery comes across as really sarcastic to me, so I was fully expecting him to turn around and be like, gotcha, obviously I'm not on board. But no, he's serious. This isn't a trite thing that he's agreeing to do for Charlie. He's willing to lose his job and potentially his life in this confrontation with the Vees.
Are you willing to risk your job and life to help us?
Yes.
All because Vaggie folded his sheets properly? I suppose you could argue that he's using that as a cover for the fact that he's developed a closer bond with the team and wants to support them, but I would argue that the only person he's bonded to is Nifty, which brings me back to the idea that this episode should have been focused on Baxter. You've even got the framework all set up. Baxter is supposed to be studying redemption, but the audience never really sees him doing that. He attends a therapy session with Husk, but we don't know if he was there to study, or if he was there to do the, semi-mandatory therapy that guests at the hotel have to go to.
Maybe it's because you're a moronic, unthinking damn fool. Who was too nonsensically doltish to realize.
So what if this episode is about Charlie trying to convince Baxter that redemption is possible? That would have been different enough from the whole, trying to convince all of hell again plan, and we could potentially learn a bit more about Baxter. Maybe Nifty volunteers to be the redemption test subject. That makes much more sense to explain her presence in the episode than Charlie inexplicably bringing the least reliable hotel member into a situation that requires delicacy. It's basically a complete non sequitur that Nifty comes to the news station at all. In this version of the episode, Nifty could have even kept her song. If she was singing Clean It Up to Baxter, it shows that they're growing closer and he can see how the hotel looks through her eyes. It might even be a turning point for him starting to believe in the hotel because of his care for Nifty. If Nifty and Baxter are going to end up together romantically, which I think it could be reasonably argued that they will, there should be more verbal interaction between them than just the finale. They do grow closer throughout the show. Often they're in the background together, playing patty cake, or just standing near each other, and he does make the bug band for her.
Baxter fixed them! Now they have fingers and lungs so they can play instruments.
Oh. That could absolutely be evidence that Baxter is changing and doing more for others. But I think it would be just as easy to say that he only made the bug band because he likes experimenting on the bugs. He doesn't even bring up his friendship with Nifty when he's deciding to join Charlie's side against the Vees. That would have been a perfect opportunity for something like that. Baxter kind of feels like a device to move the plot forward, not a real character. It's an extension of the nobody is relevant until they're relevant critique that I've had. Baxter shouldn't be a hacker. This might be another of those petty complaints that's explained away with 100 different excuses, but why the hell does Baxter know anything about programming, hacking, or security systems? He specifies multiple times that he is a biologist, a bioengineer, and from what I've heard about his backstory, he died before computers were a thing. Why does he know how to hack? Sure, he might have learned about computer science during his time in hell, but it feels more like the plot just went, He's a smart, nerdy guy. Let's throw him at the problem. Scientists aren't automatically experts in every STEM field. Baxter even calls himself a mad scientist in the first episode of Season 2.
Some could classify me as a mad scientist.
People aren't typically referring to computer scientists when they hear the word mad scientist. We never even see Baxter fiddling with any, technology. Every time he's shown to be experimenting in his lab, it's with some kind of, mysterious chemical liquid. Not only is Baxter aware of computers, not only does he know how to code and hack computer systems, but you also expect me to believe that he is in fact the one who designed the VoxTech security system?
How do you know about the security system?
Oh, I designed the whole system. Really? Yes.
I call complete and total bullshit. I know for a fact that all computer scientists go to hell, so there should have been zero problem finding someone vastly more qualified. That was a joke. I love computer scientists. My husband is one. Well, not really. He's a software engineer, which he insists is a different thing. I don't know. I could absolutely believe that he could have had a hand in developing Shockwave, Vox's pet shark. The creature seems to be somewhat mechanical, but if Baxter had collaborated with another mechanical/electrical engineer to make a cyborg shark weapon for Vox, I'd buy that in a second. However, it seems that Baxter has no knowledge of Shockwave as part of the system. The shark literally watches them break in full view of the rescue squad, alerts Velvet, and Baxter says nothing about it.
That should disable every camera in the building.
Righto.
So I don't believe that Baxter had anything to do with building Shockwave. You know what would have been sick though? This is all total headcanon with no support from the show, but wouldn't it have been cool if the security system was like a living organism? Maybe Vox needed something alive in order to send himself through the wires or whatever, and that's why Baxter is uniquely equipped to hack the system? No one else knows it's alive. Obviously that's not true. It's just like a regular server system, but a hater can dream, can't they? Also, I find it annoying as fuck that Baxter is sitting there watching the fight between Nifty and Velvet and is doing nothing. He almost ruins the entire plan because he's just standing there cheering. Come on, he can cheer for Nifty while looking at his computer. Why is every single person in this show appearing so dumb? You could just have it that he's typing in the background and going yeah, Nifty, instead of just standing there doing nothing. Pentious and Cherry. Pentious and Cherry are another couple that's getting lumped together here because unfortunately I have a lot more to say about one character than the other. Pentious is in heaven! Frenchie made the critique fairly early into Season 2 that he believed Pentious should not have been revealed to be alive at the end of Season 1. Instead, the show should have held on to that information until the end of the first episode of Season 2, where Emily quickly pops up through a portal and tells Charlie that Pentious is in heaven.
Charlie! Emily?
I didn't initially agree with this critique, but the more I mull it over and consider the first episode of the show, I think he's really onto something. So much of the first episode of Season 2 revolves around Charlie's grief over Pentious's death. She's crying over him, singing about him in Hazbin Guarantee, and trying to replace him through Baxter.
He truly was the best of us. Or at least the most snake.
All of this hits much harder if the audience also believes that Pentious is dead. The fans of the show would have been grieving Pentious collectively, and we would have related more to Charlie's despondence and desperation. Instead, the audience immediately becomes disconnected from Charlie, and the show really, really needed us to connect with her and sympathize with her in the first episode if they want us to be on board for her actions for the rest of the season. Frenchie felt quite annoyed with Charlie because he knew all of this grief was going to be an overreaction, and then Charlie kept annoying him for the rest of the show. It also ties back into a point I've made several times throughout this review about Hazbin Hotel working backwards. The audience finds out Pentious is in heaven, we have to watch Charlie grieving the entire episode despite knowing that Pentious is in heaven, then Charlie finds out that Pentious is in heaven. It cheapens Charlie's grief in the first episode and makes it play entirely as a joke, when the show could have taken it a tiny bit more seriously. Charlie and the audience could have been feeling the same grief, and then we could have felt the same shock and joy that Pentious was alive when Emily popped into hell.
Guys, holy shit! Holy
Holy fuck!
It feels a bit like the show was unwilling to allow the audience to feel uncomfortable and sad about Pentious's death for more than a couple of minutes. Like they were scared that some people wouldn't keep watching if the show made them too sad. It's okay for the audience to feel sad sometimes. Who doesn't still think about, like, when Mufasa died? Who doesn't tear up thinking about a character making a heroic sacrifice? I am desperate for media to treat its audience like adults, and I am desperate for audiences to allow themselves to feel uncomfortable. Let me be sad, please. The Pentious Plans. I alluded to it before, but I think that part of Hazbin's problem is that it world builds in a way that's extremely messy. You see this a lot with fantasy stories. An author will write something into the story without considering the implications that it would have on other parts of the story, leaving readers incredibly frustrated and confused. Creating a world different from our own requires most things to be built from the ground up, because our world works a certain way due to a mix of social, political, and physical parts of life. If I changed one singular part of the world to make it more magical, I have to really consider how that affects all aspects of the world. Imagine for a second, if you will, that I'm writing a fantasy story, and I have a character whose goal is defeating an evil wizard. Now, imagine this wizard is special. A normal sword won't be able to kill him. So to slay him, the hero needs a magic blade, of course. Luckily for the hero, I mentioned in my first book that bad guy McGee used a magic blade known as the Dark Sword. The audience is naturally going to make the connection and assume that our adventuring party is going to quest for the Dark Sword. Instead, my characters decide that they're going to forge a completely new magical sword. Wizard's Bane. You, as my audience, are going to question, wait, what happened to the Dark Sword? Bad guy McGee was totally defeated, can't they just use that? However, you would be totally fine with this plot progression if I had a tiny snippet of dialogue between two characters explaining why the Dark Sword wouldn't work. Oh, the Dark Sword corrupts its user, or oh, the Dark Sword was dropped in the swamps of despair after the battle, never to surface again. Or evil wizard is the one who enchanted the Dark Sword, so it can't be turned against him. Look at how easily we patched up that plot hole. Now I hear you asking, like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? Like, why are you just telling me about your fantasy plot? I promise. I bring it up for a reason. I bring this up specifically because Frenchie and I were both quite frustrated by the fact that the idea of using the hologram technology in the Heaven Embassy never came up within the plot. In Season 1, Episode 1, Charlie goes to the Heaven Embassy to speak with Adam about canceling the exterminations in favor of the hotel and redemption instead. It's revealed in this scene that Adam isn't actually in hell, he's a hologram projected into the room.
Nice to meet you too.
Ah,
I fucking got you!
So wait, you aren't here?
This technology on its own is exactly what I was talking about with how one small world-building element can cause so many problems. Why couldn't the team just use the hologram technology to show that Pentious was redeemed and in heaven? I'm pretty sure that Sera would have the authority to set something like that up. You know, like sign the paperwork or whatever. It doesn't seem like it would be too difficult. Why does Pentious need to invent an entirely new way to connect heaven to hell when this possibility exists? This is another one of those critiques that feels really petty on the surface, but I'm trying to use it as an example of something deeper. I'm totally okay with this being an idea that doesn't work. Maybe the hologram technology is an extension of Adam's power. Maybe the holograms only work inside the embassy. Maybe there's no way to project or record the hologram. Maybe the embassy was destroyed or something during the last extermination. I don't know. I'm not asking for an easy solution. I'm saying that this lack of care creates gaps that makes the world building feel like everything is standing on shaky ground. If it was mentioned in passing why this hologram tech wouldn't work, I would have accepted it. I even would have accepted that this plan still wouldn't work. Vox would discredit it by proving that the image of Pentious was a hologram. It would have made Charlie look deceitful and allowed Vox to claim that Charlie was trying to fake evidence of redemption. If she had tried something like that and it hadn't worked, that would have been fine. And it at least would make her plan feel more different than just saying, "Trust me, bro," over and over on live TV. Another throwaway line that has this same problem is the idea that Vox pirates all of Heaven's television channels.
If hell can broadcast to heaven, I'm sure we can do the same. But backwards!
Certainly. VoxTech has been pirating Heaven's television channels for decades. And some of Earth's, too.
Couldn't Heaven just, like, put Pentious on one of their daytime talk shows? Surely Heaven has the ability to broadcast live to its citizens, so there would still be a way to prove that it wasn't, like, fake or pre-recorded. If Vox is selling access to Heaven's channels, then that in itself would demonstrate that Pentious has been redeemed to a decent-sized group. It's entirely possible that Vox is pirating them exclusively for himself, and not for the rest of Hell. In that case, Why is there all of this elaborate nonsense to create a two-way video call? Baxter could have been the only one hacking and just projected the morning show to everyone where Pentious was giving an interview or whatever. There also absolutely needs to be a reason in place for why Pentious cannot come through a portal into hell. Sera simply says that it's not possible.
Can I see them?
Oh, well, no. I don't think you can.
He misses you all. I'm sorry we can't bring him.
But as a viewer, I don't know if that means that it's physically impossible or if it's like politically impossible, like he's a prisoner. Regardless, it's extremely important that we know why he can't come through the portal, or it's going to be something that lingers in the mind. It can be a single line, something like the transition from heaven to hell might destroy his soul forever. That's all we needed. Without an explanation, it feels like when you were a kid and were asking your parent why you weren't allowed to do something, and they just respond, because I said so. That was always so frustrating, and it remains frustrating as an adult. Even if Sera said something more ambiguous like, we don't know what could happen to his soul, it would be better than saying nothing at all. I'd buy that. Redemption has never happened before, so maybe they're worried it could cause him to like fall with a capital F or something. Also, why couldn't they just record a video of Pentious and like Sera brings it through the portal? Why is that not possible? As far as I'm aware, they have phones in heaven. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm seriously not trying to force the show into a box that I want it to be in. I don't really care about the minutia. Honestly, if the show was good, I wouldn't even be thinking about shit like this. It's because everything feels so flimsy that I find myself like diving deeper to look for explanations. It became more and more frustrating seeing the responses from fans of season 2 every time someone suggested an alternate plan. Every suggestion was met with, well, Vox could have spun that in his favor. It's semi to mostly true, but I don't really think that the live video is excluded from this, the ultimate solution. It's not spin-proof either. It's something that makes this specific critique really annoying to me. The only reason that Charlie actually wins is that Vox crashes out. The whole plan is ultimately made pointless. Pentious and Cherry romance. I argue back and forth with myself about how I feel about the Pentious and Cherry romance. I do think that the impression of Cherry that the viewer gets from the show is odd, because without the context of My Traitorous First Mate, the pilot, we've never seen Pentious and Cherry interact before. In episode 6 of season 1, it's the literal first time Cherry is being introduced, so the groundwork that would have been shown on screen instead has to be clumsily explained through dialogue.
Well, if it isn't my arch nemesis, have you come to meet your fate in battle, Cherry Bomb?
Apparently.
Pentious calls Cherry his rival, and that's the only basis we have for this relationship. It's not even clear if Cherry agrees with the assertion of them being rivals.
Miss Bomb, I'd like to buy you a drink.
Why? Didn't you say we're arch rivals?
The rest of the groundwork for this romance has to occur in the last 3 episodes of season 1, and Cherry isn't in one of them, so the show really needs to make every second count. 160 seconds to be exact. That is the entirety of their screen time together in season 1 of Hazbin Hotel, if a random YouTube compilation I found can be believed. I'm not gonna watch the show with a stopwatch to confirm, just trust me. Trust me, bro. I don't get the impression that Cherry hated Pentious in season 1 or anything like that, but I do get the impression that she was fairly indifferent to him. She's not excited for him to tag along to their night out, but once they're there, I could see some of her behavior being read as like slightly flirty.
Do a sex with me.
I'm sorry, why would we have sex?
On my first watch, I thought she was just entirely annoyed by him, but she is smiling when she teases him about buying her drinks or wanting to use the sex room. Cherry is friendly with him in the following episodes, but her first spark of interest seems to be when Angel jokes about Pentious having 2 dicks.
Thanks?
Anyway, I guess...
You know, you could totally tap that.
Don't be gross.
I hear he's got 2 dicks.
Huh.
The next interaction is Pentious kissing her and then dying. When these, 3 scenes are considered together, there's almost no basis for their relationship moving forward. Sure, there's the implication of a shared history, but not the implication of comfortability with each other. The relationship between Alastor and Vox actually does this so much better. I believe that those two have history based off of their limited interactions. The place Cherry starts from in season 2 seems to be stemming from her guilt. She specifically thinks about how Pentious told her he loved her, and she interprets his death as dying for her.
Why'd he just go and kill himself to save me? We were rivals, all I'd ever done was fuck with him.
but he liked me? Why?
It makes sense that her grief would be complicated, and it also makes perfect sense that she would want to learn more about Pentious. That's explored well enough, but it's fairly clear that Cherry knows basically nothing about him. She didn't know anything about his past, she doesn't seem to know anything about his feelings for her, and it doesn't seem like they've had very many conversations. All of this makes Piss, a love song, feel incredibly jarring to me. I'm definitely going to go over it more in my section on the songs this season. The song states that their battles are what gave each other meaning, and Cherry misses Pentious terribly because she had so much fun in their fights. I never got that impression from season 1. If she actually enjoyed fighting with him, I would have expected some more, teasing or light threats, not the borderline stonewalling and annoyance. I am willing to believe that Cherry had some kind of awakening when Pentious kissed her, and I understand that his death recontextualizes their relationship. The problem with Piss is that they're both singing essentially the same verse. They're both singing a base statement like, "I've always been in love with you and I miss you," but that only makes sense for Pentious. If Cherry's verse or lines had been making the statement, "I never knew what I had and now it's gone," the relationship portrayed in the song would feel much more natural with how they've been characterized thus far. She does say that the golden days of brawling were the best of all my years, but she's not stating it like it's new information to her. As is, it seems like Cherry goes from being annoyed with this weirdo who thinks they're closer than they are to soulmates, without ever having a conversation with him. Cherry. Despite being a larger part of Season 2, Cherry still doesn't get very much to work with in terms of character development. Part of this is because she has hardly any independent characterization. So much of who she is in Season 2 is tied to her romance arc with Pentious, and her first and only significant song is about her relationship with him. As I've just talked about for a while, I don't mind these two as a couple, but it's difficult to not feel like she's just tagging along in this relationship. I'm not saying that Cherry doesn't have a personality, but I don't think the audience has gotten to see any deeper side of her beyond what they saw in Season 1. She was loud, fun, and loved a good fight. All of that remains true for Season 2, but nothing is developed beyond that. As much as I think Pentious and Cherry could be a cute relationship, we still don't know why she likes him. The implication from their love song is that it had something to do with the way that he challenged and pushed her in fights, but we've never really gotten the idea that they were actually in any way legitimate fights. It was my understanding that Cherry basically dominated every fight between the two of them, and doesn't consider Pentious a true rival. Maybe I'm reading this relationship incorrectly, it's entirely possible, but if Cherry really was dominating the fights, then it's kind of weird that she misses, beating up on Pentious. That's kind of odd, isn't it? What is her sin? Is it her impulsivity? Was she actually blowing shit up in her life on Earth? What needs to change about her in order for her to receive redemption? I feel like her relationship with Pentious being built on the excitement and violence doesn't give the audience a clear picture of what needs to change. It's not framed as a bad thing that they love to fight, it's framed as romantic and something that they miss. If the fighting and impulsivity are the things that she needs to change to find redemption, what is left in her relationship with Pentious? The only other character that she has any significant relationship to in the show is Angel Dust, and I think not utilizing their relationship more in Season 2 was a huge mistake. Angel is supposed to be acting differently because of his hypnosis, and the person that would be most likely to notice that is Cherry Bomb. However, I don't remember them really interacting in any significant way. Despite staying in the hotel with Angel, they seem to interact the same amount that they did in Season 1, maybe even less. I don't think that Cherry is even in the Speedrun to Heaven episode, which could have provided some history and connection between the two of them. Hey, quick correction on this note, Cherry actually is in the Speedrun to Heaven episode. I think that's even where Piss is, the song. She's there at the beginning of the episode having a conversation with Husk and Angel about Pentious and redemption. And then she goes and talks to Baxter. I just kind of was blanking on it a little bit because she doesn't have anything to do with Angel or redemption or convincing Angel to try for redemption or the reveal of his sin or anything like that. She's also there at the end of the episode checking into the hotel. It's just Husk. I have to wonder if the writers kept Cherry and Angel apart because it might give away the twist too early, or is this just something the show had no time or consideration for? Yes, Cherry goes on the rescue mission to grab Angel from Valentina's place, and there are some lines that imply a deeper friendship between the two, like Cherry knowing it would be a good idea to bring a vomit bag.
Why would you do that?
Trust me, I've done this before. You're gonna want the vomit sack.
If there had been more moments like this, it would have fleshed out the relationship between Angel and Cherry a bit, and as a side effect, given Cherry more to work with as a character. I don't know if I can say Cherry is a good friend at this point. Sure, there are some things that make me believe that she is a good friend, but there are also some things that make me feel like she's a bit of a shit friend. She rescues Angel from Valentino in season 2, but she also pressures him into taking drugs and partying hard, when that's something he said he didn't want to do in season 1.
Come on, Angie, let's get fucked up. It's been too long.
I don't know. It's been a long night, and I don't need to go too wild.
Come on, Beach. If you've really been working that hard, you deserve a little R&R.
And she doesn't recognize the fact that he's hypnotized in season 2. If she's really that good of a friend, she should know something is wrong. Obviously, saving him earns more points than she loses from the peer pressure, and the not noticing could just be grief, I guess. But it's enough that I don't really know where Cherry stands on, like, the relationship between her and Angel. Are they casual friends? Are they best friends? Are they soulmate type friends? Are they work friends? I'm essentially just trying to say that Cherry doesn't have enough on-screen interactions with anybody to have anything solidly added to her basic character description, despite her mooning over Pentious. She's functional within the story, not necessarily existing as her own character. Pentious needs a love interest, so that's what Cherry is going to function as, at least for the moment. Pentious Redemptionous. With Pentious being redeemed this season, we finally have a bit of context for how redemption works within the framework of Hazbin Hotel. So, let's talk about it a little bit. Sir Pentious used to be a human named Pendleton. When asked to confess his sin to the Speaker of God, Pentious recalls what he feels the most guilty for. He watched idly from a window of his apartment while a woman was murdered, and while he saw the identity of the killer, he chose to do nothing. The man went on to murder several other women, and Pentious feels very guilty that he could have prevented their deaths if he had spoken up. It's fitting, then, that Pentious' redemption came through the opposite of that. He saw his friends in danger from Adam during the battle, and despite the risks to himself, stepped in to try and save them. I do think this works, and I think it's an interesting backstory for Pentious to have. While I've complained a bit about every backstory in the show presented so far involving murder, I appreciate that Pentious himself was not the murderer. I speculated in my first video about Hazbin Hotel what Pentious' sin might be, and I did suggest it might be cowardice. I was a bit conflicted on this point because Pentious rides the line when it comes to being a coward. He's incredibly persistent when it comes to fighting Alastor, having his ship destroyed on multiple occasions, if that scoundrel, the pilot, is to be believed.
Show your strength, Alastor! Come and face it! Oh, there you are. Please! Thank you for letting your guard down!
Yet he still continues to try and fight him. That's not a coward. However, he is definitely too cowardly to tell Cherry how he feels about her until he kisses her. It's an interesting dichotomy, and not one I entirely hate. The fighting could absolutely be a front for some of his more insecure or cowardly tendencies. While I do think this way of portraying redemption can be done well, I also think that it's extremely literal. I did the opposite of the sin I did before, and now I'm redeemed. I have to wonder a little bit about how some of the more abstract or intense crimes and sins we've seen in the show so far will be redeemed. What about Angel Dust? It seems like the show is hinting that his primary sin, and the main reason he's in hell, has something to do with the murder of his father. But how would that be redeemed? My first inclination would be that the opposite of taking a life is saving a life. But if that's the way to redeem a murder, Angel has already done that on multiple occasions. He defended Charlie and the others during the exterminations. In Speedrun to Heaven, Angel literally jumps in front of a train that's going to kill Husk, sacrificing his life to save a friend's. The thoughts and motivations are very similar to Pentious' at this point.
Right, Squirt?
I nearly scrambled myself.
He knows he might die, and yet he's willing to rescue Husk anyway. Angel is only saved due to Vaggie sweeping in at the last minute. It's entirely possible that there's another aspect to redemption that hasn't been met with Angel yet. Maybe he needs to, release his guilt? I don't think that's it, though, because Pentious still feels extremely guilty about what he did. He cries while recounting it to the speaker.
I carried that guilt to my grave, and I ended up in hell. And I deserved it.
Maybe it has something to do with Angel's soul being under contract. Obviously, the real reason is that Angel hasn't completed his character arc yet. I know that, but I still have to question the difference between the actions and outcomes of these two characters. What about Husk? We don't know what his baseline sin is yet, but I think it's safe to assume that it has something to do with his drinking and gambling. So does he just, like, need to get sober to go to heaven? If those are his only sins, I'm a bit wary of that writing choice. Addiction doesn't make you inherently sinful, so I'm assuming Husk must have engaged in, like, other negative behaviors to support those addictions. Maybe something like stealing or scamming. In that case, does he, like, need to be charitable? Does it have something to do with, like, connecting with other people? We just can't know. How would you redeem someone like Valentino? What is the action he could take to change and be worthy of redemption? He, like, respects consent one time and shoots straight up, I guess. What about Alastor? He was a serial killer, so does he have to save, like, a whole bunch of lives? I'm being a bit facetious here, but I'm trying to make a point. Because the show tied the redemption of Pentious so closely to one specific action, it makes the whole concept and process of redemption more confusing, not less. I keep thinking about The Good Place. It's hard not to, considering how similar the premise is. Eleanor, the main character, is not a good person because she has a selfish personality. Not only does the show, over its length, explain why she developed into a selfish person, but it also shows her slowly changing in each episode. She begins to care about her friends, she starts to feel regret about behaving in selfish ways, and she starts taking actions to change in the future. Eleanor doesn't sacrifice her life in one big grand gesture. Instead, she changes in 100 small ways, and it makes her unrecognizable by the end of the show. Hazbin does have fewer episodes than The Good Place, so they're restricted a bit on how many of these small stories they can actually tell. Plus, the cast of Hazbin Hotel is absolutely massive compared to The Good Place. The other thing is that The Good Place is a lot more episodic, and Hazbin is really focused on these big, grand, season-long storylines. The problem with tying redemption to a grand gesture is now you gotta do the grand gesture. People are looking now for one action and the balancing action that can fix everything. That's not really how a concept like redemption works. People aren't the one bad thing they did. They're more complicated than that. While Pentious might have changed in smaller ways from how he started, the audience got no idea what he was like before becoming a nicer guy. He's kind of bad for one episode. 1.5 if you consider my close personal advisor who definitely isn't planning to usurp my throne, the pilot. It's odd, I feel like I'm constantly asking for clarification and more explanations for the way the show works, but then I think the parts that are explained are clumsy. I feel like an asshole being like, tell me how this works. And then when they tell me how it works, I'm like, no! Not like that. Not funny!
Not funny!
I don't want Hazbin Hotel to be The Good Place. I just want it to be a better, more cohesive version of itself. The Egg Boys. This section is going to be mega short, but I couldn't talk about Pentious without talking about the Egg Boys. The new Egg Boys that Pentious gets in Season 2 suck. They're so boring, and they don't exist as comic relief anymore. They don't have any personality. I don't even think they speak.
I love them! I'll tolerate them!
The Egg Boys in Hell had names and everything. It's weird to me that Pentious just accepts these facsimiles as his new minions despite the fact that they're not his real eggs.
Don't fly too far. Yes.
It makes it seem like he never cared about them at all, which we know isn't true considering he like snuggles up with them and stuff. I'm gonna say something controversial. I don't care that you broke your elbow. I'm gonna say something controversial. I think the eggs deserved to go to heaven. I'm aware that they aren't able to go to heaven technically because they don't have souls, but come on. The show fudges its own lore all the time. It wouldn't have made sense, but damn it, it would have been fun. The Egg Boys deserved a reward for their heroic sacrifice in the battle against Heaven too. That's not even mentioning that they would have been hilarious in heaven. They would have been having the time of their little lives. They would have been having so much fun. Let the Egg Boys go to heaven, damn it. Sera and Emily. This section is probably going to be the shortest in the whole video, but I wanted to mention these two anyway. I talk a bit more about Sera in the songs section because she does get a couple that are really important. I would go so far as to say that I believe Sera is the only character in Season 2 of Hazbin Hotel who goes through a full, complete character arc over the course of more than one episode. Charlie goes through a bit of an arc, but her changes aren't subtle or informed by her actions. She just does a lot of bad stuff until she's told she's doing bad stuff, and then she just kind of stops. That's not a super satisfying arc, and it doesn't take place over any length of time. Angel goes through a bit of an arc, but it's kind of only the first half. We have to wait and see where he's going. Vaggie Don't make me laugh. Sera's arc, on the other hand, starts in episode 2 of season 2, and it continues to be brought up, discussed, and challenged until it resolves in episode 7. I'm also pretty impressed that most of the arc takes place in the music, which is where it should be. There's a quote, I think it's by Fosse. I looked it up and it's attributed to Fosse, so I'm sorry if I'm wrong. The time to sing is when your emotional level is just too high to speak anymore, and the time to dance is when your emotions are too strong to only sing about how you feel. So all of the best moments of a character's arc should be in song during a musical, and Sera's arc both starts and ends in the music. Emily, despite being in the season a decent amount, didn't really make a huge impact. I like Emily as a character, and I enjoy the ways she and Charlie are similar. Emily's naivete makes much more sense, though, because she's only ever been around good people, and I think her job is to literally make sure souls are having the most fun possible in heaven.
And it's your position to keep them happy and joyful.
I also liked Emily's sense of morals. As soon as she found out about the exterminations, she was immediately against them. A couple of things about that though. Emily was fine with souls being tortured in hell for all of eternity, but she draws the line at extermination. Girl, what? That doesn't really make much sense from a moral perspective, especially if she didn't necessarily believe in redemption before Charlie brought it up. I'm sure that Emily is just like a character that never really thinks about these things, but that doesn't necessarily make her a very moral character. I think Emily wanted to believe that redemption is possible, but she had no evidence. I'm just saying it's an odd place to draw the line in the sand. I also thought that Emily and Sera would have had more conflict or tension between the two of them moving forward after You Didn't Know because of how upset Emily was with Sera for allowing the exterminations. I don't really think there was much personal conflict between the two, just the global conflict of war versus peace, with Emily being on the side of peace.
He was redeemed!
Don't say it, Emily. Please. We need... I don't think it's a good idea.
You're afraid, aren't you? Because you know we owe Hell a massive apology.
I think if Emily had been more upset with Sera and spoken to her more or blamed her more for the situation, it would have deepened both of their characters and made Sera's arc even more intense. Emily, though, is kind of only focused on making sure Pentious integrates well into heaven.
Emily, please take him. Tend to him.
The lack of continuation on this plot makes Emily feel kind of childish, and easily placated after the strong stance she made during You Didn't Know. The idea of falling, with a capital F, also didn't really go anywhere this season, and I'm not sure it will in the future.
If you start to question, you could end up like Lucifer. Fallen.
I suppose we might see a character like Lute fall, but are exorcists different than other kinds of angels? I would assume so because Vaggie can't do the magic shield blast thing in the finale like Emily can. So are exorcists even able to fall? It makes what Sera said about questioning God leading to becoming fallen feel like a fake threat. If Sera had the additional fear of not following God's will and ending up fallen for it, it would have increased her anxiety about what to do even further because she wouldn't just have the realm's fate in her hands, but also her own. I think that Sera had a really compelling story this season. I just kind of wanted her to be under even more pressure. Extend those emotions, make them bigger. This was just another issue of having too many characters to balance. We could only get a single full episode in heaven because we've got too much other shit to do. Carmilla. I didn't really think I had enough to say about Carmilla to give her a section in my video, but I actually wrote a good amount about her. Plus, she was a fun character to draw, so I have to say something so you guys can watch me draw this cute little version of Carmilla. I can't draw it for no reason. I think it's a bit silly that Carmilla and her daughters were out on Extermination Day. Firstly, whoever was storyboarding the scene where Carmilla killed the angel was not paying attention. The angels are supposed to have no idea who killed one of them, but there are literally 4 angels standing around.
In that last extermination, I tried to buy time for my girls to flee, and well, you don't become an angelic arms dealer without arming yourself first.
You're telling me that not one of them was like, oh yeah, Boobatha stayed back to fight the ballet lady while we chased her daughters, and now Boobatha is dead. Who could have done this? It's dumb, but whatever. That's not the most important thing. The bigger problem is Carmilla being outside, running around on Extermination Day. Girl, what were you doing? You're literally one of the richest, most powerful people in hell. Why are you not chilling in like a bunker somewhere? The angels are exclusively seeking quantity over quality. They wouldn't hunt you down. Just stay indoors. It's Purge Day, and you're out wandering around for seemingly no reason with your daughters who you want to protect? What is so important that it couldn't wait until the day after Purge Day? This isn't the first year that the extermination is happening. They haven't gotten caught off guard because there's a giant countdown clock. I'm assuming that they were out gathering angelic steel from angels, but there is no reason that Carmilla and her daughters should be out there doing that themselves. themselves. Carmilla is an overlord. She owns souls. She probably has plenty of little useless peons out on Extermination Day collecting weapons. At the very least, you'd think that she wouldn't let her daughters, who are her literal only reason for existing, outside on Purge Day. Also, why are the angels leaving their angelic weapons behind? If they were being slain on the battlefield, this makes a ton of sense. Your weapon would just kinda end up where your body ended up, but literally one angel has died ever. They just throw their spear, shrug, and walk away? Aren't you using that to do more killing? Can they manifest weapons? Are the weapons magical? I know Carmilla says angelic steel isn't common, but it's common enough to equip the entire cannibal army. Who are all of these angels arriving back in heaven and going, oh whoops, left my battle axe down there, oh well. Carmilla's canon. In Season 2, I don't really buy Vox's argument to convince Carmilla to build him a weapon to attack Heaven. His argument is that if/when he attacks Heaven, the angels will find out that Carmilla is the one who supplied the weapons to Charlie during her battle against Heaven, and they will want to take her and her family out.
You're the one who started it. Make no mistake, Carmilla. War is coming. Whose side do you want to be on? Heaven's? You think they won't come for you? The one that supplied the princess with the knife that killed their leader?
I think on a very surface level this argument makes some sense, but like most things this season, one more second of thought makes it all fall apart. These are extremely different circumstances, and while Carmilla does point this out, she doesn't seem to have any conviction in that observation.
Those were different circumstances.
Was it though?
I'll build your weapon.
To arm someone against a conflict you know is coming regardless of your actions, and to arm someone to start a conflict that can't continue without your actions, are two entirely different worlds. Also, Charlie is the one that's currently on the side of the angels, as was demonstrated at Vox's own rally in episode 5. So if Carmilla wanted to stay in the good graces of the angels, she should stay on Charlie's side. Carmilla didn't do anything worse than Charlie did, and the angels are working very closely with Charlie, so why would she believe they would want vengeance on her specifically at that point? Vox is talking like him winning the war is a foregone conclusion too, and that's very odd. If Carmilla just said no, then what was his plan? He literally can't attack Heaven without her. She has all the power in this negotiation. Vox says war is coming whether she wants it or not, but how would there be a war without her cannon and her weapons? She should just say no. Carmilla is actually an idiot if she thinks Hell can win this fight. Hell has the numbers, but they only have the ability to kill angels with angelic steel, and Carmilla herself said it isn't common.
Angelic steel isn't common.
The only reason Hell has any angelic steel at all is because of the exterminations. I would imagine that Heaven probably has a lot more angelic steel. Sure, you have more bodies, but they have no weapons. Yeah, Hell has a cannon, but Vox has one cannon. One. There is definitely more than one seraphim in Heaven, and beyond that, there are definitely some archangels. We saw from Adam, an archangel, that they can rain down holy light. So Heaven has more cannons. They can essentially rain down fire on all of Hell, targeting the area that Vox's cannon is in, and win the war in like a day. I feel like if you have literally any tactical knowledge at all, Vox's side, and now Carmilla's side, loses. I understand that Carmilla is basically always panicking and making bad decisions when it comes to her daughters, but come on, this is ridiculous. I walk into Carmilla Carmine's factory asking for $1 billion. When she refuses, I smirk. Your daughters, I say smugly. Carmilla immediately starts bawling and gives me $5 billion. Frenchie did point out that Vox saying, "help me keep them safe," about Carmilla's daughters might have been him threatening them.
Help me protect Hell, Carmilla, and I'll help you protect them.
But I'm not really sure I buy the credibility of that threat either. Maybe Vox is better at combat than Carmilla, but she has a monopoly on angelic steel. She's the only one in this fight who can kill someone permanently. Maybe Vox has some angelic steel, he could have purchased some from her and stockpiled it, I obviously don't know. But if he had a weapon that could kill sinners permanently, don't you think he would keep that shit on him? It would have been really easy to fix this. So easy. Just have Vox already have kidnapped her daughters as leverage before he goes into the meeting. I would believe he could do it. Now Vox has leverage that doesn't involve making Carmilla think that Hell is going to win this impossible war. She could think they're gonna lose, but she doesn't care as long as she gets her daughters back. It's literally that easy. Just don't have the daughters in the background and have him like pull up a screen that shows them in a prison cell or something. It would take nothing to fix this plot point. And that's crazy. It's crazy how easy it would be to fix. Loud ass car. Song analysis and song ranking. I did a ranking of the songs in Hazbin Hotel for Season 1, so I'm going to do the same for these ones. I do have some overall thoughts for the Season 2 discography first, though. I think that switching from 2 songs per episode to 3 wasn't the best idea. I do generally like the Hazbin music, and I do understand the functionality that songs have in such a short show. They're able to use the music and the conventions of musical theater to heighten emotion, speed along character arcs or plot beats, and explain a lot of exposition in a more fun way. However, if they were to remain at 2 songs per episode, some of these would definitely have been on the cutting room floor. If they had the option to either do 2 or 3 songs per episode, that might have freed up a little bit more time for character conversations or elaboration on plot points and world building. There was also a bit of a trend with the songs this season that I didn't really enjoy. A significant number of the songs are fast, like really fast, or have fast sections in them. That doesn't sound so bad, and the faster sections can have a function within the context of the song. Obviously, I'll get into it with specific examples later. It just felt quite jarring a lot of the time, and like the show was trying to rush through the songs and exposition as quickly as possible. I did a lot of math, and I'm not a math person, so keep that in mind, because I had a feeling that the songs in Season 2 are shorter than the songs in Season 1, and because of that, they didn't have as much narrative force behind them. There are 15 songs in Season 1. The longest is Finale at 3 minutes and 51 seconds. It is the longest of the season, but not by a crazy amount, so I wouldn't count it as a statistical outlier. Ready for This is 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Around half the songs are at least 2 minutes and 30 seconds long. The shortest is the Reprise of More Than Anything at 1 minute exactly, and it's only really matched by Welcome to Heaven. The average runtime for a song in Season 1 is approximately 2 minutes and 29 seconds. Season 2 has 20 songs. The shortest is Clean It Up at 1 minute and 8 seconds, followed fairly closely by Vox Day at 1 minute and 14 seconds. The longest song is Hear My Hope, coming in at a whopping 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Nothing else this season even comes close to touching that, so that would be considered a statistical outlier in our dataset. I did 2 different averages of the lengths of the songs, one with Hear My Hope and one without, due to the significance of the difference in length. With Hear My Hope, the average is 2 minutes and 17 seconds per song, already a full 12 seconds less than Season 1. Without Hear My Hope, the difference becomes even more staggering, with the average only being 2 minutes and 8 seconds long. That is significantly less time, and as an audience member, I really felt it. So many of the songs felt like they were ending right as they were getting started, and the rest were trying to shove as many words at you as fast as possible because they only have 1 minute and 4 seconds for this song. If they had slowed down a bit and given each song a little bit more room to breathe, I think they could have portrayed more complex ideas and created more lasting songs. Frenchie and I used to listen to the Season 1 Hazbin soundtrack while cleaning our house every week. I don't think we've ever casually listened to the Season 2 soundtrack. It's anecdotal, but I can only live to live my lived experience. One of the bigger issues I had with the songs this season was that a lot of them weren't narratively necessary. Every song in Season 1 served one of 3 functions. It either established the world, explored characters' emotions, or literally moved the story forward. Happy Day in Hell and Welcome to Heaven are both examples of the first, establishing the world. More Than Anything and Loser Baby are going to fall into the character emotion category, and Respectless and Ready for This fall into the plot functioning section. Unfortunately, a solid amount of songs in Season 2 don't really serve any of these purposes, and if that's the case, they should have been cut. It pains me to say it because some of the songs I really liked this season, I wrote evening in my script. Some of the songs I really liked this evening? Some of the songs I really liked this season were totally narratively unnecessary. I am going to be ranking these based on personal enjoyment, but I'm going to analyze them fairly. That might mean that I'll really lay into a song and then rank it highly. I'm just crazy like that. I'm so silly. I'm just so silly and crazy and silly. Anyway, that's just a bit of a primer. I've also got to disclaim that I can't play any of the songs at all. I got severely copyright claimed in my last Hazbin video for playing as little as 5 seconds of a song, so you're just gonna have to take my word for it, and also maybe some very bad singing or humming from me. I'm not happy about it either. So let's dive deeper into these songs individually. Hazbin Guarantee / Trust Us. Hazbin Guarantee is the opening song of the season, and it serves the function of reintroducing the audience to the hotel and the Vees as antagonists. Unfortunately, I find it a bit more boring than Happy Day in Hell, which was the equivalent in Season 1. I think that one worked better for me because it focused much more on Charlie specifically, while Hazbin Guarantee spends a good portion of its runtime being interrupted by other characters. Happy Day in Hell also established a bit more of what Charlie actually wanted instead of just establishing the setting. This song does have a short section about redemption, but it's less about that and more surface-level descriptions of what the hotel has. This is also one of only a few songs that Charlie gets to sing this season, which is really odd considering she's the main character. It felt like Vox ended up with much more of a presence than Charlie did. There were a few lines that made me laugh. Specifically, I like Charlie saying, "It's free," and Alastor immediately following that up with, "It's worth the price." That's a good one, and I think it demonstrates Alastor's witty, slightly bitchy personality better than that dumb, like, "Do I enjoy being difficult?" line. I also laughed a bit at Charlie yelling, "Have a beer" at Baxter, and him just like softly saying, "I don't drink." That's a little bit funny. The section where Charlie is talking about Pentious and hoping that redemption is possible is the best part of Hazbin Guarantee, because it's the only part that has any real emotion besides like panic or desperation attached to it. Those are fine emotions, but they're not deep emotions, I guess. If there had been more emphasis on this idea of hope, it could have made the show feel more cyclical, with both Hope starting the show in Hazbin Guarantee and finishing it in Hear My Hope. It's disappointing that we didn't get something like that, especially because we did get something like that in Season 1. They finished finale with Happy Day in Hell. This little section of the song is also played entirely for a joke because the audience knows that Pentious is alive, but I've already stated that I wish the show had held on to that information. It could have made this desperation and moment in the song more impactful. The song transitions into the Vees section, Trust Us. I've seen some people saying that these should have been two separate songs, but I didn't really mind them being combined, and I think I would have been more annoyed if the Vees had yet another song this season, because they already feel drastically overrepresented in the plot. I will admit that the songs don't actually overlap or combine in a way that's too interesting. Instead, the Vees just start singing the Hazbin Guarantee melody. I feel like there could have been a way to combine the bassier, more electric sound of Trust Us with the brighter, more cinematic sound of Hazbin Guarantee without having to fully abandon the former. I don't know how I feel about Trust Us. I do like that each of the Vees are given generally equal voice lines in the song. It builds up the idea that they're a collective and a team before Vox starts dominating the rest of their songs. The focus on their slogan and the title of the song, Trust Us, is great to establish this too. Of course, the song ends with that not-so-subtle hint to Vox's egotism with him singing, "Trust me, just me," before correcting himself. As far as the line-by-line writing goes, Hazbin Guarantee isn't doing anything special. The lyrics are just describing the hotel in basic terms. Trust Us has a standout good line with, "I sense a drop of star potential. With a little boost, that drip could turn torrential." Great rhyme. Great thematic continuance from lyric to lyric. Unfortunately, Trust Us also has a standout bad line with, "Why be nice when you can be famous?" It's just so plainly stating the Vees' attitude that it's a bit eye-roll worthy. It's a very small part of the song though, and is easily overlooked. Once We Get Up There. Once We Get Up There serves a very important narrative purpose, and it's actually a bit unique in musical terms. There's a specific kind of song called an I Want song. These are songs that are typically assigned to the protagonist of a musical to spell out what their dreams and goals are for the audience. Think like Part of Your World from The Little Mermaid, or I Just Can't Wait to Be King from The Lion King, or the first song in Beauty and the Beast, she says, "I want much more than this provincial life," right? Literally telling you, I want this. Villains or antagonists are typically assigned something called an I Am song. This would be something like Gaston from Beauty and the Beast. It's just describing who he is, right? Or that song about the dentist from Little Shop of Horrors. I like that one too. Hazbin Hotel broke that mold a little bit by giving the Vees a strong and prominent I Want song. And it's even placed where a protagonist would typically have their I Want song, right after the number establishing the world. While it's cool to experiment with form like this, I do actually think it's a major problem this season. Charlie doesn't get an I Want song until way later in the season. If you could even count it as that, I'll get to it. So she spends a lot of time here at the start of the season feeling reactive and unmotivated. She feels like the antagonist. We know what Charlie wants in general, redemption, but she does have different goals this season than the first. She needs to tell us this in song for this to function as a musical. So, Once We Get Up There establishes the motivations for the Vees this season. I have explained that I believe the Vees' motivations this season are uninteresting and weak, but the song itself isn't really marred too badly by that. The other thing that drags this song down a bit is that most of the lyrics and the story of the song are very straightforward. It introduces the plan and tells the audience that Box has some beef with those that doubted him, but that's kinda it. Maybe the line, "What's an overlord to a deity?" is referring to Alastor specifically, but I don't really have enough evidence to say for sure. There is some fun musical stuff going on. I like Vox referring to the three of them as the Unholy Trinity. That's fun, but that's kind of the only lyric of note. Some of the visuals and music align really well. I'm gonna sing a little bit, please excuse me. Like when Velvet and Valentino are climbing the stairs, the pitch of their singing rises in time with it, and I think that's fun, like dun 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 dun. That's fun. There's also an organ providing backup in the instrumental, and that definitely adds an air of like holiness to the song. I also absolutely adore the last shared note that the Vees sing together. They do like a big rise, and it's so classically villainous that it actually kind of made me like a little nostalgic. It was great. Like You. I don't really enjoy Like You. Melodically and lyrically, it's extremely repetitive, and it spends most of its runtime establishing heaven as a location, when that's not really something that's important for the narrative. This version of heaven is also very cliche. It doesn't bring anything new or interesting to the table. It's the most bland, happy list of things one could imagine. Puppies and churros and pangolins. The only establishment we needed was, it's heaven, and that would be enough for most people to get an idea of what it was like. There were a couple of lyrics that made me laugh though. Emily calling Pentious a big, weird, lonely snake guy surprised me. It was it was pretty funny. A couple of the references to him being a snake are fun as well, like, "You'll make pals come hither with every hiss and slither." That's a bit of an awkward way to phrase that sentiment, but it's thematic, so I'll give it a pass. "No one here schemes like you, sheds skin, or blasphemes like you" also made me laugh, but they also bother me a teeny bit because it's not like textually supported. We never see Pentious blaspheme. I don't even think he says something like, "Oh my god." Does he even swear in heaven? I don't remember, and I don't think so. And you're telling me that there are no lizard or snake-like winners in heaven? When Vox said there were 100 billion souls there in the last song, I doubt it. I would be a heaven snake if I weren't going to hell for vicious and relentless haterism. The only part of the song that Frenchie and I both enjoyed was Pentious' section, and the reason we liked it is because it's the only part of the song with any real emotion attached. The audience cares about Pentious, and so we care about his emotions. I would have preferred if the song was more focused on establishing how Pentious felt about being in heaven, rather than establishing heaven as a location. This is his whole, thing for this season, so show me that in the song. I will say that I enjoy his presence in the background. It's hilarious watching him just gently steal things to make his giant drill. Seeing the unicorn horn as the lever and it all comes together what he's doing is great. The bit at the end where he tries to shoot himself is also low-key a little bit funny, and it does kind of lean into how he's actually feeling about being in heaven, but I just wish that the song was about it, not just the visuals. Sera's Confession. I'm just gonna come right out and spoil it. This is my favorite song from the whole season. Both singers for Sera and the Speaker of God, Patina Miller and Liz Calloway, are vocal powerhouses, and they sound incredible together. The whole song is literally a conversation, but it's also musically a conversation. At times, the speaker's voice rises behind Sera's as she sings, almost like it's acting as her conscience, telling her you can't hide. There's a bit of conflict between the two, but it's not a conflict that holds any anger, so it feels a bit unique. Sera wants the speaker to tell her what to do, but the speaker, and by extension, God, wants Sera to go through the process of examining her own biases against those in hell, meditate on her thoughts, and repent for her actions, and then change her behavior based on the conclusions she draws from that. It is a microcosm for how redemption is supposed to work. This is the setup for Sera's entire character arc this season. The visuals are simple, and they kind of have to be because of the tempo of the song, but they still manage to do some interesting things. For example, the clouds rolling in to block out the light of God before Sera sings, "I feel no wiser than when I commanded the slaughter of those sons and daughters." Like, her darkness is blocking out her connection with God. I also quite like that line. Following that is the visual of Sera literally having blood on her hands. It's a bit on the nose, but because it's only referenced in the visuals, it skates by as being subtle enough for me, and I quite enjoy it. When Sera sings about hell posing a threat to heaven, hell is eclipsing heaven. Little things like that add to the song and the experience as a whole. The lyrical allusions to biblical aspects are excellent, like the lines, "You must bear the cross bestowed upon you," and "Take pity, I pray." They're simple, but they feel like the casual way that two characters that are deeply religious would speak. So many of the lyrics slap, and I don't think any of them have some of the hokiness that permeates other songs in Hazbin Hotel. That's not a bad thing. It's allowed to be a little silly and goofy, right? But this song has a certain serious to it that a lot of the other songs lack. The orchestral arrangement makes Sera's confession dramatically different from anything else in the show, too. It makes the characters feel older, and the confession itself feel more weighty. The arrangement is so emotional that it actually kind of like gives me tingles sometimes. The speaker sections also have like a bit of a lighter chime to them, which you can hear while listening to the instrumental. It makes her seem a bit more magical. This is the only song on the soundtrack that feels like it could have been like in a masterpiece of film or television series, like something prestigious, especially the instrumental. I really like this song. Gravity. I feel so conflicted about Gravity. Part of me thinks the song should have been cut and part of me doesn't. It depends a bit on how important Lute is going to be moving forward. It's tough because if we got Gravity in season 3, it would have felt too removed from Adam's death. However, as is, Lute has this big song that builds up a ton of momentum for her as a character, and then she spends the rest of the season doing nothing but like talking and arguing. I get that it's important to show her mental state regarding Adam's death, but why is it important that we got to see her mental state if it doesn't contribute to anything? Maybe it wouldn't have felt so out of place if it was moved later in the season, because then it would be closer to Lute attacking Vaggie in hell. I could see the argument that the writers are doing the same thing they did in season 1 with Stayed Gone. The Vees weren't technically the main villains that season either, but I would argue that they were more relevant than Lute is this season. They pushed Pentious back into the hotel, we saw Valentino a good amount in connection with Angel in episodes 4 and 6, and Velvet was at the Overlord meeting with Alastor. She even got a song, the difference being that that song was literally the conversation between her and Carmilla, and it revealed a plot element, Carmilla killing the Angel. The Vees are way more present and important to season 1 than Lute is to season 2. What would be the functional difference if you removed her and had Abel fighting for the war in their meetings to avenge his father? Literally nothing. I think that this song is the writers being spread too thin across characters, and the new requirement for 3 songs per episode instead of 2. If you limit yourself, you have to cut the worst and least relevant and end up with the stronger, more important songs. I'm not saying that Gravity is a bad song though. Lute's voice actress, Jessica Vosk, is an unreasonably good singer. She's insane. Alex Brightman as Adam is also so good. These two sing together so well, and Adam egging Lute on at the beginning of the song is so good for building up the song's momentum. A massive rock song suits both of these characters so well, and the electric guitar in the instrumental is fantastic. It relates the song more back to Adam, connecting to him through the use of his weapon and instrument of preference being his electric guitar. The chanting in the background has to be one of my favorite parts. It creates a more religious, holy vibe, almost giving like Dies Irae. Did I say that right? I'm so sorry. The words are Dominus, meaning master, Ignis, meaning fire, Vindictus, meaning vengeance, and Sanctus, meaning holy. Taken together, it could mean something like fiery vengeance for my holy master. I'm sure the intention was something along those lines. I really like the visual of Hallucination Adam drifting up until the shard in the wall is sticking through him like a knife. That's such a good visual. And the visual of Lute falling when she shatters the glass is fantastic. Frenchie felt like the rest of the visuals were a little silly. Like he was having a hard time taking Lute seriously because he kept thinking about that scene in the warehouse in Footloose when that guy is just stomping around. Frenchie actually, he synced up that scene to Gravity, and it's insane how well it works. It's actually crazy. I can't post it, obviously, because of copyright, but I might post like a short or a TikTok about it. I think it's fine, but I totally get where he's coming from. She is kind of just like throwing a tantrum, I guess. Some of the lyricism is done well. Specifically, I enjoyed Lute calling herself the Flood, which obviously ties into the idea of a biblical flood, plus the connection between like a torrential rain and flooding. Frenchie liked the eye for an eye line and the connection it builds between Lute and Vaggie. I also want to shout out blood demands blood, gonna get my hands wet, as a line that I thought was pretty good. Other lines are a bit awkward, like specifically, you think you're hell's great savior, will you still when I return the favor? It's a bit wordy and unwieldy, My main complaint about the lyrics is one that's totally unfair though. I'm like acknowledging up front that it's totally unfair. I think the lyric, a hard rain is gonna fall down like gravity, is so stupid because gravity doesn't fall down. I know this is being pedantic, I know it, right? But you kind of have to like phrase sentences like this, similes like this. A hard rain is going to fall down like gravity, right? A hard rain is going to fall like gravity falls, but gravity doesn't fall. To me, the lyric is like, goes in a circle like speed. Neither of those things connect with each other. I'm gonna shoot up into the air like velocity. That's meaningless. It wouldn't bother me at all if this was like a song I heard on the radio, but I do have higher standards for like a musical lyrically. It's vital that your lyrics are good because they aren't a break from the story, they are the story. Still, I know I'm being pedantic about that, I know it. As a song, I really like Gravity. It's just unfortunate that it doesn't really go anywhere. Piss, a love song. I've already mentioned my main complaint with this song. I don't really believe the emotions the characters are trying to portray have been earned by this point in the show. It's to the point where it just feels like a little awkward, like two middle schoolers declaring their undying love for each other. You two just started dating last period. The song itself is like a fun power ballad. I liked the way that it built over time, and the instrumental has a really nostalgic vibe that I enjoyed. I think it's meant to feel a bit 80s, considering like the crossfades, double exposure thing at one point. While listening to just the instrumental, I picked up on some of the instrumentals that are a little bit difficult to hear in the final song. In the fast section, when Cherry boarded the ship, there's her electric guitar, but there's also like a harpsichord going crazy. It's a great way to combine the modernity of Cherry with Pentious's, for lack of a better term, old ass. I don't love this section of the song though. I'm not sure it's factual, but it felt like so many of the songs this season had a super speedy section in the middle that tries to cram a whole bunch of story in like 15 seconds, and I don't really enjoy that. The lyrics are honestly pretty basic. I didn't find any lines that stood out to me as either good or bad. No real like wordplay or puns, no rhymes that surprised me. It was just fine. I did notice something while going through the lyrics though. I've been talking about how some of the lyrics feel really odd to me because Pentious, from what we've seen, seems to lose every fight they've been in. So he's definitely not beating the piss out of Cherry. In the last section of the song, they're both singing something like, I still taste the blood, but it turns out that Cherry is singing, I still taste your blood. So maybe Pentious really is the one who's getting his ass beat every time they fight. I just kind of thought that was a fun detail, if true, if intentional. The visuals are fine. I really like the scene near the end when they get tangled up in the rope together and Pentious is trying to blow out Cherry's explosive before they both get blown up. That moment has some real chemistry between the two of them. She's like smiling, you know, it's cute. The rest of the visuals are really nicely animated, but nothing stands out to me. They're kind of just running around and fighting, which is good to see because we haven't seen it in the season before, right? The only other instance we see it in is, you know, that scallywag, the pilot. So this is the first real instance of their fighting being established in the show. So it's necessary. I just think that, like, you know, it's just fighting. It's fine. Speedrun to Redemption. And this is my least favorite song of the season. I don't like it for a variety of reasons. Musically, it's boring and repetitive. The melody doesn't really change at any point, just getting faster and faster. I do like the way that the music goes along with Charlie's desperation, but it's just not melodically interesting enough for me. The lyrics are trying desperately to be funny, but they're just not. It's the same problem that I had with Like You. If you're going to present the most obvious ways of being good without any additional jokes or commentary, you are wasting my time. If you ask a toddler how to be good, they might say like, feed the poor or help an old lady cross the street. Come up with something original. Come on, Charlie, exaggerate. If this was a commentary on how immature Charlie's idea of good was, that could have been interesting, but the show never does anything further with that. The only lyric that I thought was a little funny was when Charlie mimicked Pentious and said, start talking like this. The visuals also aren't anything to write home about. Some mildly funny goofs with Angel in the background, but nothing was standout. Of course, there's also my moral objections to the song. I've already talked at length about how fucked up it was for Charlie to tell Angel to dress more modestly, but I completely forgot that she places that under the label of dignity. Wow. That's pretty god-awful, as if the way you dress has anything to do with dignity. Do we know the definition of dignity? According to Wikipedia,
Webster's dictionary defines redemption as...
Objection! Lame and unoriginal.
dignity is the right of a person to be valued and respected for their own sake, and to be treated ethically. Doesn't sound like you need to dress modestly for that, but what do I know? I'm not the princess of hell. Also, this is just, it's a small thing, but it bothered me, I'm sorry. Charlie calls a homeless person a hobo, and I understand that it was meant to make the song work and that it's a comedy and blah 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 blah, but that's generally not considered a polite or morally correct way to refer to a homeless person anymore because it's dehumanizing language. Like, instead of highlighting their humanity by calling them a homeless person, you are making them something other by calling them a hobo. Not good. This is also somehow Charlie's only solo song for the entire season, and that has to be a musical crime of some kind. She's the protagonist. And more than that, Erica Henningsen's voice is too incredible to be wasted like this. Boo. Boo. Don't You Forget. I wouldn't have a problem with Don't You Forget in a vacuum. If I were listening to the soundtrack and this song came up, I wouldn't think anything of the story being told within it. However, I had an issue with it in the context of the show. The song begins directly after Rosie goes through Alastor's backstory and reveals that she's the one who owns his soul. That scene and this song are telling us the exact same plot-relevant information. The only part of Alastor's backstory that is actively important to the narrative is the fact that he is under Rosie's contract. It's nice enough to learn more about Alastor's backstory from when he was alive, but that doesn't play into the show beyond the revelation that Rosie is the one who owns him. Then what does the song tell us? That Rosie is the one who owns him. Not only does the song repeat that information, but it also repeats that Alastor wants his staff fixed and the information that Alastor wants out of his deal. Literally all of this was already introduced in their conversation seconds before the song started. Stop wasting my time. Tell me once and do it through the song instead of the conversation. It's the more interesting option. Okay, with the narrative problem out of the way, let's talk about the song itself. I like this old jazz style, and I'm glad that the music is remaining in line with the character's time period and what genres they would sing in. I also like a lot of the lyrics in this song. It's clear that to Alastor, the animalistic character traits he has are shameful and annoying, so Rosie hones in on that for a lot of her lyrics. She's insulting him and reminding him of his place, all while keeping a smile on her face. She starts by calling him my dear, which is of course a double entendre because of his deer-like features, the antlers, the ears. Then there's the more degrading line, you are my pet, I say when to sit and stay, roll over or go fetch. Other lyrics follow this same animal theming. You're in my zoo, you're in my net, coop can't be flown. I like all of that. I like all of that thematic cohesion. Excellent. It continues with the visuals as well. One of my favorites shows Alastor as a rabbit being held by the ears when she said she'd make him disappear, like a magician's rabbit. The other visuals are good as well. Alastor being caged and being a puppet on a string are both basic in terms of imagery, but they're good enough visual metaphors. The end when Alastor and Rosie are dancing together is great. It kind of establishes their closeness while maintaining the contentious relationship. It's this barely contained resentment and toxicity hidden behind a friendship. I love that dynamic, and I hope to see more of it from them, though I worry how it would be executed now that the deal is off. Clean it up. I think this is probably one of the songs that should have been cut for the good of the story's pacing and other plot lines. It doesn't really have anything to do with the show as a whole, doesn't have anything to do with the episode in specific, doesn't lead to anything, and it doesn't tell us much about Nifty that we didn't already know. I like this song, the fast-paced energy matches Nifty really well, and it's a fun genre divergence. It's nice to have a song that's in a super different style from everything else. That's one of the benefits of having your characters exist across all different times and places. I also really like the animation style switching into an anime. The dancing brooms, the cutesy emoticons, and bright sparkly environments are so visually different from the usual as well. It's really fun. I also think it's fun to have a section of the song in Japanese, where Nifty is saying kind things about Charlie and the hotel, but only the audience gets to understand. That's a fun goof, and I like that it lets us know a little bit more about how Nifty feels about Charlie and the hotel. That information doesn't really play into the plot in any meaningful way, or affect the way that Charlie and Nifty interact with each other though, so while it's nice, it's ultimately meaningless. Again, I like the song, but I think it was only added for a couple of reasons. The first was to give Nifty a song this season, and that's fine. Kimiko Glenn does a great job with the pacing of the song. It was fun to hear her sing, but that's not a good enough reason to add a song by itself. A song absolutely needs to be saying something, otherwise we're just wasting time. The other reason for the song would be to hit that 3 songs per episode quota. And to maybe add something in between Don't You Forget and the reprise of Don't You Forget, because they happen in such quick succession with each other that if you didn't have something in the middle, it would be the only song this episode, which is kinda eh. I just don't think it was necessary, and I think even the writers agree because this is the shortest song in the show. It's only really a minute long. Don't You Forget, reprise. Is it reprise or reprise? Am I saying it wrong? Maybe. Obviously, as a reprise, the song doesn't really get to have as strong of an identity as some of the others in the show. I think it's a clever choice to make this a reprise of Don't You Forget and Once We Get Up There, instead of just purely focusing on the former. It makes it feel like at the end of the argument between Alastor and Vox in the Don't You Forget section, that Vox is re-establishing himself as the dominant force, and it makes it so that the songs this episode aren't too repetitive. The melody of Once We Get Up There is also more electrical, so it feels more catered around Vox specifically than the Vees as a trio. show, and ending on a lower, darker note builds up the tension of him as a villain. There are some good visual callbacks as well, like Box having Alastor dance with him like Rosie did on the puppet wires, and I do like the line, "You're on my string, you can try and squirm and struggle and it wouldn't do a thing." It flows well, it makes sense, it's good. There are some other notable lyrical references, like Vox making reference to sharper, brighter, newer. It was exciting hearing Vox's ultimate villain song mentioned on a rewatch. Of course, there's also the reference to Stayed Gone from season 1, and I did like that. It reminds the audience of the history they share and made their confrontation feel more inevitable because we've kind of been waiting for it since season 1 episode 2. My main complaint is that I really hate how this song ends with the heavy breathing of both characters in each other's faces, and the "You Two Should Just Fuck Already" from Valentino. No other song ends like that, despite, other characters like dancing and singing and putting in effort. Ooh, it just makes me cringe. I hate using that terminology because, cringe culture is dead for sure, but something about it is just so awkward and not in a fun way. Plus, I've already talked about how I feel like it's weird to put Alastor, an asexual character, in these situations. I know that basically all of this is radio static bait for the shippers. You can obviously still like radio static if you want, but for a non-radio static shipper, it just felt really uncomfortable. Bad with Us. This song is all over the place, both narratively and musically. It frustratingly conflicts with both Don't You Forget and Once We Get Up There. I'm not even talking about it conflicting with the events of the show, literally just the events of other songs. At the beginning of Bad With Us, the other overlords are discussing Alastor's defeat, and initially one of them guesses that Alastor was defeated by Lucifer. I think this implies that he's still considered basically untouchable by any other sinner, seeing as Lucifer is considered the most powerful being in hell at this point. However, in Don't You Forget, Alastor states that his name doesn't inspire as much fear since Rosie forced him to go off the air. That idea that he's not feared anymore is supported by Carmilla's reaction to Alastor in season 1 at the Overlord meeting.
Alastor?
Yes, I know. I've been absent some time. I'm sure you've all been wondering.
Not really, but welcome back in any case.
But apparently, to everyone else in hell, Alastor is still basically undefeatable. The overlords in Bad With Us are also talking about Vox like he's all talk and no action. All of them. But if that's the case, why would the Vees be considered the biggest fish in hell, like they said in Once We Get Up There? Are they just hyping themselves up and they're not actually that big? We don't know. I don't like if we're being lied to this much because we don't have anything concrete to stand on. I just have to take the show at its word, and if it's lying to me, then that word means nothing. Also, the song starts with a musical section that's entirely different from the rest. I like the doo-wop style of the song, but it had barely any time to establish its own identity before it starts changing genres as Vox tries to appeal to the other overlords to join his side, and eating up a solid 30 seconds at the beginning with a melody and musical style that doesn't come back doesn't help the situation. I do really enjoy that the show is demonstrating through the music that the Vees are being pushed to the side at this point, because they're providing backup vocals for Vox instead of participating in the song as a whole. It's a great meta element supporting the idea that he's pulling away from them and becoming more self-centered. The rapidly switching genres is a fun gimmick to show that Vox is adjusting his communication style to each overlord, but it makes the song less catchy, harder to sing along to, and less memorable overall. We, the audience, also don't really know anything or care about these random overlords, and there's too many of them to establish more than a single line about each of them. It just greatly lowered my investment in the song and in the plot. I don't even think that the chorus is very interesting melodically. The lyrics are just bad too. Be bad with us, make angels mad with us. Make angels mad isn't a very good rallying cry. Some of the other lyrics are also real stinkers. But I'm not one to rest on my laurels. What better time to reinforce our crew? Grab an olive branch, go knock on some dorals? Is so ridiculously bad that it cycles around to being kind of iconic. I think it's supposed to kind of be intentionally bad, but man, ooh, it's bad. It's bad, it's bad, it's bad. Also, in ZZ's section, drop a beat to amen to is oof, a standout of oofage. The visuals are mostly fine, if not a bit uninspired. I like that Box is wearing a tiny cowboy hat when talking to Prick and Hatchet instead of his typical top hat. That's like a fun little visual gag. The scene at the end of the song during the last chorus where all of the overlords are just walking together is so cheesy and weird. Was there no better way to show their unity? Where are they going? Why are they walking? What is going on? They're just doing a little march in the street. What is happening? It's just weird. It's weird. Also, this is of note. You remember how I talked a lot about Vox's hypnosis? In the song, before Vox starts talking to the overlords, right before it transitions to his conversation with ZZ, he does the eye thing. So is he hypnotizing the overlords? I genuinely and truly don't know. Is it just supposed to be an indication that he's trying to convince them or something? Is it just a transition and I'm drastically overthinking everything? It's probably that. Of course, it's always that. Vox Populi. Right off the bat, I think it's a terrible crime that this is the only song Lucifer gets to sing this season. I know he has like one line in When I Think About the Future, but Jeremy Jordan's voice is simply too good to not use it more often. Vox Populi starts off strong, and it stays pretty strong for the whole runtime. This initial melody with the guitar is absolutely fantastic, and it's easily my favorite part of the song. I do think that Jeremy Jordan's voice isn't exactly suited for this heavier rock type of singing, but he still manages to pull it off, and I could even go all analytical on it if I wanted to. And I do, so I will. I think this song has a ton of momentum and excellent moments because it is an argument in musical form. I think all the best songs this season are. I could argue that part of the reason that Lucifer's voice doesn't exactly fit the instrumental is because Lucifer is putting up a front. He's basically never played this big bad guy as far as we know, so this isn't a role that fits him naturally. The lyrics follow that a little bit with him stating, "I am so spooky." It's like he doesn't really know how to appear intimidating. Vox is also putting up a front, but it's a front he practices publicly literally every day, so it's no wonder that he's much better at it than Lucifer is. I will say that visually, it's slightly irritating that we don't get any, crowd shots or noise when Lucifer appears. Obviously, Vox isn't going to be worried because he knows from Angel that Lucifer can't harm him, but the crowd should be worried, scared, and intimidated. This is the first time that Lucifer has been seen out by the general public in years, and he's, the devil from the Bible, so... If I were a little peon sinner, I'd be scared. It would have given Lucifer's part more weight and made Vox look more unbothered by comparison if we had a few crowd shots of people freaking out. So many lines in Vox Populi, especially right at the start, are bangers. I am a living aspect of the infinite. Oh, that's a banger. Banger City. I'm nearly a god. Who are you, just a dead man? Who? Banger! Banger, banger, banger. Vox's section doesn't have as many bangers, but I like the allusion to biblical language when he says he'll make heaven beg and say their prayers, and when he yells at Lucifer that they clipped his wings. Good stuff. So I was just going back and listening to some of the songs again, and I totally missed this absolute banger that Vox says, "A different kind of despot bringing respite from divine demands." Oh, that is an excellent line, and I feel terrible I didn't give him credit for it in the first place. There might not be very many standout individual lines from Vox, but this is really where we get to see Vox at his most powerful in terms of influencing people en masse. It's a really effective way to demonstrate his abilities, and a lot of the rhetoric he's using is very powerful to keep people on his side. He starts the call and response of Hail Vox Populi in the first chorus, but the crowd picks it up by the second chorus, demonstrating through the arrangement that they are on his side. The music also follows Vox's speaking pattern, staying light and quick while he gets the crowd on his side, and then turning dark and angry as he points the crowd at Lucifer and blames him for their problems. The interjections that Vox throws towards Lucifer are great, and I fully believe that the things Vox is targeting would get under Lucifer's skin. I also love Lucifer calling Vox a mouthy little mortal. Ooh, giving very much the sin of pride in this scene. Yummy. Delicious. The instrumental in that part is also slowly playing the first section of the song in the electric guitar, continuing the musical conversation below the vocal conversation. If you haven't listened to the instrumental, here's your sign to do that. The visuals are also super fun for this one. It's huge, bombastic, a showstopper. Absolutely something that would dazzle a crowd. A standout moment I really enjoy is when Vox steps in front of Lucifer for a moment, making it appear like Vox has stolen his wings. Ooh, so good. I also really like that you can see the dancer who's an 8 in the 10s. That's so funny. I also don't think I've mentioned him specifically, but Christian Borle is giving his best performance of the season in this song. Genuinely, this is exactly what his voice is suited for, and he sounds brilliant. Perfect. This song is one of the highlights of the whole season musically. So good. Vox Day. I honestly used to consider this one of my favorite songs on the soundtrack, but looking back, what the hell was my past self smoking? Quick! Someone cast me as a crackhead in an offensive, deeply hurtful tableau about saying no to drugs. Let's start with the positives. I really enjoy that this melody was stolen from Lucifer's section of Vox Populi. It makes it feel like Vox is incorporating Lucifer's language of power and dominance and integrating it into his own Rolodex of manipulation. The instrumental is also fantastic. I love hearing the crowd chanting in the background in support and watching them shuffle towards towards the angels also has like a super unsettling aura. They're singing Praise Vox, by the way, in case you couldn't hear. That ties into the title, Vox Dei, meaning the voice of God. Vox Populi means the voice of the people. So being taken in conjunction, these two songs mean the voice of the people is the voice of God. It's clever, it's a great allusion to the way Vox wants to be viewed. The song builds some great tension and ends the episode on a high note. I think I mentioned it before, but when the episode finished, Frenchie turned to me and said, I think this was the first good episode so far. The huge, gaping negative is the lyrics in this song. The whole first chorus is absolutely dreadful in terms of flow, starting with, we are not gonna be kept down anymore. Absolutely horrible line pacing. And then the song hits you with possibly the worst lines in the whole soundtrack. When we pay you a visit, we won't be bringing baskets. We'll be bringing decimation that will put you in caskets. It's truly a heinous lyric. It doesn't flow well, it's extremely awkwardly phrased. Boral is doing his best with the delivery, but this is really, really bad. I think I lose a part of my soul every time I think about this lyric. I can't do it. I'm gonna cry. And then they followed up with straight bangers for the whole chorus. I am the avatar of your consequence? Banger. I am the nightmare you made when you spilled our blood? Banger. Dude, what the hell? How did you shit the bed so bad in the verse and then absolutely kill it in the chorus? That makes no sense. Vox also uses a lot of language of fascism in both this and Vox Populi. If you know, you know. The double entendre of Führer, meaning like an uproar, but being a near homophone for Führer, meaning leader in German, it makes an obvious allusion to a certain dictator. Calling himself the Omega and the Flood as references to biblical events like the Flood and Revelation are legitimately cool lyrics. The chorus is so good, it makes me forget that most of the verse is utter crap. Seriously. That must be why I remembered this song positively. It's recency bias. The last thing I always hear is the banger of the chorus. The visuals are also pretty good. The red color palette is such a change from the blues of Vox Populi that it stands out really well as a different song, despite taking place in the same location. I've already mentioned the way the crowd moves towards the angels, but I also really like getting a good look at Shockwave. Vox turning himself into a representation of an angel with his screens and forming those wings into the Omega symbol. Ooh, aura as the kids say. Is that what the kids are saying these days? Kids, tell me what's up. Hey, how's it going? Do your homework. Love in a Bottle. I really like this song, so it pains me to say that I don't really think it was necessary, at least not in this season. The reason Husk leaves the hotel is that Charlie and Vaggie are fighting a lot and using him as a go-between.
Well, Husk, if you see Charlie, can you let her know I've been doing everything around the hotel already, so it's not like it'll make a difference.
Well, Husk, if you see Vaggie, can you explain that hotel duties don't include inciting a war?
Enough! I'm so fucking done with this petty high school bullshit. I'm out!
While that is annoying, I don't think it's enough of a catalyst to send Husk out on a bender. Sure, he's not like sober, so it's not like he's breaking sobriety over something so petty, but it is just bickering. Is he really that emotionally unsteady? I didn't think so. He has that fight with Angel in the Speedrun To Heaven episode, which I actually totally forgot until I was going through some footage during the editing process, and that would make a bit more sense. I think the issue with this being the catalyst is that it didn't feel like a big enough conflict. There are like 2 lines where Husk and Angel are slightly snappy with each other, and then Angel says he doesn't need Husk's help.
I'm fine.
The hell you are? What was that? You could have got yourself killed.
What? You can't be serious right now. You're mad at me. I saved your fucking life.
Yeah, by jumping in front of a train, you idiot.
What? The shit that you volunteered me for?
Yeah, because I know how much you actually want this. No. You know what? Forget it. This is why I never say shit. I'm out.
I'll say it again. I don't need your help, Whiskers.
All things considered, that's like a fairly mild argument, especially compared to the argument that they had right before Loser Baby. The next time Husk appears is to fight with Alastor, where he seems like his normal self. Right before that, Husk and Angel were hanging out like normal and having a conversation about blobfish.
Hey, have you ever heard of a blobfish?
What?
Check this out. How cute is that?
Why are you like this? Look, Angel. Hey, Nip! What the fuck?
They don't seem tense. They don't seem like they're fighting or holding a grudge. Loud-ass car. A really loud-ass car. Husk does seem like he was about to start a conversation about the issue, but neither of them are mad enough for this to be the reason that Husk goes on a bender. The reason seems to be that Charlie and Vaggie are fighting, and that's not enough for me. This song feels a little bit like Gravity, where the writers felt like Husk needed something to do this season, so he has this little like 8-minute arc where he leaves the hotel, sings a song, has a conversation, and goes back to the hotel. It could totally be an indication of some of his more like emotional tendencies. Like as a viewer, we're seeing how Husk reacts to conflict and how this might be a part of the reason he's in hell. But the conflict is so small that it feels like a drastic overreaction. Love in a Bottle is extremely catchy. It's the song I get stuck in my head most often out of any this season. It's also the perfect tune for Husk's character with those big horns and the strong jazz vibes. It's exactly the song I would expect to hear in a casino. The key change also works great as like a musical indicator of everything spiraling out of control and becoming more desperate as the binge goes on. Keith David is also absolutely killing it with this performance. Oh, he's crushing it. His voice sounds so good. I love how different his voice is from the rest of the cast. I understand that this song is supposed to parallel Poison, and Losin Streak is supposed to parallel Loser Baby, but I don't think this set works as well. Husk's Bender is so much less motivated than Angel's Bender after enduring Poison, and Losin Streak doesn't have the same specificity in response. I will get to that. I like the visuals in the casino. The Huskettes are cute, and all the casino games are fun and portrayed with some interesting camera work. I like the little details in the slot machines, like the first making a reference to Loser Baby, and when Husk talks about the cares he's leaving behind, the slots show Charlie, Alastor, and Angel. There are some clever lyrics as well, like love is in the ice of the beholder, being a play on eye of the beholder, and also a reference to love being in the drink, i.e. alcohol. It's clever. There are a couple of lyrics that don't make a ton of sense though, like why would Husk miss the tune of tumblers clinking? He works in a bar. He probably hears that all the time. That line would have worked a lot better if he was sober or trying to avoid alcohol, which he hasn't been, I don't think at all.
Love in a Bottle might have made more sense in a season 3 context because of Angel leaving the hotel. Husk would feel abandoned by his closest friend at the hotel, and he would dive back into the bottle because he feels lonely. Then, seeing Angel as the lounge singer would be even more impactful because it's the first time he's seen him in months and he misses him. I don't hate this song, I just think it's too early.
I think this works well as a song, but I'm not sure it works well as a musical song because of the lack of complex ideas. To pick another Husk song to compare to, Loser Baby is a song with multiple ideas and functions that it's trying to convey to the audience. It's giving us a better idea of both Husk and Angel's personalities, it's changing Angel's mindset, and it's building the relationship between these two characters. It's a statement of philosophy, and it's a conversation. In contrast, Love in a Bottle is saying a singular idea over and over. Husk is upset, and so he's drinking, because that's familiar. As fun as the song is, I kind of got it the first time. Losin Streak. Uh-oh, I'm gonna piss some people off because this is the second song in a row I think should have been cut from the show. If the show was still stuck on the 2 songs per episode thing from season 1, I bet this is the first song getting cut. I like this song too. On a soundtrack, it's one of my favorites. I get this one stuck in my head all the time, just like Love in a Bottle. And Blake Roman sounds unbelievable. His voice is so perfectly suited for this song. It's just that this song has absolutely no narrative importance. I did appreciate the pace of this song as one of the only slower paced numbers this season. I was desperate at this point for something like Sera's Confession, and it delivered. I find the visuals a little bit boring because it's the same joke repeatedly. It's definitely realistic to what a jazz singer might do, making fun of and teasing the audience. I think Jessica Rabbit, who I believe this is parodying, does the same exact thing. The problem is that it's just the same joke for a couple of minutes, which sucks because the medium of animation gave them the opportunity to take it over the top a little bit. They just didn't. Have Angel, like, tear a guy's head off, right? That's like the joke. Make the poker chip he threw at someone explode like one of Husk's. I don't know. I don't actually want that. I was just really bored with the visuals. We're in hell, and I feel like this could be any furry club in America. One could argue that the song is necessary because it's playing Loser Baby to Husk's version of Poison. Husk is on a losing streak, sure, but the lyrics aren't making a statement or a conversation at all in relation to what Husk is feeling. Maybe the lyrics close your eyes because you're going off the deep end again, but the song doesn't provide a response to that. In Loser Baby, Husk tells Angel what Angel is feeling, but then he provides a solution. Embrace being a loser. There's no thesis response in Losin Streak. It's kind of just a basic lounge singer song. This could have been sung in any other show, in any other context, and it would have worked fine. Musical theater songs should be mostly intrinsically tied to the character that's singing it. I could easily picture Jessica Rabbit singing this exact song and it wouldn't feel out of place. Hell, I could go to a real lounge in real life, hear this song, and not think anything of it, and
and that's a problem. If the purpose of the song was to make Husk attracted to Angel, we didn't need a song for that. If you want to dress Angel up as a girl, just make him like a VIP drinks girl at the casino. It's like slightly more boring, but it might leave more time for them to actually talk and connect. They do talk, it's just not as deep as I want it to be. I also think that maybe this is here because it's the only Angel solo song for the entire season. They needed something because Poison was like the breakout song from season 1, so they threw this in there. There's been a lot of those in season 2. Love in a Bottle is Husk's only solo song. Again, I like this song, but it's not functional within the narrative. Easy. First thing I've got to mention is the extremely abrupt start to this song. I fully understand that this was intentional to imitate the way this interruption would actually take place in the conversation, but it's still uncomfortable for a viewer. The beginning of Easy was basically a jump scare, and it felt unpleasant. During my browsing of the Hazbin Hotel subreddits, I saw a lot of people defending the way this song started by saying that it was intentional, and they're right. Vaggie is supposed to be interrupting Charlie spiraling, and part of the way to do that is being abrupt. They would then claim that the people who had this complaint had no media literacy. If you'll allow me to go on a bit of a tangent here, on hour fucking 4 or whatever we are on this video, that would be great. I hate the way the no media literacy critique is leveled at criticisms of Hazbin Hotel. Some fans seem to believe that critics simply don't understand Hazbin Hotel, and that if they could just be made to understand it, then they would agree that the show is amazing. There's a couple problems with this. I understand Hazbin Hotel. This isn't some Inception level masterpiece with layers beyond my comprehension, alright? I've written 60,000 words. I think I understand this show. If I didn't understand it, I'd just go, ugh, white demon chope ahead, and submit that as a video. Maybe I should do that. This video is too long anyway. The second problem is with the idea that fans think people are critiquing the show because the critic believes the aspect they're critiquing was a mistake, like it was accidental. So if they inform you that this choice was intentional, the critic suddenly has no leg to stand on. That to me is just such a crazy response. Let's say that I wrote a movie about a woman-hating serial killer, and I like totally glorify this guy. He's shown as being completely in the right for the entire show. His views about women are correct, and that he's justified in killing women that step out of line. My intention is to make this guy correct, and I wrote the show to show him as correct. The critics say, this show is extremely misogynistic. This guy is evil, but the narrative glorifies him. This is a really dangerous message. The fans of my show say, oh my god, you guys have no media literacy. He was intentionally written to be that way. You just don't understand the show. Is my show suddenly good? Hell fucking no. Just because something is intentional in the text doesn't suddenly make it above critique. But, okay, long tangent. But I think this is seriously a conversation that we need to have when it comes to reviewers. If you can hear the dog barking in the background and my neighbor's dog, shall we? Easy is Vaggie's only prominent song this season, which makes me frustrated. If you want her to be a real part of the plot, you have to give her moments outside of Charlie, yet the only thing she ever sings about is Charlie. In season 1, she had Whatever It Takes, which is about how much she's willing to do for Charlie. The More Than Anything Reprise was about how much she loves Charlie. Her only song this season is about comforting Charlie and how much she loves Charlie. It's getting really tiresome. That's a lot of negatives front-loaded on this section, so I'll hit you with my last critique, and then we'll go into the positives. The line, "You're my pillar, my heart's fulfiller, but there's no way this lining's silver?" Oof. I get that's probably intentionally goofy, but man, it's goofy. Fulfiller? That's the only thing you could think of? That's really the only line from the song I actively dislike though. And I really love the line, "In a pit that doesn't let sun through, somehow we manage to see stars." That's extremely romantic, I'll admit it. I love romance, okay. This melody is very catchy and easy to sing. It's one that would be really welcome if it came up on shuffle, excluding the abrupt start, and both Erica Henningsen and Stephanie Beatrice sound amazing. Their voices have always gone extremely well in harmony, and this song is another great example. The energy is palpable, and it's really nice to see Charlie and Vaggie finally getting along after having conflict all season. The visuals are where Easy really shines. The dance sequence is fantastic. I like that their blankets turn into dresses, and the designs for those are extremely cute. I also appreciate how Vaggie isn't locked into the role as the masculine one, despite generally being the tougher, more protective character in the relationship, because that's a trap that a lot of lesbian relationships in media fall into. They're both feminine women, and they look and act like feminine women. Hell, typically Charlie is the one who dresses more traditionally masculine with her suits, and Vaggie wears a dress.
In the song, Charlie is leading the dance, and Vaggie is performing some of the more traditionally feminine moves in a ballroom-type dancing. Also, the lyric Fallen Angel coinciding with Vaggie falling into Charlie's arms is pretty good. That's fun. The lyric Anyone who finds love in hell can do anything made me think a bit more about the show in general. It feels like that should be the thematic core of Hazbin Hotel, and maybe it is. Maybe the reason Pentious is in heaven is because of his love for Cherry. I don't hate that idea, but I feel like that should send some other people up, because people outside of the main cast definitely love each other. I can't imagine it's rare in hell, and there are billions of people there. Maybe there are billions of people? I don't know. Oh, I was seeing some people say that Vaggie assaulted Charlie in this scene because Charlie, pops up from the collapsed pillow fort and looks shocked, blushing and grabbing the blanket to cover herself. That's so dumb. There is no evidence for that at all. Both characters are happy, laughing, dancing. From everything we see, it's totally consensual. Again, Charlie's even leading in the dance, the devil's tango. I get that. That's a funny joke too, by the way. I think that the little animation of her blushing and pulling up the blanket is just a joke about how quick the cut was in the animation to her being clothed to nude. Brighter. I feel like this is going to be yet another unpopular opinion, but I don't really think Brighter was necessary for the show. This is like the 7th villain song this season. Trust us, once we get up there, don't you forget Reprise, Bad With Us, Vox Populi, and Vox Day. Obviously a couple of these function beyond just being a villain song, they're like moving the plot forward or establishing the world. I get it. While I am happy to have more of Vox than we did of season 1's main villain, Adam, this song doesn't really tell us anything about Vox that we didn't already know beyond his backstory when he was alive. I hate saying it, but the background isn't relevant to the current conflict, plot, plans, anything. You know the reason they told us about how Sauron was defeated in Lord of the Rings? It's because everything to do with Isildur, the Sword, and Mount Doom were all important to how the climax of Return of the King functions. There is nothing in Vox's backstory that tells us anything we didn't already know about his personality. There is nothing that the heroes learn that could help them defeat him. I would have rather replaced this with more information about Vox and Alastor's relationship, because that strongly affects the climax. I've mentioned it before, but I think this backstory for Vox is really boring. He's just another serial killer. It's the easiest thing to show in a song or montage. It's a lot harder to show someone being a subtle backstabber or a blackmailer. It might just be me, but I didn't really see Vox as a killer personality. We saw him kill that one girl that Valentino brought to their meeting.
I said to come alone, Val. Jinjin Shocky!
But to me, Vox always seemed like more of a manipulator than a killer. He'd rather talk his way out of a fight, unlike someone like Alastor that resorts to violence fairly quickly, or like Valentino who regularly throws things and punches people. There are so many ways to become a realistic, ruthless CEO that don't involve murder. I also saw a lot of people thinking that Vox was going to be some kind of televangelist who was greedy and formed his cult that way, and I really would have liked to see something like that. If he thought of himself as a god in life, in conjunction with religion, it would make his motivation a little more explainable in death, because if you're already using religion for your own gain, it would make sense that you would do the same in hell. Frenchie also thought that his death would have made so much more sense if he was a televangelist, because he would be literally baptizing people in literal baptisms. As is, it's just kind of weird, and I don't know if it makes a ton of sense. I get really conflicted or confused, or I'm not sure what I'm trying to say here. Vox is technically baptizing people into a new era of ideas and entertainment, but he's going to do a literal faux baptism. I kind of thought it was a metaphor. I don't know. Something about it I just really don't like. Frenchie actually didn't notice that they were standing in a pool the first couple of times he watched the song, the music video, and I agree that it all went by a bit fast. I guess I could see him doing a baptism ritual of sort to solidify his cult. I don't know what I'm getting at. I just don't like it. Meh. I try and have a reason for it, but sometimes I just don't like it. Vox is more of a cult of personality than a real cult, I think. It's just a bit more boring, in my opinion. The visuals are fun to watch, but another serial killer is the most uninspired option. People understand in 3 minutes killing bad, but it's harder to say manipulator bad in a song. The song itself is really fun, and it's one of the ones I would consider more musical theater-esque when you take into account all of the conversational, story-progressing interruptions. I actually really like that. I think if you're going to be a musical, you should act like it. I also really enjoy how this song is referenced several times before it's actually played in the show. That makes it feel more tied in with Vox's character thematically across the entire season. Unfortunately, I think this is the worst vocal performance from Christian Borle this season. It's still not dreadful, but something about it is really off. I don't know if it's something mistimed with the notes, or overdoing it, or too conversational. Something about it is really weird, but he sounds crazy during the first verse. Some of his higher notes sound really nasally in a way that doesn't exactly feel intentional. I wish I could play you what I'm talking about, but in the first verse specifically, on the words climb and way, and in the second verse on dark and sharks, Where there's a will, there's a way. It just doesn't sound good. It sounds horrible. It's only occasional, but it was a bit jarring, and he nails the choruses, so I don't know what's going on. I'm not trying to be too judgmental. I just think out of all of the songs Vox sings this season, I was the least impressed with these vocals. There weren't any lyrics that stood out to me, either good or bad. I will say this is another song that feels relatively non-specific to the character, if you take out those conversational sections. The rest of the season does a lot of legwork to make this song feel like Vox's in particular, but you could give this song to the crab from Moana without having to change any of the main lyrics, and it would be quite well suited to him. This is something that I think is of middling importance. I've referenced it a few times, but a good song in a musical should be tied deeply to that character and the world they exist in. However, there are a lot of songs from musicals that you can shift to apply to other situations. Hell, that's what 90% of edits are on TikTok, so it's not the worst thing ever, it's just of note. There are a couple of fun visuals in Brighter. Everything in the backstory is pretty fun, and I like this moment in particular when the producers swing in front of Vincent and he transforms into Vox. It's like the song is demonstrating that his actions are damning him. There's a section where these electric-looking hands are reaching across bloody television screens towards Vox, and I think that's an extremely cool visual. It looks great. There were a couple of visuals that let me down a bit though. Vox making himself a little cape is so laughable. Why is he doing that? He looks like a child with a blanket tied around his neck. Also, the show has already shown Vox making himself a set of wings out of screens to better effect in Vox Day, so it doesn't have the same impact at the end of Brighter. If that's not evidence that this song has already been done, then I don't know what is. Live to Live. I didn't really enjoy Live to Live at first. It has grown on me a little bit over time, though. Part of the problem is that it loses basically its entire second half to the melody from It Starts With Sorry. And while I like that as a theme for Pentious, and I like that they brought it back, it does mean that this song isn't as distinct. Sera does still continue to sing the main melody, but I would have liked to hear them singing it together instead of keeping Pentious on the It Starts With Sorry melody. This might be a crazy thing to say, but in my opinion, this is Alex Brightman's best vocal performance as Pentious this season. It's really impressive how well he maintains the character's voice without compromising his vocals. I also get kind of emotional when he sings "Praying You'll Find a Way, Make It Another Day." It's such a good delivery. I wish I could play it for you here, but YouTube will literally eat my entire ass. I don't make the rules. Obviously, Sera is also bringing it. She has a voice that carries so much authority and gravitas. It's really easy to believe her as an angel. The visuals for this one are a bit boring. They're kind of just chilling in the church, then flying around the clouds for the most part. I understand that they can't really do anything more bombastic because of the pacing of the song, but it's a bit meh. Honestly, my favorite thing about this song is the messaging and the way it plays into Sera's arc, which I believe is one of the few complete emotional arcs this season that was actually provided the time it needed to come to fruition. Sera was viewing a lot of the actions of the people in hell as an innate wickedness, but Pentious proves that humans can change given the right circumstances. It resolves Sera's character arc because she was struggling with how to know which souls are good and which are evil, if some can be redeemed. Here she learns there are no good or evil souls, and everyone can change. I also quite like that part of the reason Sera doesn't understand the sinners is because she's not human. She's never really had to fear death before, and now that she does, she's terrified. I like the lyrics where Pentious explains this. Mortality's a blade, swinging with no reason, no rhyme. I'm also fond of the line, "How does a guilty soul shed their sin?" That's pretty funny and clever. I like it. I also like how the song acknowledges that sorry alone isn't enough, it's only a start. The angels tried to apologize and it didn't work, but Pentious reminds her that the apology needs to be followed by additional actions, like building trust and connecting with hell in a manner that isn't contentious. Sera can't expect all of hell to be fine because they brought gift baskets, so I don't mind the inclusion of It Starts With Sorry, I just wish the rest of the song wasn't so short. When I think about the future, it's funny, I hated this song at first too. I was just in my hater era as the last few episodes were wrapping up, I suppose. It's grown on me over time. It captures the feeling of an end of Act 2 song in a play, and it functions in a decent way to remind the audience about all of the characters and where they stand in the coming conflict. While it makes it feel less like a coherent song overall, I do like how many references there are to other songs this season. I think we got Easy, Gravity, Once We Get Up There, and Brighter. I read somewhere as well that Sera's Confession is in it, but I didn't hear it. I could be wrong.
wrong. It's not exactly a song that would be fun to listen to on like a casual playlist, but I prefer the songs that are more focused on storytelling anyway. I like a lot of the sections from character perspectives as well. This is one of the only times that we see how the other Vees feel about their group. Sure, we've seen them fighting, but this is a moment that demonstrated that they have a sincere connection and friendship with each other beyond just business. Obviously, Vox and Valentino are also in a bit of a situationship as well. It tells us more about what Sera is feeling and how Abel is managing his new leadership position. I can't help feeling like it doesn't tell us very much about the hotel crew though. Somehow they're the most boring flat characters this season despite being the main cast. Everyone is really bringing it vocally. I have to shout out Lucifer's section, and a bigger shout out to Lute. God damn, her voice is insane. That note she holds while Abel is singing is fantastic. It's powerful, clear, and stunning. I also really like how the song is bookended by the same melody at the beginning and the end. It makes it feel a bit more cohesive despite being made of so many other melodies. Sera's part was the only section I liked on first listen. It's emotional and it's trying to make you fear for the characters, despite the hotel cast feeling generally positive and determined. The chorus on the line "The Breaking of the Dawn" is angelic, and it slows the pace of the song to end it on that sad, worried note. Sera's lines here are good too. I really liked where she says, "Could I have done more to quell the drums of war?" I think that's a fun line. The song as a whole does a fairly good job building towards the finale as a song, but there's so much bad happening in the actual plot that it was kind of fighting an uphill battle. While I enjoy the song well enough now, the visuals are still mostly boring. But that's because this song doesn't really have anything going on. There's no plot or emotional progression happening, just recapping. So the visuals don't have much to work with. I have a bit of a problem with the writing for this song. I hate Vaggie's section at the beginning. In the song, Charlie talks about her dream where everyone can coexist safely, and Vaggie talks about Charlie. Vaggie has nothing outside of Charlie. She doesn't say something like, "When I think about the future, I see a full hotel," something that would imply that she wants to be the hotel's manager. She says, "I see my favorite face," aka Charlie. Charlie talks about her vision for hell, and Vaggie talks about being there for Charlie. They do sing together, hand in hand will make them understand our dream. While I believe it's true that Vaggie has adopted Charlie's dream as her own, it would have been nice for her to have built an independent identity as well. Also, a crime the likes of which has never been seen before in a musical? I think this might be Charlie's I Want song for the season, which is crazy because it's at the end of the penultimate episode. Look, I'm not some snob about how musicals are structured, but imagine if this was a movie. You'd only be hearing about the protagonist's motivation in like the last 20 minutes. If it was a book, you'd be getting their motivation in the last 60 pages. What are we doing right now? Why is Charlie such a non-entity this season? Hear my hope. Okay, I'm going to try to not get too irritated while talking about Hear My Hope, but I think it has a couple of massive flaws that I cannot ignore. The structure and musicality of the song itself is not a problem really, but I have a massive complaint right off the bat. Why is Charlie not the one who starts singing Hear My Hope? It's Emily, but it really should have been Charlie. I actually think that this is one of the least forgivable things in the whole series. The entire show is about Charlie's hope, her dream of being able to redeem sinners and give them a second chance in heaven. This could have been Charlie's moment, when all of hell finally has eyes on her, to make a statement about what she truly wants and believes in, especially after being slandered. The whole season she's been trying to be heard, so now she has the chance to ask to be heard once more. Hear what I want for you. See what I am willing to do for you. Instead, it's given to Emily. Why? Emily hasn't had any established hopes or dreams. She wants to help Charlie and she wants to make friends, but that's not enough. I feel like it's fine for Emily to try and start the shield, but I think it should have been Charlie. Emily stumbles a bit after trying the first time, and she could have turned to Charlie for help, said something like, "We can contain it," or "I'm not strong enough on my own," or something like that. You wouldn't have to do a huge rewrite or anything, just a line or two, and it would be so much more impactful. I actually cannot believe how badly this was fumbled from a writing perspective. It feels like the writers didn't understand a single thing about the show they were working on. It also makes it feel even more like Charlie did nothing this season. She's not even the hero in the climax, it's Emily. Am I too invested if I say this choice makes me physically sick? Doctor, I've been diagnosed with carrying too much itis. Please cure me. The setup for containing the explosion is also executed
horribly. Frenchie and I had literally no idea what was going on. I kind of thought that Emily was like trying to absorb the power from the weapon because it's angelic power and she's an angel. I thought it was going to be some kind of like heroic sacrifice, like the end of the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Peter can't hold the stone by himself because it starts destroying him, but when the Guardians share the power between them, they can survive. Yeah, do you get what I'm getting at? I thought this is where we were going, but no, they're building a shield, and it took us way too long to get a good visual of that. Believe it or not, this is foreshadowed in a single scene earlier in the season. When Heaven goes into lockdown in episode 2, there's like a 2-second shot of a little group of angels doing the beam thing, but it goes by so fast. It makes me so frustrated that the show thinks that this is enough of an introduction that now the audience just knows about the shield power. Frenchie also was specifically bothered by how many people can do the shielding magic, Care Bear beam shit. I also find it a bit confusing. Apparently only overlords have the beam, and I'm assuming that's because only overlords have magic abilities, but if that's the case, how do you become an overlord if you don't have magic? Do you just have to like fist fight brawl someone for your first soul and then bam, overlord magic? I actually really liked Frenchie's solution to this idea. Instead of having each overlord do an individual beam, have them somehow like funnel their power into Charlie and use her as a conduit. It would make a lot of sense because Charlie and Emily both have angel power, so they can build the shield. You could do like that scene from the Henry Cavill Superman movie where all the peeps are gathered around and like touching him and he's in the middle of the circle. I don't know. I guess I don't hate the beam. No, I actually do kind of hate the beam. Sorry, I do. Abel and Lute's section is so good musically. Patrick Stump's voice sounds excellent, and I like that the show provided him an opportunity to flex a bit here. Lute's introduction with the electric guitar riff of Gravity's melody is great, and I adore that it includes the chanting. It creates such a cool vibe around her. If only it was executed on. And that's the end of my compliments for that section. Time to complain more. Ooh, I love complaining. I absolutely hate Abel's character development in this segment of the song. It bothers me because this is supposed to be a heroic moment for Abel, a show of him finally coming into his leadership. But I hate that this big moment of him coming into his own is actually him stepping into Adam's footsteps. It is not a good thing for Abel to lead like Adam. Adam is and was a villain. They could have had Abel show his own strength of character and ability to lead without defaulting to the way Adam treated the exorcists. Adam was rude, misogynistic, self-centered, and violent, and the implication that Abel becoming more like his father is him becoming a leader is weird. Abel could have been representative of a new type of leadership in heaven, a sign of the changing times and the changing attitudes, an example of how heaven is willing to change. If Adam was a symbol of the extermination, Abel could have been a symbol of growth and rebirth. So making his big heroic moment an echo of his father, when Adam's voice literally backs him up, implies a regression to the status quo, and it makes it feel like Abel is going to be a villain. Lute was already listening to him. He didn't need to go the extra misogynistic step and call her a bitch. I understand that Lute only respects him because Abel acts like Adam, but I think it would have been more interesting, more compelling if she just respected him because she respected him. She didn't think he'd stand up to her like that, and he surprised her. She's a soldier, and he spoke like a commanding officer, so she listened. I want to like this so bad, but man, the show is not making it easy for me. Okay, I'm done complaining. Everything else I have to say about Hear My Hope is positive. I swear. I like how more and more characters add in over time, and the way their voices layer together sounds gorgeous. I think Husk's voice with Emily and Charlie's sounds especially good. The layering of the overlords singing two different parts fills out the song beyond just adding more voices, and it makes the cast feel even bigger and more full than it is. I also enjoy how everyone gets a bit of a conclusion to their arc, even if it is small. Alastor and Rosie, Luke fighting Vaggie, Abel getting a moment, and the Vees giving up their plan. It all works very well within the context of the song, and these little asides add to that musical feeling and keep the main song from becoming too repetitive. Some of the lyrics are really well written and emotional too, and many years from now, if any live to hear this song, a story about how all hell joined hands and sang along. I kind of like it, even though it's mega sappy. I like it. Same with One Soft Sound Can Shake the Hardest Ground. The emotion does play in a vacuum. It's odd, I get a bit of like a stirring feeling in my chest when listening to the song on Spotify or watching the segment on YouTube to take these notes. I just remember that at the time I was watching the show, I was just really frustrated and confused. I wish that this could have been a culmination of the other actions that Charlie and her friends had been working towards this season, but at no other point was hope the central theme. Charlie is a hopeful character, but this season that's not her focus or anyone else's. Not Vaggie's, not Cherry's, not Husk's, no one. Maybe it's fitting then that Emily got to start Hear My Hope. She's got just as much of it as anyone else has on the cast. Song's conclusion. Ooh, look at me. I'm Afterplague and I'm going to do a short section on the songs from Hazbin Hotel. It shouldn't take me that long. I'm only going to talk about them a little bit. It's definitely not going to be another 14,000 words added onto my script and take literal days to write, record, and edit. By the way, this is the second time I'm recording it because I lost all of the footage the first time. Anyway, here's my ranking for all of the songs in Hazbin Hotel Season 2, and just for fun, here's them ranked alongside the songs from Season 1. Yippee! On to our final stretch of the video. Double yippee! World building. Welcome to the world building section of the video. Despite the name, it's not just about the world building, though I do have plenty to say about that. This section also includes anything that I couldn't fit into other character categories, including broader conversations about the show and the audience as a whole. I'm not going to hit on every world building question because I tried to discuss a lot of them in context when they came up, so if I don't mention something here that I already discussed previously, that is why. The questionable canonicity of the pilot. Ah, that scoundrel, the pilot. I feel so many complicated things about the pilot of Hazbin Hotel. It's really odd that the pilot isn't on Amazon Prime. I don't know if that was a production company ownership rights thing or a deliberate choice, but I think a lot of the information learned in the pilot is important to the show. They do their best in the Prime show to re-establish a lot of information from the pilot, but they have to do it fairly slowly, and I'm not sure they actually get to all of it. Do people who casually came across the show without knowing about the pilot know that Nifty's soul is owned by Alastor? I'm not sure they do. Maybe they could figure it out by Season 2, Episode 4, when Nifty runs to his aid during the fight with the Vees. But even then, a casual viewer might just assume that they're like friends. Or, and this is crazy, is Nifty's soul actually owned by Alastor in the Prime show? You might be saying, yeah, obviously it is. But we don't actually know. And that's the question that's bothered me from the very beginning of the show. The pilot is considered soft canon, which personally drives me up a wall. Basically, it means that until an event is contradicted by the main body of the show, it is considered canon. The problem with this is that the audience makes conclusions that are based on what's depicted by the pilot, builds ideas about characters and theories about the plot based on that information, and then the show will pull the rug whenever it wants. It leaves the entire show sitting on shaky ground, and it makes it difficult to care at all. At any point, a very basic building block of this world could be knocked out from this Jenga tower and send it all crumbling down. At any point, the show could tell us that, like, Nifty isn't actually owned by Alastor, and there's nothing in the main show that contradicts that, so it would technically be canon. Let me give another example of something the show changed from the pilot that wasn't resolved until way later than the audience should have known. The pilot briefly shows Lucifer sitting in the shadows with Carmilla Carmine after the extermination, doing some scheming, I assume. It wouldn't be unreasonable for an audience member to assume, then, that Lucifer knows Carmilla, and that this might lead to a twist or a team-up down the line. This is technically canon, outside of the assumption of the viewers, until the end of Season 2, where when Vox brings up Carmilla, he says, "Nice name drop, but I have no idea who that is."
You like it? It's angelic metal from my new friend, Carmilla Carmine.
Yeah, nice name drop. I have no idea who that is.
The audience can't go ahead and just throw the pilot out altogether, though, because certain aspects do still lie within the canon. Pentious and Cherry's turf war history, Angel and Cherry's relationship, the reason that Husk, Nifty, and Alastor are at the hotel are all still canon, and they are all established within the pilot. Now imagine instead a bigger plot point. For example, the exterminations. There have been so many retcons in relation to the exterminations that it's actually a bit ridiculous. The first is the reason for them. The show seems confused over whether the exterminations happened because of overpopulation or the threat of rebellion. In the pilot, Charlie says it's overpopulation.
Isn't there a more humane way to hinder overpopulation here in Hell?
In the show, she says it's rebellion.
And as the numbers of Hell grew, so did its power. Threatened by this, Heaven made a truly heartless decision.
Except in Hell is Forever, where she says it's overpopulation. She sings, Hell's population is out of control. Does that mean the number of souls or the population, as in the citizenry, are out of control? In You Didn't Know, Sera mentions that it's rebellion, that they were rising up.
They were uprising, Emily.
In Vox Populi, Vox sings, "They say hell is overpopulated." So it's overpopulation. Which is it? Which is it? Because those are two entirely different things. It actually has to be population because if it's overpower, the way the exterminations function doesn't actually work super well. If it's overpower, which I think is what the show eventually lands on, shouldn't the exorcists be targeting the most powerful sinners, the overlords? We never hear specifically of an overlord being killed during the extermination. A lot of the overlords we've seen have been in hell for decades, like Vox, Carmilla, and Alastor. I would have assumed that they were alive because they have the protection of angelic steel that they purchased as weapons from Carmilla, except that's not true. No angel has been killed in the extermination until Carmilla killed one in season 1. So who is she selling the angelic weapons to? If no one else has killed an angel, then no one with an angelic weapon has ever fought an angel. If the answer is literal overpopulation, sure. Kill all the little scrub sinners you want. Adam says in Hell is Forever that exterminations are entertainment, but why does he think like that? What does he have against sinners? Is it because of Lilith? Is he trying to hurt Lucifer? Lucifer doesn't give a fuck about the sinners dying. Is he just, like, psychopathic and wants to hurt people? I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. The other issue is the length of time the exterminations have gone on. In the pilot, Charlie says she sees her people killed every year.
And it breaks my heart to see my people being slaughtered every year.
The first season of the show talks about the exterminations like they're a simple fact of life.
That every year they would send down an army, an extermination, to ensure hell and its sinners could never rise against them. I get pretty worked up after an extermination happens.
I had assumed the reason there were no old souls around was because of the exterminations. Seriously, Zestiel is only like 400 years old and is considered incredibly powerful, partially due to his age, but humans have been around for at least 50,000 years. But no, the exterminations have actually only been happening for 7 years.
The same angels that made it their whole thing for 7 years to kill as many of us as possible.
They should not be this simple fact of life thing like they are portrayed in the show. This is still fresh enough that most souls would care about the extermination. Ugh, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm talking about the extermination in a lot of, like, mathematical detail next, so look forward to that or fear it. My point is that the pilot did most of the work to establish the why for a lot of the show. Why did these characters come together? What does hell think about the hotel? Why do the exterminations happen? The pilot provided some answers to these questions, but at any point, the show can take those answers away and replace them with something else. Even if the new answer technically fits, swapping around plot points like that feels uncomfortable. It's like if someone stole your favorite sweater and replaced it with one that fits you but was like a slightly itchier material. It just doesn't work. The extermination is so broken. I feel like this critique is some petty bullshit, but I think what I'm trying to say is buried underneath the surface. The math of the exterminations makes zero sense. Complaining about math is so not my thing. I generally don't give a singular damn if your math is bad. I care here though, because it registered as not making sense even to a math hater like me. You could tell me that you have an army, 100,000 strong, and I would shrug. I don't know how many people that is. I don't really care about how you're supplying that army. I don't care. But the math in Hazbin Hotel in relation to the exterminations is so bad that it still perked my ears up. We receive a few statements about how many people are killed each year, the first of which is Lute stating that she killed 275 sinners that year.
Lute, how many demons did you kill this year?
Got a good 275 this year, sir.
275? Whoa! Badass!
This is treated kind of like a larger than average number because Adam is impressed. He says like, whoa, badass, right? The second number we get is from Carmilla, who said that 16% of Hell was exterminated that year, their biggest loss yet.
Far more even than years past. We have assessed that about 16% of the population was lost.
The third number is that the extermination was going on for 7 years.
The same angels that made it their whole thing for 7 years to kill as many of us as possible.
And the fourth is when Vox says that angels killed thousands of them.
Do you know how many sinners died in each extermination? Thousands.
Each of these numbers in isolation seems to make sense, but when you consider it logically for even half a second, it all falls apart. Is Hazbin Hotel supposed to be primarily analogous to our world, with human civilization being mostly the same and history being mostly the same? I would say yes, and I think most people would say yes as well. Predictions state that there have been around 100 billion humans for the entire history of the world. Technically 110 billion, but I'm gonna say 100 billion so we have a nice round number. This is supported in Hazbin Hotel when Vox sings 100 billion souls await our every command in once we get up there, so that would be the total population of both heaven and hell. Let's be generous and say that 66% of people go to hell. Over the course of all of human history, that is 66 billion people. If each year hell is losing around 10 to 15% of their population, there are billions of people being slaughtered each year. And don't forget that millions die each year too, adding to our grand total, like adding to the grand total of people in hell. If each exorcist kills an average of 200 sinners per year, that means that over the course of the 7 years that the exterminations have been occurring, your average exorcist has killed 1,400 sinners. So how big does our army need to be? Well, you would need an exorcist army of 714,285 to kill just 1 billion souls. It's also implied that literally the whole army is at Charlie's hotel at the season 1 finale because no other souls are being killed at the time of battle. They literally say that Extermination Day was canceled.
Breaking news, Extermination Day is canceled!
Implying that there wasn't like 713,000 angels wreaking havoc on the rest of hell, while Charlie and her gang battled like 1,000 of them. The army is simply not big enough. Even if you divide my calculations by 10, there still aren't enough angels. There is no way that Charlie and her friends and the cannibals are fighting 70,000 angels. What? That is not happening. If there were 66 billion souls in hell, to hit that 16% number that Carmilla was talking about, yes, it's not going to be 66 billion because this is the 7th extermination, so it would be smaller, but I'm not going to do that math, just walk with me. The exorcists would need to kill 10.5 billion people in 1 day. That is an army of 7.5 million angels. You're kidding me, right? That's the whole population of some states. This whole thing is complicated by the 7-year time span. If the exorcisms had been going on for thousands of years, I would find these calculations way more believable. It's still a lot of killing per year, but if the exorcisms had been going on for 70 years instead of 7, you'd only need an army of 71,428 angels to kill 1 billion souls. If they've been going on for 700 years, you only need 7,142. If they've been going on for 7,000 years, you only need 71 exorcists to kill literally 1 billion people. The math works if you give the angels enough time. To make this work out, you either need a lot more people, a lot more average deaths per angel, or a lot more time. Also, this is kind of a side note, but it's still broken math. Adam says that Vaggie has killed thousands of Charlie's people.
I guess I'll just tell Little Miss Butterflies and Rainbows that she's been fucking someone who's killed thousands of her people.
And this is objectively untrue. In the last extermination, it's explicitly stated that Lute killed 275 sinners. Lute, I would think, is a better soldier than Vaggie, considering she's Adam's second in command, but Adam does say that Vaggie was one of his best girls.
Do you really think I wouldn't recognize one of my top girls just because you're out of uniform?
Let's say Lute's not better than Vaggie by much, and Vaggie kills around 250 souls in each extermination. That would mean over the course of 7 years, Vaggie would have killed 1,750 souls, which is objectively not thousands. Now, we take into account that Vaggie and Charlie have been dating for 3 years, and that means the absolute maximum number of souls that Vaggie could have killed is 1,000, which I don't know if you knew this, is also not thousands. You might wonder why this matters, and the answer is that it doesn't. Except I think it's more evidence to the theory that the exterminations were retconned between seasons 1 and 2. That's not even including all of the whack-ass shit I've already talked about regarding the exterminations, like why Lucifer was given any leverage at all for making the Hellborn exempt. It doesn't tell us what the reasons for the exterminations were solidly, and now they're over. I just can't believe this plot point. It drives me insane that the exterminations have only been happening for 7 years. It drastically changes everything about how they work, from Vaggie's participation to the number of souls being killed. Wouldn't it have sounded better in like Vox Populi if he said they had killed billions of us and just not thousands? Thousands just doesn't have the same ring to it as they literally killed billions of people. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care about math. I don't care about math. Hell is weird. So many parts of Hazbin Hotel's version of Hell are weird and incongruous with how it feels intuitively how things should work. I know that's a vague sentence. I'll give you an example. Isn't it kind of weird that Charlie being violent is the thing that the media is focusing on and trying to discredit her for? In literally any other world, this would make perfect sense. And I do kind of get what they're going for with trying to break the image that Charlie has. However, Hell as we know it doesn't care about people being violent. They often encourage it and they think it's cool. Based off of everything we've seen of Hell thus far, including in season 2 where everyone's cheering for Nifty for attacking the angels.
Oh my god!
this should not be damaging to Charlie's reputation in Hell. If anything, it should make her more popular. And that's really odd. This small section here, this Hell is Weird section, is probably going to end up being a little more scrambled than the rest of the video because it's kind of where I threw in all of the world building bits and bobs that didn't fit into any other category. So I'll keep the critiques short. I've alluded to it several times throughout the rest of the review, probably most specifically in my numerous complaints about Speedrun To Redemption, but I think it's time to elaborate a bit further on it. The way Charlie views sin is very puritanical. Anytime she's trying to help redeem someone, one of the first things she mentions is becoming sober. I don't necessarily think that's an entirely wrong way to go about things, but I think it needs to be handled carefully. Drinking and doing drugs, in my opinion, is not an action that should be deemed sinful by itself. I'm not sure if this is a controversial idea, but in order to be a good person, you don't have to be sober. There are some people who cannot drink or engage in other intoxicating substances because they lose control over their impulses, but there are also plenty of people who can get drunk and just have fun. The idea that any alcohol or intoxicating substance at all is making you sinful is puritanical, and the Puritans sucked so goddamn bad those dudes were assholes. With something as complex as addiction, there is no one solid solution. Many people who are trying to sober up from drugs and alcohol need to engage in harm reduction instead of quitting cold turkey, but obviously Hazbin doesn't engage with this idea at all. Labeling someone as sinful for drinking or doing drugs can also lead to a huge amount of personal shame, and to medicate or mediate that shame, the addict might turn to their vice of choice. I'm not necessarily saying that the show has to be a perfect portrayal of addiction, but I am saying that I'm very concerned about how the show is portraying addiction. We don't actually have an idea of what makes a person good in this world. Despite being Princess of Hell, Charlie seemingly oscillates between being very unbothered by the sins that sinners commit in Hell and being horrified, outraged, and creeped out. I understand that Charlie is meant to be very naive, but she has a phone and a television. She shouldn't be stunned by the way sinners act after 200 years. It's interesting that she doesn't know what gets someone into heaven, but at the same time it's uncomfortable to hear the main character of a show, who is supposed to be likable and is supposed to be a force for progression, to have such conservative ideals about sin and what good morals are. At no point does she show any actual sympathy towards sex workers, drug addicts, alcoholics. Her answer for all of that is just stop doing it, without acknowledging the reasons that people fall into these situations. I just think if you want to have all of these mature themes, you should try to portray them maturely. Very small section here, but I think it's really interesting that Hazbin Hotel's version of Hell is only hellish because of the people in Hell making it that way. This is something Frenchie brought up a couple of times as well. It is notable that one time during Happy Day in Hell, we did see an imp in the background shoving barbed wire into a guy's hole, but I'm not sure we've ever seen any other Hellborn in the Pride Ring or around sinners, so I'm not sure what exactly is happening here. Was this some kind of torture by the Hellborn? Regardless, if everyone in this version of Hell just chilled the fuck out, it would just be a city. That's such an interesting idea. I think the only other time I've ever seen a Hell that was driven entirely by the actions of the people in it was in the novella A Short Stay in Hell by Stephen L. Peck. It's an idea that you don't see very often, and it's one I enjoy. It would be nice if the show explored that more, but I don't think we're going to see it. It's weird to me that there aren't older souls in Hell. I mean, Adam is literally the first man in existence, but Zestiel seems to be the oldest soul in Hell. I think he's only around 400 years old. Why are there no, crusaders in Hell? Before season 2, I would have guessed that all of the older souls had been massacred over the course of, hundreds of exterminations, but now we know that the extermination hasn't been happening for that long. Maybe the solution is simpler than that? Maybe there are older demons around, but Zestiel is just like a hipster who refuses to update his speech for modern times. Basically, no other demons talk like the eras that they're from, so it makes him stand out very strongly compared to the other characters. Vox could have very easily died in the 2020s and I wouldn't have batted an eye. Sometimes Angel uses era-appropriate slang, like calling other characters doll, but he sounds mostly modern. I think Alastor is the only other character that even kind of talks like he's from another era, but I think it's more of the radio accent rather than his specific wording. It's just a bit disappointing that most of our major players are from the 20th century. Where are all the old-ass bitches? So, we're officially 2 seasons into the show, and it's not exactly clear what owning a soul does. It seems like it gives the Overlord more power, but we don't know exactly how much control they have over that soul. Of course, each soul contract is likely negotiated with individual terms because each soul would want something unique. If Vox and the other Vees own so many souls, why not just create an army to move against Alastor? Yes, this is kind of a dumb idea, but overwhelming a powerful foe with numbers alone is kind of a viable strategy. I wish we knew a little bit more about how this aspect of hell works. I imagine we're going to learn more about it in season 3 because of Angel going back to Valentino. It's such an integral part of what makes this version of hell unique, though. I'm not sure I've heard of a system where a sinner can sell their soul to another human being. You typically hear of the soul being sold to a devil or demon of some kind, so it opens up a ton of possibilities. You could write the whole show just around this because there's so much to explore within that idea. As is, it's kind of just a tiny bit of background flavoring. This is admittedly a small nitpick, and it's about swearing again. I'm gonna make it anyway. It's not the amount of swearing this time, but instead the way that swearing is utilized, and this scene in the courtroom is an amazing example of what I'm talking about. In court, in front of all of the angels, both Vaggie and Adam say fuck out loud to the court, so everyone can hear.
Give me a fucking minute, okay?
Are you fucking serious?
And there is no reaction from anyone. A minute later, Charlie yells fuck yes about a ruling that Sera makes, and everyone is totally scandalized.
Fuck yes! I mean, thank you.
The angels gasp, Sera makes a face, Charlie apologizes. Why? It literally makes no sense that these other characters can swear up and down the court, and when Charlie does, it's scandalous. If the other characters had been minding their language and then Charlie swore, it would make total sense for the court to be scandalized, and it would make perfect sense with her character because she grew up in hell. The culture there is different. Frenchie said that this is the point. This, hypocrisy is the point, because Adam's allowed to do it, but Charlie isn't allowed to do it. However, Vaggie also swears, and as far as anybody knows, in the courtroom, Vaggie's not an angel. So allowing Vaggie to swear and then being shocked that Charlie does, it's just weird. There is absolutely a version of this joke that works wonderfully and is funny that tells you more about Heaven and Charlie, but this is not it at all. This one little thing irritates me so bad. It would have been so easy to make this a funny joke and they flubbed it again. I think it's crazy that Vox somehow has the authority to declare war on Heaven. I know that this is functionally not important at all, but Vox isn't a king. He doesn't have a government of any kind. He hasn't seceded from hell. He's just a normal dude. A rich and somewhat powerful dude, sure, but I don't think being a CEO means you have the authority to declare a war. I'm actually going to declare a war right now. As a private citizen with no authority or recognition or formal army, the Taco Bell down the street that always puts tomato on my orders, despite me asking for no tomatoes, never gives me any sauces, and has a teaspoon of meat on all of their tacos, your days are numbered. This is a declaration of war. A holy war even because I believe in my God-given right to eat a shitty taco that cost me exactly $2 and my dignity. I feel like at most, Vox could cause a rebellion, right? I think it's kind of dumb that everyone goes ahead with calling this a war, but I know I'm being pedantic here. Functionally, it's a war, right? Maybe they didn't call it a rebellion because audiences have kind of a positive association with the word rebellion. We imagine a small resistance moving against a fascist government. War still has a bit of a scarier sound. Again, functionally it's war, I just think it's silly for a CEO to declare war. Nobody tell Jeff Bezos what I've said about him. Last complaint for this section. Everything happens so damn fast in Hazbin Hotel on a scene-by-scene basis. I understand we got places to be, but I literally don't have any idea what's going on in the fight between Vox and Alastor at the end of the season. Even in their first fight, Frenchie and I both missed that Alastor tried and failed to use his staff. The fight scenes are honestly fun, they're snappy and they have characters pulling out fun moves, but god damn is it hard to see what's going on sometimes. It's also hard to contextualize how durable sinners actually are. The average sinner is average durability, I think, considering these poor background sinners that get obliterated by Alastor crashing through a window, despite Alastor being relatively unhurt. Are overlords a Captain America level of durability? I actually think it's more than that because they're getting thrown all over the place and run over and stuff. If Hulk gets hit by a truck, he doesn't even feel it. I don't think they're that durable. I have no idea how much damage is being done during this fight. That's not great. If I have no idea what's actually going to bruise a character, break a bone, or kill them, I'm not invested at all. It's the same thing with the power levels. Every hit hurts exactly as much as it needs to in order for the narrative to work. It's also just hard to see. You have a red and blue character fighting against a red, purple, and blue background. The exact same critique applies with the Valentino fight. Red character on a red background. 2 red characters if you want to consider Cherry. I think they knew this because at some points Val is framed by this blue archway and he looks way better like that. Give me some contrast, boys. I can't see shit. I'm old. I'm blind. I just got new glasses. Please. Adam. Okay, I might have actually had enough to say about Adam to draw him, and I didn't. So to all of the Adam fans out there, I apologize. I already made 18 other illustrations for the video. I did my best, I swear. Okay, this complaint is kind of weird, but it just follows a lot of the issues I have with the world building. We find out in season 2 that Pentious is in hell because he witnessed a murder and didn't say anything. A crime of cowardice. Sure, there might be other bad things that he did in his life, but that was the main sin that he confessed to the speaker, and seemingly the main sin he was absolved from with his redemption. I would consider that a, like relatively low tier crime in the grand scheme of things, though still something he had to atone for. Here's a fun question of morality, then. Is witnessing a murder and not saying anything a worse sin than attempting to subjugate people that are your equals? Probably, but it's hard to believe that someone who believes that women are beneath him and created to serve him is any more deserving of heaven than a coward.
Equals as the first of mankind, but despite this, Adam demanded control, and Lilith refused to submit to his will.
Adam is a blatant misogynist who wanted a slave for a wife, and yet he's in heaven and Pentious is in hell? That feels kinda off to me. Also, another weird complaint, I find it really odd that the show refers to Adam as the first human soul in heaven. It's what Sera says specifically in Season 1, Episode 6.
He was the first human soul in heaven.
This has me pulling on my biblical knowledge, and I know Hazbin Hotel doesn't really operate in conjunction with any level of biblical accuracy, but Adam is absolutely not the first man to die in the Bible. That would be his son, Abel. Abel was the first person to die, and Cain killed him. With the introduction of Abel in Season 2 of Hazbin Hotel, now we've got a couple of questions arising. We have a very interesting interpretation of biblical lore. I don't think this is a problem necessarily, but it's really fun to consider. Hazbin Hotel borrows quite a bit from Dante's Inferno, which I have actually read, so go me for being literate. In Dante's Inferno, there's a bit of a problem. Christians believe that the only way to heaven is through Jesus Christ, specifically belief in him and having his sacrifice wash away our sins. No matter how much people repent, humanity is stained with the original sin, disobeying God and eating the fruit from the tree of knowledge. For the wages of sin are death and all of that. But Jesus dying means each human individually doesn't have to die for all that shit. But Jesus was born like way after a lot of other Christian stuff happened in the New Testament. So what happened to all of those good Christian fellows who died before Jesus was born and therefore couldn't have their original sin washed away? Well, they ended up in hell, of course. In Dante's Inferno, it's described that before the death of Jesus, good souls stayed in limbo, a kind of like gray, boring space without any torture, but just bleh for all eternity. Then, when Jesus died, there was a huge earthquake in hell. Jesus came down, snatched a bunch of souls, and ferried them up to heaven. All the fellas that were good enough to get into Club Heaven but didn't have the Jesus stamp on their hands yet. If Hazbin is following the Dante interpretation, then yeah, Adam actually could have been the first soul in heaven, if he was front of the line. I genuinely don't know how I feel about all of that, I just wanted to talk about how weird of a little lore tidbit that is. Of course, there's also the possibility that Hazbin is just doing its own thing entirely, and somehow Adam died before Abel in this version. That would be fun and weird. The core issues. I've talked about Hazbin Hotel a lot. I've brought up a lot of complaints, and a lot of them I feel like I've said things along the lines of like, this is kind of petty. But these are not petty complaints. This is what I really truly think is wrong with the show on a base level, and the show will never get better than mediocre if it cannot address these core issues. I've got 3 of them for you. I've talked about this problem a couple of times throughout the review, but I want to bring it up one more time, just to really finalize my point. Hazbin Hotel has a complete and total lack of object permanence with anything. Characters, plot points, or lore. I talked about it a little bit in my first video, but I'm trying to be comprehensive here. A little thing that I think encompasses this idea are Pentious' eggs. The eggs know that Carmilla killed the angel, and they tell Pentious about it very early on in the show.
And the knife lady killed an angel, and I was not supposed to talk about.
He ignores them, and when he's confronted about it in episode 7, he said he dismissed because they say insane shit all the time.
I told Boss about it months ago.
What? They say insane shit all the time. How was I supposed to know this one was true?
Bank accounts are a scam created by the shadow government.
See?
The problem with that is that the eggs don't really say all that much insane shit. One of them says, "I love garbage."
This smells like fun. I love garbage.
And they seem confused that they have names.
Oh, look! Frank is up there. We have names?
But that's kind of the craziest stuff that they say. The eggs haven't featured in any episodes since the encounter with Alastor. This joke would have been insanely easy to fix. They could have just said something crazy to Lucifer. They could have been at the club. We needed 1 or 2 lines from them to make this joke hit a lot harder and make the eggs a more present character. And also I want them to be at the club, because that would be so funny. They'd have the time of their lives at the club. This is extremely representative of the larger show because the eggs do not exist if they are not actively moving the plot forward. They don't exist in the background, have any lines, or take any action off camera. It's the exact same for literally every other character. Lucifer is doing nothing when he's not on screen. Cherry is doing nothing. The Vees are doing nothing. The cannibals exist exclusively for the fight and then nothing. It makes everything feel extremely shallow because it is shallow. The characters are less characters and more RPG NPCs. They might give you a quest or be your companion for a mission, but after that they just become a piece of furniture that says the same 3 lines over and over.
I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
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 Characters exist in your story even when they're off page. You need to be thinking about what they are doing. Otherwise, literally everything in the universe revolves around the main character or characters. It reminds me of overly sarcastic Productions' definition of a Mary Sue, that the world bends around the Mary Sue to make them look better.
It's not something that exists on the level of a character trait, but on the story level. It's how the plot flows around them. The error is that the author starts from the premise that this character is by default the best character. The Mary Sue distorts the world around them, changing the way characters act and reality works to put the focus on them.
I wouldn't exactly say that Charlie is a Mary Sue. She has a ton of flaws, but that feeling still exists. That is the first leg of the issue. The second main issue is that Hazbin Hotel refuses to execute on its promise. Every TV show, movie, video game has a promise that they make to the consumer, a 1 or 2 line pitch that the show is going to revolve around. Using another animated show as an example, Voltron Legendary Defender, there's a lot wrong with that show, a lot wrong in the later seasons, but the main pitch is that 5 lines form one giant robot named Voltron to fight an alien race called the Galra and save the universe. That happens in nearly every single episode of the show. As shit as Voltron got in its later season, and it was shit, it never strayed too far from the Lions, Voltron, and the Galra. If we go with like Harry Potter as an example, fuck J.K. Rowling by the way, students at a magical school learn about magic and fight magical threats. That happens every single movie. That is what was promised and delivered upon in various ways. So what would be the promise of Hazbin Hotel? Considering the show as it actually is, I find it difficult to distill it down. But the premise is supposed to be this. The Princess of Hell tries to redeem sinners through the Hazbin Hotel to avoid the threat of extermination. That seems like the little blurb that the show would have if you're scrolling through a streaming platform. That's what the Wikipedia page says, but despite that, the show absolutely refuses to deliver on this concept. It takes a whole season to redeem one person. Fine, it should be hard. Then in season 2, no one is redeemed, so the redemption part of the promise is off the table. Plus there's no extermination, so the threat of extermination is off the table. Now, not only is Hazbin Hotel not delivering on its promise, it doesn't have one. What is season 2 about? To someone who has never seen the show, how would you pitch season 2? Maybe the Princess of Hell attempts to deal with an uprising by a powerful and charismatic leader by proving that redemption is possible. That's an entirely different story than season 1. Doesn't have the same goals as season 1, doesn't have the same tone as season 1, and is barely a description of what actually happens in season 2. I'm sure there's a better way for me to say this, but I just keep thinking of other media properties and how they deal with this problem of a promise. Lord of the Rings. The ring must be destroyed in the fires of Mordor, but Sauron is moving his orc armies to destroy the world of man. That happens in literally all 3 movies. The Good Place. Eleanor Shellstrop knows she doesn't belong in the good place, but wants to earn her place there by becoming a better, more ethical person. That covers all 4 seasons. Psych. A fake psychic and his best friend use their wits and powers of observation to solve crimes for the Santa Barbara Police Department. This is an absolutely vital part of creating a piece of media. You need to tell the audience what you are going to do, and then do it. Hazbin Hotel just can't seem to manage this. Even other indie animation manages to get this right. The Amazing Digital Circus. 6 humans are trapped in the digital world where they go on adventures and attempt to figure out a way out. Every episode follows that premise. Every single one. Even the last episode that everybody hated. They're still trying to figure out a way out until they're told they're just brain scans. The reason I'm nitpicking so much, the reason I have so many complaints, is that we are desperately trying to find something to hold on to, but everything keeps slipping from our fingers. The hotel? Ultimately unimportant. The exterminations, well, that's over now. Maybe it's about the character relationships, except there's not nearly enough time spent with these characters to really have deep, meaningful relationships, and Charlie's personality flips so quickly it makes me dizzy. What is there for me to get invested in with this show? The shipping? I don't care about that, and neither does Frenchie. What are we supposed to be thinking about as the show goes on? I genuinely don't know. I suppose I'm holding out for like Angel to get redeemed, but because I don't understand how redemption works, when it happens, I'm sure I'll just shrug and say, alright, sure, I guess that's how it works. That's our second leg. The third problem is kind of a 2-in-1, so forgive me if this comes across a bit awkwardly. Hazbin Hotel is better suited to be an episodic show instead of a serialized one. Some definitions quickly. An episodic show is one where each episode has a defined story from beginning to middle to end. Think of a medical drama like House or a detective show like Psych. These stories present a mystery within the first few minutes, spend the episode trying to resolve that mystery, and present the audience with a solution by the end. That doesn't mean they don't have overarching plot lines. House, for example, has an extended arc about House's addiction to Vicodin and the way it affects him. Psych has the long will they won't they romance arc between Sean and Juliet. Episodic shows can also be watched in any order. It doesn't really matter where you pick up in How I Met Your Mother, you're going to get a complete story in one episode. A serialized television show has to be watched in a specific order from beginning to end. These are typically stories that need a lot of runway to build themselves up and to explore all of their ideas. Serialized stories typically focus on the way that characters and worlds change over time, and in each episode of a serialized show, there should be some amount of change. This would be a story like Game of Thrones or The Bois. Many of these episodes don't have as stringent of a formula because it doesn't really matter if it takes the whole season to get to the point. We're using each episode to build to the point specifically. The show demonstrates how each character ends up at the point, and how the events of the season exacerbate the danger of the point. It doesn't matter if any individual episode ends on a cliffhanger, because we all know there's going to be the point at the end of the line. I saw a great line on Heather Pagano's Substack article on episodic versus serial fiction. Episodic fiction strings together a series of adventures to make a greater whole. Serialized fiction breaks a larger work apart into digestible pieces. The thing about comedies is that they're typically episodic. You can have an episodic drama, like House, but it's really, really unusual to see a comedy that's serialized. How I Met Your Mother, Parks and Rec, The Office, Friends, The Good Place, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Malcolm in the Middle, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I could honestly keep going. Some of them have more consistent overarching storylines, but for the most part, you can break them down into much smaller pieces. Now, Hazbin Hotel is technically classified as an adult comedy. I would argue that it's actually somewhere in the middle of a comedy and drama. You know what else exists exactly in that space, with less runtime per episode and tells a much better story with a much better balance of comedy and drama? BoJack Horseman. Each season has an overarching plot and theme, but each episode is a contained story, and you can start watching wherever and whenever you want in the show. My point is that very few Hazbin Hotel episodes, especially in season 2, tell a complete story from beginning to end. It's a serialized show that's building to the point, but this kind of show is not built for that. In the first season, you had a few episodes that I believe could have been counted as more episodic. The one with the trust exercises, and the one where Pentious joins the hotel, and Angel's episode. I would argue, though, that episodes 1, 6, 7, and 8 are serialized, and that's half the season. Season 2, every episode falls under the serialized umbrella. Why do I think that is? Well, here's where I get to the second part of this specific critique. I think that the show has chosen to move forward with a serialized format instead of an episodic one to try to be taken more seriously. It's true that a lot of comedies are episodic, but a vast majority of shows for a younger demographic are also in an episodic format. Think like Power Rangers, Bluey, Teen Titans, Ben 10, Phineas and Ferb. Children's television has to be episodic because children can't really follow a story with an overarching plot across multiple sittings until they're a certain age, typically around like 8 to 10. Hell, even kids' chapter books are really episodic, like Boxcar Children or The Magic Tree House. God, I feel really old mentioning those. Technically, I think that the Harry Potter book series was one of the first serialized pieces of children's fiction, but I'm not gonna get into that right now. The older children's cartoons were also low-key because of broadcast television. Like, if you missed an episode, the show still wanted you to know what was going on, but again, I'm not getting into that right now. The elephant in the room is Hazbin Hotel's animation style. I'm gonna be pretty unkind to other adult animated shows for a second. Their art styles are typically ugly, or if not ugly, definitely in a style that lets you know literally at first glance that it's part of this specific genre. I'm talking like Family Guy, or Rick and Morty, or Big Mouth. That's not to say they don't have some sequences that are beautifully done. Even like BoJack Horseman, the animation style is a little bit ugly. None of them are animated like Hazbin Hotel. Regardless of any of my other complaints, Hazbin Hotel has always been super gorgeously animated, especially in season 2. However, now it's not reading as an adult show. What do we do? Well, firstly, you absolutely load the show up with cursing and sex jokes, even in places where they aren't really funny or necessary. The swearing in Hazbin Hotel almost feels insecure in its execution. Like, you'll forget that it's supposed to be an adult show. It's a teenager trying out swearing for the first time with their friends and using every curse they can because it makes them feel badass. Coincidentally enough, most adults would probably agree that the target demographic is the 13 to 15-year-olds. That's not a bad thing, but it does change the way the show is interpreted by an adult audience. The second thing you do is you distance yourself from from all those kids shows by making your show serialized. This isn't some silly little TV show, this is serious. We're building to the point. That automatically makes this show so much more serious than those little episodic shows. They're not building to anything at all. I don't think it's impossible to make this style work, I just think that Hazbin doesn't have the tight writing that's necessary to pull off a serialized show. With too many characters and plot lines to juggle on our way to the point, so many get dropped and broken that then the point ends up missing some pretty big necessary pieces. The show's insecurity extends to the amount of lamp shading it does to some of the plot points that feel a bit more childish to an adult audience. I'm thinking specifically of the 2 separate times that the power of friendship is lightly poked fun at both before and after Hear My Hope, despite Hear My Hope being a relatively sincere execution on that trope.
And then, once you find him, break the V's mind control with the power of friendship. Or splash him with water or something. I did it! The power of friendship is strong within us!
I don't hate the power of friendship trope. I've seen it done a ton of times before, both well and poorly. Typically, though, the power of friendship works in these shows because the people involved are friends? The audience doesn't really know anything about the overlords, so this doesn't feel like a big coming together moment that will last. They even say that they want to forget all about it.
So, we're never fucking talking about this shit ever again, right?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go with no.
That's tied to the whole episodic versus serialized conflict. It creates an issue due to the lack of filler episodes. I'll compare it to Voltron again. Zarkon is the big bad, the evil emperor of the conquering Galra civilization, and a lot of the conflict can be traced back to him, but there are still episodes where the paladins are exploring planets outside of the main quest. It gives the relationships a chance to develop, it gives Voltron a chance to train and become more powerful, and it builds a political coalition to fight against more systemic issues later in the show. So when a bunch of different alien civilizations show up in a rebellion, we're not like, who the fuck are these guys, you know? If the show had been more episodic, we could have explored more of Hell and gotten to know the overlords a bit better. Maybe one specific episode, Charlie goes to like ZZ to try to resolve some kind of conflict, maybe a noise complaint at the hotel, and Charlie's over-the-top energy really calls to ZZ because she's all about good vibes. Or maybe in another episode the show could do like a Western parody. Everybody gets a new outfit like Angel and Charlie did in Speedrun To Redemption. You could even do the whole like Danny Do-Bad bit. They could be trying to resolve a turf war between Hatchet and Prick. Charlie's tactics don't work, but Vaggie understands people who like to fight, so she gets a moment to shine, you know? These smaller, self-contained plot lines give the characters and the world more room to breathe. It wouldn't feel like I was learning 50 pieces of new information that conflict with the 50 pieces from the previous episode. Instead, maybe one episode we learn all about soul contracts, another we could get a whole Vox Hypnosis episode. It would make it so much easier to world build and character build, and as a bonus, when all of the overlords came together to help Charlie contain the canon at the end of the season, we could really feel like she's changing the world and connecting with the citizens of Hell. Each new character that joined in would spark a memory of how Charlie helped them, and how she really earned their help. As is, the overlords contained the explosion so they wouldn't die. Isn't that so much more shallow? Just like the rest of the show. Conclusion. I started this video with a statement. I don't care about Hazbin Hotel anymore. I think at the time I was writing the introduction to this video, freshly frustrated from rewatching the show, that was the best way I could phrase my feelings. It's been weeks since I started this video and even longer since I started the script. In that time, I've written 65,000 words about Hazbin Hotel. That's a novella, 230 pages worth of commentary, analysis, and questions about Hazbin Hotel. I don't think that anybody who doesn't care about something would write so much about it. I've examined my feelings a bit closer, from a more objective lens, and what I'm feeling isn't apathy, it's an unwillingness to get invested because I don't want to be disappointed again. It's the feeling that you get when you love a friend, but they just keep making poor decisions. They keep going back to that bad boyfriend, they keep gambling their savings away on crypto, they keep quitting jobs that would be good for them. It's that feeling where you've given advice and been a shoulder to cry on for this friend and they never listen or change. You want so desperately to continue to care, to continue to be invested in their well-being, but for your own emotional health, you have to disentangle yourself from their drama. I care about Hazbin Hotel. Anyone who makes a 3, 4, 5 hour long video cares about Hazbin Hotel. It doesn't take that long to say edgy demon show bad. The people that make these videos aren't hating just to be a hater, or just because it's not their own personal taste. I'm not hating the show because I think hating is fun, even though I do enjoy dissecting media to a certain extent. I can tell you that at multiple points making this video, I was frustrated and thought about scrapping it. If I were doing this just for clout or money, don't you think I would have released this video closer to the show's release? Don't you think I would have added in some more points I knew were wrong or contentious to rage bait and farm for engagement? I tried to be honest and thorough and as fair as I could while talking about the show. I care deeply about the media I consume. I want it to be good, and unfortunately, Hazbin Hotel Season 2 is just not good. I may see you for Season 3, I may not. Making this video has been an absolutely massive undertaking. I'm just one person here, not a team, so I've written and edited 65,000 words, recorded and edited, 6 hours and 20 minutes of voiceover, spent 77.5 hours illustrating the drawings for the background, and edited it all together. That's a hard thing for me to say. If nothing about the show changes, if it stays the course that it's on, then I'm not going to repeat myself. Things need to change, or you're going to lose the people who care enough to tell you when you really, really shouldn't eat that croissant that you found on the ground outside. Thank you so much for watching this video. It's the biggest project I've ever undertaken for my channel, but I can foresee that it won't be the last huge project that I work on. If you liked the video, leaving me a like and a comment would be super appreciated. Trick that algorithm into showing my video to more than 40 people, please. Subscribe for more coming soon, hopefully sooner than this took me. My next couple projects are a bit smaller, I swear. If you want to support me even more, you can check out my Ko-fi or Patreon, links in the description below. I upload on there all the time, works in progress of my art, book reviews, and coloring pages. Every one of the non-chibi illustrations, the ones where they're in jail in this video, are available as coloring pages for you, including the sign being blank, so you can assign them your own crimes if you would like to. If you do end up coloring any of them, please tag me on socials. I'd love to see your interpretation. I'm After Plague everywhere except on Twitter, where I am After_Plague. Thank you again so much for watching. I hope I see you again soon, and I hope you are doing okay in this hellish world. Bye!